Alright folks, I hope you don't mind indulging me. But I picked up Salzaar at the exact time I picked up Tyranny. Because I was kind of on a kick on both. But mostly for Tyranny, right? Oh, hello. Because this, I played all the way back. And like, what was it, 2015, 2016 was this new? Around that time, it was one of those 2 years. Where'd I put the game? This game, ooh, what was that? Computer couldn't handle the YouTube music and the game starting at the same time. Let's turn cool song aside and pull game itself up. Obsidian. An Obsidian and Paradox Dream Team. That was like half the appeal when this was new. The other half being it's like Bronze Age times, and Kyros the Conqueror. The evil overlord has finally conquered all the lands. Evil has won. And now you get to be the will of their justice. And you know, that's a cool concept. And from Obsidian too. Which is a shame that it gives you so much potential and then just ends it right then and there. Abrupt ending. No sequel. This game needs a sequel. What this game also needs is to let me alt-tab out and still hear the music. It's one of those games you see. One of those games. Oh, look, look, you can see it moving. It's still moving. But the music doesn't go. So I can't really adjust the audio levels as much as I should. Master music volume. It's on 60. Really? Music is lower than effects and voice? Ooh. So it's potentially louder than this. Maybe I will keep music a little bit lower. Low enough that you could hear it. But so much of this game is supported by the voice acting and such. It's got cool world building, cool world, cool characters, and cool voice characters. The main problem is that it just ends abruptly. Everything else. Page cursor. Restricted with in-game window, but it's full screen anyway. Game frame rate cap. Big heads. Ludicrously disproportionate to their bodies. Thanks, Josh. Oh, it's tempting. If I wasn't doing this for... Oh, but maybe... I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna redeem. I'll redeem to turn on big head mode. Color selection circles and characters hidden by default. Off-screen pointers. I don't see a difference. Gibbs effect used when enemies are killed. Maybe I'll turn it on, we'll see. Auto pause, difficulty. Die permanently with a health which is 0. Let's not turn that on. At the maximum number of wounds allowed. Unqualified interactions. Okay, we'll just leave it as is. What other language options do we have? Deutsch, Espanol, Francois, Polski, Piccadilly. I want those options, only speak English. Okay. Voice frequency? How frequently companions and characters' voice are confused. Alright, cool. Afternoon or after doom? A happy after doom to you too, Wither. I don't see any apply, so should be good just as is. Oh, there we go. Save changes. Yes. Now, before you ask, I know it's been a weekend, but I still haven't started the League of Legends Arcane series yet. I'm almost to the halfway point of Futari while Pretty Cure Max Heart. Once I get to like episode 23 or 25, I'll put on the shelf and then start Arcane. I promise, I promise, I promise. New game settings. Oh cool, the difficulties. Require strategy and efficiency, but forgives a few mistakes in combat. Companion combat AI enabled by default. Running a 24-hour blood pressure testing at the moment. Well, I hope it goes well. Hope you pass. Hard for veteran players of isometric RPGs such as Pillars of Eternity. I never played Pillars of Eternity. But turns out that longtime players of this game really like Pillars of Eternity. And apparently some things carry over, like the magic. Is it the magic? I don't know. Or magic being OP? The thing is, right, when I first played this, I didn't really make much use of the magic. Since, you know, it's a younger, stupider me. The magic looks confusing because you gotta make your own spells. I don't know what's what. So just gonna go in forced hard mode and beat everybody with a stick. But I might do magic this time. Fuck everything and hope the universe dies in agony. Oh, Wither. It's a 24-hour blood pressure thing. That uncomfortable, that painful. Enemies receive a bonus to stats. Most efficient AI, very frequently use abilities. Party members, more wounds in combat when being knocked out. And only chose a new game. Survival requires micromanagement and optimization of stats through items, spells, and abilities. How about? Since it's the first time in 6 years, what is your normal? It sucks so much, but I'm so sorry. It's only When you say 24-hour blood pressure testing, is it only for the next 24 hours? Or is it stuck on you 24 hours a day as like a permanent or semi-permanent thing? Pretending to sleep, if possible. 1 24-hour period, okay. At least that's good. One and done. Expert mode disables a number of helper features. Players who want to rely on their own faculties and intuition while playing should play expert mode. Cannot be enabled in game. If disabled, cannot be re-enabled. Maybe not this time. This game is pretty short, so it kind of encourages lots of replaying through. When I first played through this, that was back when I was like working out especially much. Because, you know, I had cute girlfriend, right? I had cute girlfriend, figured no fair if I had cute girlfriend, and she has pudgy boyfriend. So I was gonna do a whole lot of push-ups, a whole lot of planks, get my weight down, and I did 30 pounds in a year. So I would do my planks while playing this and listening to like Barrack talk around. And then pursuing different outcomes to get different stories and whatnot. So if I want expert, we'll do expert later. Have to get up in the middle of the night to get a move tomorrow. At least it's only one and done. So that at least Wither, I'm happy for. That they get what they need, and you can get that off. Only one save slot permitted. If party defeated, game ends. Save is lost. Must start again. No. Not gonna do that. Uh-oh. And then also, when it inflates to check your blood every 30 minutes, you're supposed to be relaxed. I'm just imagining that it just starts up on its own, you forget about it, and you feel that constriction going on. I can't imagine that being very relaxing.
For over 400 years, the armies of Kyros the Overlord have swept across the known world. All who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel.
No relaxation going on. Oh, I'd give you some of my tea if I could.
Now Kyros' final conquest has come to our corner of the world. and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The
Racists or
voices of
genociders?
Narad, spymaster and archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus. With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kyros' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle. Watching over the two generals is Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kyros' minions. Tunon brings Kyros' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders,
That's me,
judges
the
and
Fatebinder.
executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kyros' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
See what I mean? This game is such world building, so the biggest tragedy is that it does end as abruptly as it does, and that it only has. It's just the one game. They put all this world building into it, but they don't give us a series. This game would be perfect as a teaser, you know? Like, it's short, it ends abruptly, but it promises things to come and worlds for later. It really should have gotten more, but I think the sales weren't as good as it could have been, so they didn't. But they gotta make more. They gotta give us more Tyranny eventually. Normally run 2 monitors because you're a PC guy. 1 monitor is heresy. And 1 died, you're down to 1. Ugh, I am so sorry, Wither. Main setup here, I've only got the 1 monitor, because I have a second monitor. But for some reason, I cannot connect that late 00s, early 2010 monitor to this computer. I've tried it. I've got the cables, we've got the right ports, it just won't take. So, my not solution is to just have the laptop off to the side and use my laptop as a second screen, which technically is not second screen, it's 2 computers, but it's the only choice I have. I tried to... Windows 10 has a thing where you could connect the laptop as a second monitor over the Wi-Fi, which I think is probably why my monitors don't want to connect, because Windows wants to go, oh, just do it over the air, do it over Wi-Fi. But the problem is, I tried that, but just use Wi-Fi fails for the same reason the Wi-Fi always fails here. And that's because we're on Comcast. So having to broadcast data from the computer to the laptop and back, not only is there a bit of lag, because it's over the Wi-Fi, so you gotta take a bit to get data from the computer to the laptop monitor, to the laptop screen. But that takes up data, and Comcast doesn't like that. It's like when I tried to stream Chicory, while playing the multiplayer Chicory, remote play with my boyfriend. Comcast would allow stream, or multiplayer, but not both at the same time. It's not going to allow stream plus broadcast laptop as second screen at the same time. Animation and intro reminds you of the first book in the Black Company books. Either Black Company is a very vague title, or I might have actually heard of it, I don't know. The weirdest fantasy books you know. Okay, so, who do I want to be? Ladyish or boyish? They got the enforced sexual dimorphism of girl small, boy tall. Already not very imaginative. Wait, hold on. Body types. No, that's even shorter. They're all short. Ugh. Obsidian. More stout and barrel-y. Even stouter, but bigger. Lean and tall, stout in barrel, or big in barrel. Instead of blow-by-blow battle scenes, they use Norse saga writing style. Oh, that is cool. Let's give a bit of color to him. Unlike me, he hasn't lost his color by staying indoors for 3 years straight. This is an outdoorsy guy, he still goes out, so he's maintained his pigment. And for the Northern Empire, where I was born, men enjoyed equal protection of the laws of the overlord Kyros. In the southern lands, the tiers, only men may own and captain ships, but real estate is restricted to the women. Men may lease, but durable ownership of the land and the tiers always passes to the eldest daughters or sisters. See, that's pretty cool too. Because Palau is kind of the same way. The traditional governance is usually through the women. And inheritance, especially, it's a very matriarchal thing. By being born a man and remaining a man, I don't get any of the land inheritance of the clan or the family. It goes to the daughters. Maman was chiefess of Angar, and so, with Grandma Lorenzo dead, it's gone down to Auntie Josie, because she's the eldest of Maman's kids. And all that clan land that we have in the islands, I have to ask nicely and stay on good terms if I want to put up a house there. Auntie Josie does like me. Mom's got clout with the clan, as does... Well, Teresa was adopted into the family, but she's still got a lot to say too. But still right, still right. The clan lands, the political ownership, traditional political ownership, it goes through the women. So, it's their choice. I gotta ask nicely. The modern politics, like the governance, state-wise, nation-wise, it's more democratic. We got the two-tier thing going on. The traditional clan stuff and the national state stuff. And the state stuff, the national stuff is just open, you know, it's just whoever you vote for. But otherwise, so that's always been cool to me. Sons enter their father's profession by their mid-teens. Those without a profession or family lands to work and find purpose by pledging their service to one of the Overlord's mighty archons. Okay, audio still seems okay, I think. Criminals, derelicts, and others are often conscripted to the armies of the archons. If a child cannot forge his own skein, he will find one in battle. Drove off their own horses with a few flights of arrows. None of the brothers are harmed. See, that is pretty cool, because if you're writing a blow-by-blow for the battles, then pretty much it's the story you're getting. It's all down to what your focus wants to be, which is why I've always been too anxious to actually write myself, because I always get caught up before I even leave the door over things like that. Face and hair. Oh, I see. I thought this was bald hair or... Okay. What face do I want? It's alright if the character customization isn't too in-depth, because you got this big model here now, but then you shrink all the way down. Nobody really has my cheek fats. This guy's too lean. A lot of really powerful mages and sorcerers running around, and they are hot garbage. The Black Company quickly end up serving the Lady, a big-sod Imperial ruler, villain, super sorceress. Oh, now I do see the resemblance to Kyros and her armies. On a slave by her, her husband hundreds of years ago, super powerful, able to do insane feats of magic and strong, tough, immortal, as far as time's concerned. This face right here, that's just straight up pretty. This seems pretty. Oh, what about eyebrows? We've all got cool eyebrows. Wait a minute. Oh wait, there's no bar here. I moved over, saw the scroll bar, but nah, those are all the faces you get. What hair to give him? That's pretty. Oh, you can move him. Okay, this game is fairly modern. That's straight up a JoJo character's hair. They're no use in war because they're incredibly bad at tactics, strategy, and warfare in general. Dang, really? But then, what kind of world is this with her? Because if they themselves are bad at strategy, they don't have to be the tacticians, can they? Couldn't like somebody else, some field commander or whatnot, use them as basically artillery? Point them where their boom booms need to go? Ponytail or smooth? Alright, we're taking the pretty hair. We can give him tattoos. What are our tattoo options? Scars all over his body. I kind of regret that when Great Grandma Mamang was Chiefess of Angar, she nullified the tradition of having like full body tattoos for the clan. Because look at her picture, right? The picture of her that we have. She's got like the tattoos all over her arms and legs and everything. And now that the Maori have like face tattoos in Parliament, I'm kind of envious that they got to hold on to that. But for us, we lost that in the 20th century. And I could safely just say 20th century. My mom lived for a long time. She was there for the German occupation. So when the Japanese occupation came, she didn't learn the language because she already had to learn German, wasn't going to learn anything else. When I met her as like 3 or 4 years old, she was over 100. She was sweet, but she was already blinded by glaucoma. Pretty sedentary. I would revive it, but I don't think there's anybody left alive who did the old tattoo stuff. I'm envious, right? Because the tradition was that her being chiefess, when she turned like 13 or so, she would have a whole day to just like lay down and eat all the snacks that she wants and just hang out and chill as they did the full body tattooing. A whole day at 13 just to lie about and eat snacks as somebody stabs at you. I'm legit jealous at that. I was like too confused and bitter at 13 to enjoy anything. Okay, I think I'll give him. Maybe something like this? Kinda strikes me as like tattoos of power, perhaps? The 10 are too big an ego to serve anyone with the lady with her. Oh. These flies. Sorcerers of the company improve the health of the troops, improve the morale by holding little wars with the weird little illusions, cast silence spells or sleep spells on select guards. See, that's really cool. That's what I like to see. Really robust magic that's not just fireball here, lightning there. But you can't really make too much use of that. It'd be like the more subtle magics in video games too much. Tabletop seems like a easy place. To have more like generalized magics. Oh, here we go. There's some magical tattoo arms. Magical tattoo arms. But video games so far just don't really accommodate it. Glowy magic purple. There. Blue and purple. runes going down his arms. How's that look? The narrator of the first several books is Croker, a doctor. Narrator because he's the analyst of the company. Oh, there's kind of somebody similar to him in here. We'll get to meet him if I ever get through the character generation.
Got it.
Male sneaky, male noble.
My wounds are slowing me down. I need rest.
See that? Heads up, we have company.
You could also give him cross-gendered voices.
You learn something every day.
Unlike Cyberpunk 2047, whatever it's called, 74? 77? Whatever it is, where your voice is locked to your chosen gender, which is really upsetting for people who thought they could be whoever they want to be in Cyberpunk.
Ah, I'm injured, tired, curious.
Or no voice. We could give him no voice. Also the Black Company, not heroes, they're mercs. Pretty cool distinction. Always nice to see stories that might go that angle. I haven't seen too many that I've played.
Heads up, we have company.
Good work.
Noble sounds too superhero. That's like too silver aged.
You learn something every day. This will be fun. Got it. My wounds are slowing me down. I need rest. Found something. Trouble is afoot. Good work.
I don't know. Something about this voice sounds too English VA to me.
You learn something every day.
Like, that's a dub voice. That's a Matt Mercer voice kind of thing.
Yeah, I'll just hold on to this.
That's a Troy Baker in the making.
Got it.
On the lookout. I'm injured. Have a look here. Heads up, we have company.
I'll give it some gravel. Now what face? It doesn't matter at all, but you could choose a portrait. Ooh. I got the portrait pack, so even more portraits. You could make him Valhalla from Star Resistance. This is very much a callback to old RPG games. Like Neverwinter Nights, you could choose a portrait to go with. Oh wait, that's right, there's facial hair too. Should I give him facial hair? A big ol' goatee. They fight when they have to, prefer overwhelming odds, nasty ambushes, use to any advantage. As expected, as they work for the biggest tyrant villain of the setting. See, again, that's what made Tyranny so cool. I mean, sure, towards the end, you kind of break apart from Kyros' regime. But there's just so much potential for a setting and a story like this. How many games let you play as the executor of the evil tyrant's will? Not too many. But that's what makes it so appealing. Okay, let's go cool goatee guy, because he looks cool. His hair is kind of similar. And then go goatee to match. I guess just kind of a bit of gray here, a little bit of gray at the tips, gray in the tips. The opening narration said we were the youngest of our role in Kyros' army, but you know, some people go gray early. Alright, I think that'll do. Like I said though, none of it matters too much, because right now it's big character model. In-game, you're this small, Diablo style, so... Not that any of this gets to matter but the portrait, because it's the portrait you get to see. How did I join Kyros' army? It gives you like different backstories. Which I think gives you like different starting spells or stats or whatever. But it also changes the story somewhat. Like if you're a hunter, I think it's a hunter, then you have more affinity with the beastlier peoples, and it kind of shifts your character's opinion of things, which is also pretty cool. This game's got so much potential in it. True, youngest in the role, so it could be anywhere from like teen to 20s or maybe 30s and 40s. We're a murder hobo who stumbled into a war camp, killed the guy in the big tent, and now impersonating him. Ah, impersonating the actual person would be really cool. But sadly, we're legit. Perhaps we were a pit fighter? Maybe a hunter, good apprentice, noble scion? I am not going to read every single background. At least not out loud. Unable to settle years' accounts of grain, parents offer me as tight to the overlord. Recruitment into this favored legion be the obvious match for my skills, but Archon of Justice says good iron is not used for swords, good minds not used for soldiers. Claimed by Tunon to the court of the Fate Binders. A lawbreaker. I mean, that's kind of close. He could be a criminal who was picked up by Tunon, decades of languishing in prison, or a lifetime serving him with the court of the Fate Binders. War Mage. Might go War Mage this time. I kind of want to use more magics this time around because the first time I played, I knew nothing of how magic worked and just preferred melee all the way. Which apparently locks you out of like most of the really cool OP stuff in the game if you don't use magic. Kyros bestowed great wealth upon my family for some unmentioned service. Parents used this wealth to raise me far from home. Huh. Nomadic tour of Tyranny. Then legal trouble, take before Tunon the adjudicator, made me stand trial, pled my innocence and turned the accusations around on the accuser for wasting the court's time. Maybe. Because in this game, right, if you're really good at dialogue, you can do some really cool stuffs too. Noble Scion, groomed for leadership, youth spent on letters, history, rhetoric. Parents accused of sedition, sent to the court of Tunon. Parents found guilty. The sentence, dissolution of the treasonous estate. Glad my most important deal yet, immunity from the crimes of my family for the simple cause of swearing fealty to the Archon himself. Guild apprentice. Deeply proud of my intelligence. Parents always knew I was too smart for a life spent at the hands of the soil. But life spent with my hands of the soil is a backbone of this great nation, is it not? Everything begins with food security. Everything else is luxury. Taught letters, numbers, magic, if proved capable. Although, literacy is pretty much magic in this role too. Watched a few of the programs of The Problem with Jon Stewart. I haven't heard of that. Is it good? Always all tapping out, because always a bit worried on what the audio levels actually are. Define good. Enjoyable? Punitive legal remedies, had much to learn matters of discourse. None could deny your future as bright Tunons. Bright future is Tunon's great next enforcer. Hunter, leader of home village, spoke out. One turn too many. Overlord put the whole town to the torch, ticketing the spread of insubordination. But I like insubordination. The bounding viper tribe came across the smoking ruins of my village. The beast matriarch found me frozen but unafraid, took me in, raised me with the protection of the beast people. Ooh, I do like that one. Live with beastmen in their migratory homes throughout the mountains. but the bounding vipers are a dying breed. Disfavored soldiers, dispense of the ravenous scavengers you're trying to become. The wild child of the north. Potential? There's potential in that? Or simply as a pit fighter? Madam that purchased my mother sold me to the proving grounds. The bloodiest, most notorious fighting arena. Natural prowess, survival instincts, one victory after another. No elegant swordplay, no formalized duels, just brutal melee, the stench of blood, shit, and bronze with each day's gruesome necessities. Jon Stewart is funny, but in this, he's basically going, look at this complete clusterfuck of a situation in America or the world. Why allowed? Why is it all fucked? I mean, if that's the kind of program it is, that's the kind of program it is. It's like a spectrum, isn't it? Of entertainment and information. And maybe the purpose is way over in the information area of the spectrum. I don't know, like I said, I haven't heard of it. Maybe Good Apprentice. Let's be Good Apprentice in our backstory. That's why I got Grey so early. What is this? 1 or 2? What's 1 or 2? Oh, primary expertise. Ah, primary expertise. Weapon. Train in the following combat style. Sword and shield. One-handed weapons, parry and athletics. Greatsword, two-handed weapons, parry athletics. Short bow, bows, dodge, subterfuge. Shock spells. 1 of 2 on Fate Binders. You receive training in the arts of war, the intrigue of magic, and the inexhaustible depths of Kyros' law. Across the North, education of a Fate Binder is second to none. Bearing the title are expected to read instructions and understand the economies of the realm in which they operate. Literacy and mathematics, skills rarely found, are essential skills in the execution of the law. Talents like speechcraft or tactics are honed with time and experience under Tunon's guidance. What does shock spells give me? Oh, that's cool. It changes your... It gives him some armor. Could even choose abilities. Cleave, asunder. That looks warm. Little face covering to keep the snow out, the wind out. Show off those magical tattoos. Charge fist. 10 to 15 shock versus endurance. Pushes foes. 1.4 second recovery. 8 control lightning. 2 magic staff. 3 dodge. 5 lore. Sent to a rack of Gaddisine River. They were there, created garbage and waste. Piled big holes in the ground. Doused with aircraft fuel and burned. You know they're trying to do that on Guam? Like, on beaches that were eminent domain away from tomorrow families? With big risk of entering the groundwater, it's bad enough that the Red Hills or whatever in Honolulu, that Navy fuel storage or whatever, poisoned so much of the groundwater there. They never learn. Charge fist. Vigor spells. Utility branch of magic. Focus on granting bonuses to yourself and my allies. I do recall relying more on my allies than myself, so maybe just buff them up and hide in the back. Allied target, +2 vitality, +2 might. Control vigor, magic staff, dodge, and lore. Stat-wise, similar stats. Just vigor or shock. Javelin? Javelin looks really cool, and seems pretty fitting for this Bronze Age fantasy world. Compromise between melee and range. Throw weapons deal more damage than bows, but cannot attack from as far away. Benefit of being able to switch between range and melee depending on the enemy's distance. Could do heart shot or hobble. Dual wielding. Dual wielding also could be pretty cool. It is pretty messed up. There's a reason that like nearly every US military base becomes a, what is it, a Superfund site? For just how much damage gets done to the groundwater. And it's especially pressing for me as an islander because, on the one hand, we do rely a bit much on military bases, not just for the old tired argument of, oh, they contribute to the economy, but compact to free association means that typically we have agreements where, in exchange for free movement and right to reside in the US gets to put some military bases on us. And on the one hand, it's a kind of good deal because with everything going on in the South China Sea, we're pretty much next. Not that anything's ever going to happen in the South China Sea. But I think we give in too easily. We don't put enough pressure on it. We see what goes on in Guam and Hawaii and Okinawa. The environmental and the social costs of housing a base, so just because we allow it doesn't mean that we have to be like, just say yes to everything. We have to put pressure on it. We can be host to it, but also put enough pressure, put enough like oversight to prevent such repetitive things happening. At least for those who are independent and have competent free association, that's an option, but we don't use often enough. For states like Hawaii, for territories like Guam and CNMI, there's no choice. If they want to take a sparsely populated northern island like Pagan and just turn it into a bombing range, we can protest all we want. To minimal success, usually. Other programs, stock market, a system for plundering people and their money into the hands of big stockbrokers, kinda. That's kind of a big deal too. So much of stocks, so much of pensions, like teachers' retirement, is in stocks that are tied to like global land grab companies and whatnot. And my old alumni and my old alma mater, that's the word. The teachers, the instructors are trying to protest that their pensions are tied up in land grabs and trying to put their money in less exploitative stocks. That's absolutely a thing. Climate change to destroy the world, we're doing nothing, what the heck? Relationship with guns might be somewhat unhealthy. Yeah? He's preaching to the choir, but as far as policy goes, we're all acting like it's brand new, like we don't know. Like climate change? We've known about climate change since at least the 19th century, 20th century. We were bragging about how in 40 years this iceberg will shrink so much. That was straight up on advertisements. That was a bragging point. We knew about it. And now we pretend we don't? Because the voting public is goldfish? Unarmed attacks and go in full monk style. Unarmed attacks. So you could totally go in like some kind of extra power character, just bulk yourself up. Go in fist flying. Maybe not a Zophie, since we're here as a lawyer basically. Maybe a shark can go or a wolf type. Frost spells, maybe more magics. Give me those hoods. Slowing enemies as well as dealing damage. Maybe I do want to afflict freeze for 12 seconds. Control frost, magic staff, dodge, and lore. Atrophy spells. What does atrophy do? Drains the skills and attributes of your enemies, weakening their attacks, making them easier to kill. Media seems to be neglecting the whole Fourth Estate thing. They do, and that is absolutely true too. In the US especially, there's definitely very heavy media bias, but for the most part, it's not that certain news organizations are explicitly working for so and so. They do have their bents. Like anything mainstream is going to be a little bit more conservative just by nature of how things work in the US. But even when they're not Fox News level, they suffer so much from trying to be too neutral. There's like this fake idea that to be a proper news organization, you need to present both sides fairly and equitably, which has been proven to legitimize things like climate change deniers and other things that might be fringe at first. But then because they put this neutrality to it and then make it an equal weight thing, suddenly people see that think, oh wait, that's actually a pretty solid argument. You know, you could be too neutral, which is pretty cool. That I do follow some journalists on Twitter, especially those are the more island focus, but a few other journalists, and there definitely is a movement to actually have that journalistic responsibility. So, the movement is there. There definitely are journalists who definitely want to do better. And while certain publications or networks might be more or less accommodating or more or less difficult to work with, there are also up and coming organizations that are making that as like a policy straight up front. His take. Two sides of our media. One very involved with the notion of fairness and being balanced and journalistic integrity, and the other side is effective. That's exactly it, Wither. That is exactly it. Fair and balanced is a nice ideal, but you just can't have it all the time. Like with climate change, You can't just say, here is like 99% of the climate science and the facts and the data, and then here's some pundit. Let's give them equal weight. Because suddenly they have equal weight. And it makes it sound more like an ongoing controversy than a clear-cut thing. -3 might, -3 vitality. I don't know what the elemental rock, paper, scissors are here, though the purple swirl is pretty cool. Is there a way for me to see like the tech tree? Right click for details. Oh, that just opens the same thing up. I don't know what I'm getting into. That's okay. I'm pretty sure I can learn more stuff as I go on. This is primary expertise, right? I like the idea of slowing people down. So maybe we'll start off with Frost. Do I get a secondary? Where's my secondary? Secondary expertise. All his agents should be well-rounded. Tune on order that to receive training in a secondary combat style. Primary combat style, frost damage. Secondary combat style, frost damage. Hold on. There's more to it too. There's additional skills. That just gives charge fist. So I could have both. +2 lightning, +10 frost, 8 frost, 10 lore. Can get all the lore in. What if I double up on frost? 10 frost, 10 lore, 3 magic staff, 3 dodge. 2 atrophy, 3 staff, 10 lore, 8 frost, 3 dodge. Vigor. What's vigor again? Granting yourself and my allies boons. What if I do atrophy and vigor? Sap and weaken my enemies while raising the buffs of my team. That's just a bard. That's just turning myself into a bard. While I was saying that, Fox News had said critical race theory 84 times. Ugh. Well, I do like the idea of starting with more lore. But there's other skills too, right? Oh, I can also choose more skills. Energy shield. +4 armor to an allied target for shock, frost, and fire. Stolen for 60 seconds. Focus your will into a shield of energy around yourself or party member. Additional armor. Charge strike. 12 to 13 frost. 1 times primary weapon versus magic. Charge up a magical staff and release a powerful burst of energy that explodes a small area around the target. But what other things could I get, skill-wise? Two-handed, athletics, dodge, I already had. War mace, two-handed. It's not really giving too much. 2 subterfuge. Maybe. Heart shot, hobble. Valid for weapons, for bows and thrown weapons. To hobble them. Some athletics. Dual wielding. 2 athletics. Slice, Fury of Blows. Unarmed attack. Maybe just vigor spells and unarmed magic. Buff myself up and then punch everything to death. 2 unarmed, 2 athletics. Or just focus on Frost and get more magics in. 10 Frost, 10 Lore. Or get some atrophy spells in. I will give them full-on winter. Snow to slow them, and then drain them of their stamina. Maybe control atrophy. I still get 10 lore. Lower their might and vitality, and then melt them away. Leave them frozen. And then sap their might and vitality. Okay, we're gonna be a frost and atrophy wizard. And I get to choose my own banner? Hey, it's like 58 minutes into stream. By an hour, we could finally play the game. A noose. Hands are pretty cool. Suns are a pretty ancient symbol. What's my symbol? What's my emblem? Double-headed axe. A hand, a bird. An even cooler bird. The moon and stars is pretty cool. I like a moon and stars. Let's do moon and stars. Purple on black. Perfect. I love it. Better yet. Yellow moon on a blue field. We'll make it the Palau flag. But for the Tyranny universe. I love it. Let's just do that. My character colors. The character colors. Blue and yellow doesn't work as well here, does it? Maybe for the armor itself. I don't know, that purple's too... A bit World of Warcrafty, isn't it? Speaking of, I haven't kept up with World of Warcraft, but somebody in one of the servers that I'm in has really been following this, like, what is it? The world's first race to beat like 11 raid bosses or something? And they seem pretty excited for it. They're like stuck on crabs for the longest while. And every time they update the server on the goings on, I just can't help but think of Log Horizon just each and every time. This race and raid bosses, that's like prime Log Horizon material. Green? I don't know about green. Again, not that it matters, because my character is gonna shrink so tiny. Black armor. I'll be completely unimaginative. Black and yellow work. That's a classic combination. I might do black and yellow. But wait, we're frost wizards, aren't we? Frost wizard, so maybe something more defining of the cold that we're going to bestow upon them. Black with white trimmings? Could do black with white trimmings. Yeah, black and white. And what name? But of course, what else could it be? And then I get to put 8 more skill points. Wits and Resolve have little dots next to them. Character's ability to endure physical and mental challenges. Primary attribute. Used to derive the endurance, will, and magic defenses. Increases duration of afflictions applied by the character. Strongly recommended because of my training in frost spells and atrophy spells. Okay. Mental acuity, their ability to observe their environment and pick up on clues. Wits is used to increase spell strength as well as increase the magic defenses. What's might? Physical strength of the character. More powerful attacks, stronger abilities, increasing endurance defense. I think even as a wizard, I might not want to lose my defenses. Physical and mental precision. Mental precision too! Accuracy of attacks and spells. And spells! Increasing war armor's chance to reduce a hit type. Quickness. How often I can use my abilities and spells in combat. Reducing cooldown durations. So far I want everything. Will defense. Okay, so maybe instead of spell strength and magic defenses. Maybe I'll put 5 into wits. Will, defense, quickness, cooldown, so I might want quicker cooldowns too. And leave the rest at their default state. Points available, even more skills to put stuff into. They really recommend more points into magic staff, more into controlled atrophy, control frost, but support skills of lore, dodge, athletics, parry, subterfuge, to move unseen through the environment, to detect and manipulate hidden traps and devices, open locked chests and doors, also use in dialogue to determine your ability to deceive or trick the person you're speaking with. Do I want to deceive or trick the person I'm speaking with? Oh, hey there, parry. Defense against melee attacks and spells. And spells. Reduce damage from enemy attacks and may lead them to miss altogether. Traverse through difficult terrain, ability to execute complicated moves in combat, dialogue to intimidate or physically overpower someone. I might want intimidation. Lore is characters' ability to decipher information, put together clues from fragments of information. Skill is critical for magic users who wish to learn new runes to power their spells. Also used in dialogue to determine what you know about the history of the world or to impress others with my intelligence. And it's in gold. It is strongly recommended. We shall be Galaxy Brain. Dodge is also recommended. Defense against ranged attacks from bows, javelins, or magical spells. Maybe I want more dodge as opposed to like parry or whatnot. Since as a soft squishy wizard, I probably don't want to be too close to combat. Control atrophy, control frost. Maybe put more into it. And then 2 more points to spend. I can't be completely hopeless, can I, at athletics? We're not just a lawyer, we're like an adventurer lawyer. Let's put a couple of points in. 50 is max for lore, I just realized. Okay, we'll max out lore then. Subterfuge. Determine my ability to deceive and trick the person I'm speaking to. But it's only a couple of points. Maybe if it's 2 points, it doesn't matter too much. Maybe it takes it from like poor skill to still poor skill but very slightly better. Because the lowest I have are 20 and 20, so 28 is probably not too big of a difference. Some athletics. Just some, as a treat. And then again, frost. Effectiveness of attacks using the staff, more accurate attacks, critical strikes, accuracy of magical attacks that determine these with the magical staff skill and the magic skill used by the equipped staff. So I guess I do want then a little bit more into the magical staff as well. Alright. How to continue from the conquest stream or screen? Play through Kyros' Conquest of the Tears, or quick start. Where is the fun of that? Give us a conquest. And actually, finally, start the game proper.
Fallen to Kyros, and now the Overlord's eye is on the Tears.
Literally an hour into stream.
The last corner of the world free of Kyros' reign. 2 armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kyros a century prior.
Not a century prior. And they're still being
In the early
upstarts.
days of 428, Kyros' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tearsmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tears sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
Conquest. During the conquest, decide your character's actions during Kyros' invasion of the Tears, shaping the world through which you will adventure over the course of the game. Each choice you make affects your character, and how major factions of the Tears respond to you. Decisions matter. Choose wisely. This is so fun. This is what I mean by so much potential. And this is such a fun way to tell the story. Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kyros' empire and the Tears. Built on a natural harbor, at the crossroads between the realms, the city was a nexus of commerce. To the Tears, it was the center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kyros' military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kyros' armies. Taking the city would send a message to the rest of the Tears Kyros' will is insurmountable. So what did I do? Select a token to begin. I get 1, 2, 3 turns, I think, on these. Gates of Judgment. Armies of Kyros took battle to the Gates of Judgment, trumpeting the opening call to the conquest of the Tears. 2 armies, as favored of the Scarlet Chorus, brought their distinctive sense of order and chaos to the assault. You went to battle alongside the armies whose approach best suited my strengths. Okay, sometimes the choice is as simple as, are we getting more brownie points with the disfavored or the Scarlet Chorus? And it does change a lot more than just which likes you more. But primarily it is who likes you more. Infiltrate the Tears. Both armies sent their forces to prepare the way. History would remember the Gates of Judgment as the first battle of the conquest, but the real combat unfolded with the advanced units of both armies preparing for the coming war. Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus each planned to infiltrate the capital city. Which army did I join? Lent my skill to the elite disfavored scouts and captured a border garrison. Graven Ash insisted an early victory in the offensive would boost the morale of his troops and diminish the haughty overconfidence of the Southerners. Or go with the Scarlet Chorus, as raided villages and small towns, conscripting every able-bodied man and woman to the army. Voices of Nerat emphasized the rewards of conscription and enslavement over wanton bloodshed. Apparently, his soldiers needed a reminder. Now, much like the Glorantha games of King and Dragon Pass and Six Sages Rather Than Winds, there is a fair bit of values dissonance. Among your allies are very highly racist elite soldiers, or absolute pillage, rape, burn, genocide types. We're on their side. Gates of Judgment stand shield to shield with Kyros' ironclad elite. Advance of the mercenary army purchased by the nobles of the bastard city. Send a message to the Tears that superior breeding and disciplined training would win the day. Or rush with the chaotic mass of the Scarlet Chorus, flanked the bastard city's army, and drove them to flee. Maybe in this case, we'll do 1 each. I'm not really keen on raiding the villages, slaughtering them. Whoever isn't going to agree to enslavement or join the chorus. What about elite scout strike on an outpost, and then at the actual city, rush into melee, flank them, drive them off. This will we keep our affinity with Graven Ash and the voices of Nerat at a neutral even. Oath-bound scouts identified the modest border defense and collaborated on an organized attack that would leave the enemy uncoordinated and cut off from aid. And see, there we go. Like Sansa Salzaar, this isn't... We're not going to do a genocide. Our targets are going to be military targets. This is going to be a smooth, clean, by-the-book change of leadership. It's not going to be attack the civilians and drive out the villagers, scorch the earth. You oversaw the preparations and offered your opinion on strategy. When the clashing of swords and spear fell to silence, followed by the cheering of disfavored scouts, you were the least surprised. Oh, that's the only one I could do. Oh no, between the 2 of those. That's okay, that's fine. At least, we didn't slaughter the villagers and enslave the survivors. We didn't do the attack of the town that sent the message that good breeding is what matters. Contain the fire or inside agent. Now that I know it's either or. Fiercest opponents of the bastard city were mages, the scout of the wild wrath. Too barbaric to use their powers responsibly. The unbridled petitioners needed to be stopped. did I trick the hot-tempered mages into their own undoing? All my options are voices of Narat or Graven Ash. Lure the hot-headed mages to an ambush. Release a disfavored waited to spring the trap. Soldiers hungry for a chance to subdue the arcane branch of Tyr's resistance. Or trick the guild elders to meet the voices of Narat, the Archon of Secrets. Archon was notorious for his cruel and mysterious interrogation techniques, and the mages were never seen again, consumed into his hive mind. Or inside agent. With the border garrison captured by your disfavored allies, traveled ahead of Kyros' armies, and lurked in the shadows of the bastard city. You decided that converting with the locals to Kyros' side would help bring the city to its knees. After all, corruption starts from within. Enlist a bitter captain of the guard to sell military secrets to the disfavored. Better that Kyros' forces march to the next inevitable victory well informed. Or came to the arrangement of a well-connected smuggler when you to sneak agents of the Scarlet Chorus behind the city walls. The Scarlet Chorus were better operatives than soldiers, and this work requires a subtle touch. Maybe. If they're better at subterfuge. After accepting his deserved payment, the smuggler uncovered a long-forgotten tunnel that intersected the sewers of the bastard city. Armed with maps and subterranean layouts, your Scarlet Chorus allies fanned out to occupy the various city districts undercover. They spent the ensuing weeks murdering key officials and sabotaging defenses wherever possible. It's war, it's alright. Weakening the Tyr's capital under the very noses of its leaders. Betrayal of the bastard city. Your tactics of infiltration placed you in the bastard city ahead of the main armies. Your work softened the city defenses for the arrival of Kyros' forces. But you wanted a decisive gesture that would give your allies a meaningful advantage. How did I assist in the fall of the bastard city? Okay. There's an option that isn't just Scarlet Chorus or the disfavored. But they give abilities. Warrior's Respite? Once per encounter, 50% damage for 12 seconds, plus 15 health every 33 seconds for 12 seconds. Searing Palm. 8 to 15 fire damage versus magic. Or Concealing Shadows. Once per encounter, 100% graze deflection for 12 seconds. Minus 100 accuracy for 12 seconds. Wait, I'm losing my own accuracy in exchange for graze deflection, dodge, and parry. 12 seconds is a long time. Cloud of obscuring shadows and dust. For short duration, enemies that use physical attacks against you have a significantly increased chance to miss. But my attacks will also be less effective. Might be good if I'm the wizardy type. What are my options? Challenge the commander of the bastard city's defenses to an honorable fight to the death. The disfavored wish to spare soldier lives for the battles ahead, and civilian lives for the occupation. See, at least the disfavored get it, right? Civilians aren't for slaughtering. You need the backbone. The working class, the farmers, the laborers, to actually keep the mechanism, the machine of the country functioning. Spreading the word of Kyros, you converted the poor and disaffected into the hidden army of the Scarlet Chorus. Once the dust settled, the army wished to bolster their troops with these sleeper cells. Keeping to the shadows, you eliminated the leaders of the bastard city one by one. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe then if I use this. Once per encounter. I'm sure there's a use for it. A tactical use. For becoming unhittable. It's only 12 seconds after all. And once per encounter, so I gotta be desperate to use it anyway. Some deaths were quiet and unnoticed, while others were gruesome and beyond words. A wave of murder overtook the city's elite. Your deeds swelled into infamy. Well before the armies arrived, no one in the bastard city felt safe in their homes, much less behind their walls. By the time Kyros' forces crested the horizon, the city was fearful enough to throw open the gates and welcome their new protectors. Give me more of this, because this is all such cool world building. Alright, so where to next? I can only choose one of these locations. Bastard City settled into a new state of normalcy, with every tower displaying Kyros' banner. Your name was whispered among rumors of a decorated career to come. The army survived to 2 fronts and migrated south. Tudon sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kyros' conquest, either as judge and overseer of the settlement of Lathian's Crossing, or as a war advisor with the armies advancing into the realm of Apex. Which is which? So that's Apex, the central bit, or Lathian's Crossing? Troops of the mountain realm of Apex stood idle in the safety of their valley, biding their time as their neighbors of the Bastard's tier fell. The second year of war, a joint force, this favored and scarred chorus, crossed over the mountains to take control of the tier's central valley. For Lathian, deposits of iron made the settlement of Lathian's Crossing a strategic war asset. Kyros sent the forge-bound smith mages of exceptional skill to establish a flow of weaponry. Tunon the Adjudicator sent one of his faith binders to ensure the enforcement of Kyros' law. More war or occupation? Let's do occupation. Year 2 of Kyros' conquest. Years ago, Lathian the Bold founded a small merchant town at the intersection of the Old Walls. A pact between the settlers of the mercenary company meant caravans were able to travel without fear of bandits or bane, and the town thrived in modest insignificance. Lathian Crossing drew Kyros' attention for the iron deposits in the surrounding hills. With the region under Kyros' control, the Northern Smith mages could set up workshops to refine ore and arm the disfavored with the finest weapons of the known world. The Archive of Secrets dismantled the mercenary support with a generous bribe, taking the crossing in a bloodless victory. Tunon dispatched you to travel alongside Kyros' forces and bring order to the region. Oh, that's cool. You could, hover over the orange words to get more lore on them. Kyros, a name out of legend. Disfavored, disciplined and battle-hardened. Kyros again, Tunon, Educator, Archon of Justice. Alright, what am I gonna do? Iron must flow. Or the Cult of Siren. The Archon of Song used her arcane charm to lure locals to joining Kyros' army. As a patroness of the Scarlet Chorus, her efforts are critical to conscription of new recruits. When an enthralled disfavored soldier joined her cult, his company feared that the Archon was growing out of control and needed to be stopped. Disfavored demanded that the Archon of Song cease her recruitment practices and that they be allowed to violently subdue her cult of followers. Allow the disfavored to subdue her. You guys are allies, are you not? Do we not all serve Kyros? The loss of soldiers was a significant setback to the Scarlet Chorus' conscription efforts. Or Scarlet Chorus, in Scarlet Chorus tradition, sent the latest batch of cultists to the front lines of Apex campaign. Those who survived were welcome to remain in Kyros' military, and the performance was set as a testament to Siren's effectiveness. Now this isn't too bad. If we're going to send people to the Scarlet Chorus, at least it's willing converts, and not slaughter and commit inhumane acts against these villages, and recruit the survivors. She pulls her recruits, then we send them to the front lines. Kyros' Smith mages worked day and night to create weapons. No one could fault their dedication, yet production was low. The plans that came to light proved divisive to the disfavored in Scoticorus. On one hand, any additional manpower was needed for fighters, not for forges. On the other, the celebrated weaponry of Kyros' armies needed to be fiercely guarded. Scoticorsic refugees are the recent influx, and force them to serve in Kyros' military. Repurpose these individuals to haul wagons of iron for the Smith mages. An inconvenience to Scoticorus, or relied on force of numbers to be effective in the field. Or conscript help from a local tribe of beastmen. Their strength would be more than offset their disobedience. Strength offset their disobedience, okay. This paper protested that savages have access to secrets of iron, but their voices were few compared to the support of the Scarlet Chorus. Maybe we'll get some brownie points with the Scarlet Chorus here. And send folks out. Prop up the Scarlet Chorus with Siren's cultists. Or support the flow of iron via Scarlet Chorus recruits or beastmen. Front lines or iron? Keep the iron going. Either way, it's going to be a pro Scarlet Chorus option here. Send recruits to attack, or use beastmen. We'll use beastmen. And hopefully they don't disfavor us too badly later for this. This is, it's keeping a beneficial mutual relationship, right? Are we enslaving the beastmen, or are we keeping copacetic with an economic relationship? Conscripted help from a local tribe. What does conscripted mean? We force them into this? Alright. Just send Siren's recruits off then, if I don't know what conscription means. It does mention their disobedience after all. Strength offsets their disobedience, so it's probably not willing conscription. Scoticorus agreed to transfer Siren's latest recruits to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Your resolution fit their traditional model of conscription, so they considered it a fair alternative. In the weeks to come, more of them returned to active duty than even Siren herself expected, likely owing to their obsessive devotion to the Archon and her enchanting music. Well, see, there we go. Free recruits, without having to butcher the civilians. Red Anvil, Ancient Threats. One of Kyros' Smith mages swore allegiance to the Scarlet Chorus, jealously hoarding the secret of iron forging. The disfavored demanded the Smith's immediate return. Scarlet Chorus insisted they were within their rights to take allegiance from any source. Alright, this seems like a clear pro-disfavored then. Keep them both neutral. 2 and 2 even. The Smith mage did not willingly return to work, enlisted his favor to return him there in chains. Or since Kyros' law dictated that secrets of iron be granted only to the Smith mages, you ruled that the new recruit's mind be erased of all memory. Oh, that is terrible. I mean, I get it, Bronze Age. I'm pretty sure if you had mind-wiping spells in the Bronze Ages, personal agency probably doesn't matter too much, as opposed to maintaining the effectiveness and the secrets of the elite. Drawn to the arcane energy that bound around the forges, mystical predators of the nearby old walls began to raid Lithian's crossing at all hours. Both Kyros' armies reserved their strength for the front lines of the war, yet the city required protection. You had to delegate the responsibility somewhere. As the largest army, you task the Scarlet Chorus with the burden of security. I mean, we could. We've already bolstered the Scarlet Chorus's troops. And they got guys coming back for the front lines, so it's fair. Since the disfavored used most of the iron that came out of the Lion's Crossings, it fell to them to set up the city's vigilant protectors. But they're the elite troops. Garrison is going to be merely the Scarlet Chorus. They got more troops now, it's alright. Save the elite forces. For whoever that was out there. At your command, the Scarlet Chorus flooded the streets of Lathian Crossing. Infighting and competition among the unruly gangs made for disorganized patrols and distracted lookouts. However, when an ominous tide of Old Wall's predators assaulted the city, in previously unseen numbers, it took the full force of the Scarlet Chorus to repel the attack. In retrospect, maybe it's not too good a decision then to have the Scarlet Chorus prowl the streets, but oh well, made my choice. But then who to control the crossing? Tragedy struck when a mercenary hired by the voices in Herat injured a forge-bound artisan, leaving him unable to practice his craft. Tudon ordered the mercenary to leave the city in the hands of Kyros' more responsible servants. Only a token garrison could be left behind while the armies returned to the front. As the disfavored of the Scarlet Chorus showed increasing tension and hostility towards each other, Tudon decreed it best that only one force control the crossing. And I have to pick one or the other. To the disfavored, or to the Scarlet Chorus. In that case, if I only have to pick one or the other, I probably will pick the disfavored then. They need the iron, plus I don't want the Scarlet Chorus anywhere near major population centers. The disfavored placed a modest garrison at the settlement of Lathian's Crossing, though the force was larger than might be needed to police a small settlement. Protected the forge-bound ironsmiths became the true agenda of the defensive force, as these magical craftsmen kept the disfavored invasion suited in iron. Relieved at the departure of the Scarlet Chorus, the citizens of Lathian's Crossing felt they got the least of the two burdens. You received word from Graven Ash, thanking you for your decision. The forge-bound and their weaponry could not be entrusted to the voices in Herat. Actually had to make an actual choice. 3 options this time. Stalwart in the south, Vellum Citadel, or Azure. Big broad Azure. Dispatch the Archon of Stone to subjugate the nation of Azure. Vellum Citadel treasures knowledge and secrets. Easily defended position, rich military tradition, the most formidable realm of the tiers. With the mercenaries expelled at Lathian's Crossing under new leadership, Kyros' forces congratulated themselves on bringing order to the settlement and guaranteeing a productive flow of resources. Over the course of this diversion, the army front advanced further into the tiers. Your skills were needed in the realm of Azure, Stalwart, or the Vellum Citadel. Library, Fortress, largest archive of the written word of the tiers. The School of Ink and Quill. Breadbasket, right? This feels like a breadbasket. It's all grainy down here. So breadbasket, knowledge, or stalwart defenses. I seem to vaguely recall, because it has been like 6 years, that this might determine what edicts you can or cannot undo. I vaguely remember. But it's been well over half a decade, so not that it matters too much. You can min-max this conquest thing to get it how you need to be for yourself or for the route you're taking. But I'm just gonna do this casual-like, and just choose what options I like, whether or not it makes things easier or more difficult for me, or locks me into something. But we are Meiji. We are max lore. So let's go see the lore masters of the Vellum Citadel. Year 3 of Kyros' conquest. Things just keep shifting on this chair? The Vellum Citadel was an archive at a library of massive scale. Its inhabitants were known as the School of Ink and Quill, a circle of mages that, centuries ago, carved out their own mountainous refuge on lands unsettled by other major realms. Legend said that the Citadel housed a treasure trove of arcane knowledge. The Overlord spies infiltrated the school and confirmed as much. The time was ripe to send a detachment to the Great Library Fortress and force the scholars to yield to Kyros. Sword and shield, or scroll. Song of Ensnarement, Siren, Archon of Song, used her power to enthrall enemy mages who crept beyond the Citadel walls. After Kyros' forces rounded up the arcane practitioners, the disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge. A crime under Kyros' law with the Scarlet Chorus. So Siren rounds up the practitioners, disfavored executes them, because it'd be illegal to share their knowledge with the Scarlet Chorus. At this point, I think I gotta take notes of who I'm favoring more or less, and why is my pencil all the way on the floor? Onyx! Our cat is a cat of many hobbies. And one of its hobbies is look at things on desks that are supposed to be on desks and knock them down. Alright, so first area. We did one for the disfavored. And one for the Scarlet Chorus. Second area. We did 1-1. And then straight up gave the city to the disfavored. So technically it's 2 then, right? What are my options here? Calm the disfavored with a compromise. The sages' mouths will be bound in iron bridles, preventing them from speaking their forbidden knowledge. Or punish the disfavored for executing mages bound to the Scarlet Chorus. Ordering that several disfavored soldiers be given to the Archon of Songs as a personal bodyguard. Or should I? That's a Song of Ensnarement. Chain of Command. A detachment of Kyros' army marched to the Vellum Citadel, expecting an orderly surrender. As they neared the main gates, a blast of arcane energy struck the commanders dead. Subtly, the highest-ranking officer alive, Kyros' forces looked to you for the next step. The call weighed on your mind, as it had an immediate influence on the soldiers' losses. Order the expendable Scarlet Chorus to attack, commanding the disorderly mob forward to give the elite disfavored a chance to withdraw. Though a costly maneuver in terms of lives lost, this ensured the survival of the most capable and effective soldiers. I mean, that's true, the Scarlet Chorus, right? The Scarlet Chorus is pretty much a big unruly mob. They're not the elites. And weighing the options, did you want to save the elites for later? Order the disfavored to advance their shield wall, knowing that a handful of Kyros' elite soldiers could hold off the attacks until the Scarlet Chorus retreated. The disfavored would despise you for any losses at the Scarlet Chorus' expenses, but a small price to pay for saving lives. I don't know, that sounds... I'm definitely going to end up favoring disfavored more than Scarlet Chorus by the end of this. Can I change my option? Can we go to down here instead to Stalwart? Calm the disfavor the compromise. I mean, both of these options. I'm wanting to favor the disfavored. Disfavor to the Archon of Song as her personal bodyguards. I think what we'll do is favor the elites by having the expendables cover their retreat. It just makes strategic sense. I'm not here for politics. I'm here for Kyros' conquest. Ever itching for a fight, the howling mob still recognize your maneuver. The sacrificial move that it was. Those are the Scarlet Chorus who ran headlong into battle, made promises of reckoning upon their return. Thankfully for you, hardly any of them limped back in one piece. Those few who survived made favored whisperings or grievances, naming you as a villain to the Scarlet Chorus. Oh well. Plunder of parchment, lost the mountains. Army captured a supply caravan overflowing with arcane books. When the disfavored started a bonfire forbidding the forbidden text, the Scarlet Chorus rescued the tomes the flames had attacked. In accordance with disfavored wishes, upheld Kyros' law regarding forbidden lore, and had all the texts burned. You decreed that the disfavored are welcome to burn their half of the plunder, but the Scarlet Chorus has rightful claim to the other half, provided that I review the text first, to eliminate any that touch on forbidden knowledge. That's a fair compromise. Their loot is their loot. If they want to burn it, that's fine. And I am a Fate Binder, directly under Tunon, here as executor and interpreter of the law. So it does fall on me to review things to make sure they're not harmful knowledge, yeah? Disfavor learned of a hidden enemy enclave and sent scouts to locate it. They never returned for their mission. The remaining disfavored soldiers demanded that you send Scarlet Chorus to retrieve the scouts. But the Scarlet Chorus flatly refused to fall to the same trap. They recommend instead that the scouts be treated as wartime casualties. Order Scarlet Chorus to send scouts to locate the rescue the lost disfavored patrol, or just say no. Confine the disfavored scouts their fate. If the elite of Kyros' army cannot return on their own, there was no sense in wasting the lives of Scarlet Chorus to find them. Okay, we're saving books. The Scarlet Chorus agreed to your generous terms, and you set to poring over every manuscript before it was handed over. The work took several evenings, and you came away with a glimpse of truths better left unknown. Taking the burden upon yourself was a less risky alternative than disseminating it among Kyros' ranks, though it didn't help you sleep at night. And then the Edict of Fire. Food and morale dwindled as the siege party realized the enemy would win this war of attrition. Tunon sent word that Kyros' patience had run thin. The Overlord would cast an Edict of Fire on the enemy. The parchment arrived in a slender case of engraved iron. Written on it, the words of a spell, powerful enough to destroy the Vellum Citadel. You had a choice of when to read the edict. Reading it at sunrise would offer your enemies no warning of the devastation to come. You could also wait until sunset, giving them ample time to flee or make amends. Okay, whose is whose? The disfavored option. Opting to give the enemy no quarter, you proclaim the Edict of Fire at the first moment of dawn, granting the enemy no warning of destruction to come. Though the chorus insisted your actions doomed their spies, the disfavor applauded your decision. So, Scarlet Chorus is sunset then? Which would even out the balance? claiming they still had spies at the Citadel. The Scarlet Chorus urged you to warn the mages of the Overlord's edict. Granting their request, you met with the enemy under a blue flag of peace, and warned them of their doom, giving the Chorus spies and the enemy a chance to run. Which also, that balances it out, that makes 4 for Disfavored and 4 for Scarlet Chorus. But ultimately, our strategic goal here is to topple the library, right? If the mages escape, fine. But this way we don't sacrifice our own assets' lives. And we still take down the strategic target. Do it. You confronted the mages with a warning, and hoped the message was received. The hour before sunset, numerous figures were spotted fleeing the Citadel. As the sun dipped under the horizon, you read the words of the edict. The earth shook, and red-orange light glowed from the foundations of the sprawling Citadel. Bubbling up from under the library, a torrent of lava heaved with explosive force, gushing from the windows and between loose bricks, melting winding trenches in the surrounding lands. Days later, the flames still raged on. The conflagration continually fled and renewed by the power of the edict. And where's next? There's more, isn't there? The armies of Kyros left the devastation of the Vellum Citadel in silence. From that day forward, the Tears came to know the once noble citadel as a burning library. This was an undisputed loss of resources, knowledge, culture, and life. But a message has been sent. The Overlord will not tolerate defiance. You didn't have long to rest, or Tertulian called you into service once more. You were one of the last to depart for the mountains, and as you journeyed off, you spotted a few campfires in the mountains. They were mere specks, dwarfed by the inferno. The last gasp of survivors, or perhaps looters from Kyros' armies, bored and daring enough to pick through the ashes. So what's next? Now we take on the candle? Conquest complete! And we could replay and pick different options. But considering it's almost 2 hours of stream, maybe I'll actually continue game here. Wounds are clear when a character gains new level, or party rests. Cool.
The year is 431, and Kyros' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kyros lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The 2 armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kyros have banded together in defiance.
Straight up spear to the
Violating an
head.
oath of surrender
Youch.
from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault.
More power to them. Good.
With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance. But months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers.
Who would win? 2 super powerful superhumans with elite soldiers and endless waves of soldiers, or 1 tiny holdout in a tiny corner of the world?
The Overlord is not amused, and Kyros has one message for the Archons: crush the Oathbreakers or die. Kyros backs this threat with an edict, a magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kyros' magic seals the way behind you.
So we can't flee.
You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kyros' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
And since it took almost 2 hours to get to this point, I think I'm going to take this opportunity to grab myself a BRB before the game fully begins. And then, when I come back, we'll begin proper with the actual action-y part of the game, now that character creation and the prologue is done. So first, Alright. 2 minutes into stream. Let's hit that button and begin the meat of the game proper. And there's my escape. Late by Guinea, been expecting you. Welcome to Taratus. A paradox account reward. Wow! I received the Rot of Ruin. Path behind me is blocked. Kyros' magic sealed the valley. Ah!
I got it.
No, keep talking.
On it.
Cute. Alright, let's talk to the person supposed to talk to. Overlord be praised. Heard the avalanche, the valley was sealed with you on the other side. Oh no. It was sealed specifically to trap me in. Disfavored warrior claps her gauntlet to her breastplate. Traditional salute to the Legion. Conversations involve me, another character, and such as additional parties. What? Choices I make change how the story develops, and will build a reputation for my character over time. The alert on my reputations, good or bad, I respond accordingly. Attributes, skill, history, gender, as well as decisions I make in the conquest may all open up options for me in dialogue. You vote that I kill everyone. I mean, I could. If I take more than, 7 or 8 days? Between the time I speak this edict? I think how it works is if I speak the edict, I get 7 days until, Kyros' day to resolve this issue. But if I don't, then everybody dies. But I can't do that because I die too. But there's a trick to it, see. If you wait, 7 or 10 days or whatever, and then read the edict, Kyros' day would have passed, and you get a whole year. Each character who speaks will have display banner, indicates the faction they are allied with, and you are disfavored. I have 0 favor with the disfavored, nor wrath. 41% to tier 1, what? You're telling me. Giving them good options 4 times only gave me 40% to tier 1. See names of reporting characters, locations in gold text color. I figured that out already. Done. Commanders wouldn't say why the governor of Lathian's Crossing be coming. I'm officially governor of Lathian's Crossing. But since we have no forges here, I imagine you're here to knock some sense into the voices of Nerat. Of course you put it that way. Siding with Brave and Ashes he does. Or I mean mediate with the Archons, so we might agree on a plan to wipe out these Oathbreakers. I've gained favor. Oh, 83% to tier 1. I can get 40 more % towards it if I subscribe to her OnlyFans. I mean, she's kinda cute, but there's lots of cuties out there. How could I subscribe to OnlyFans knowing that I have limited money, but so many good options? I can't sub to anyone because everyone's deserving. I can't play favorites. On a personal note, it is good to see another Harbinger. By Kyros' will, most of our old invasion force still lives, but most of us have been scattered across the tiers, reassigned as needs change. I miss those days. There was so much battle ahead of us, so much glory still to be won. Glare silently. In a hurry to deliver a message to the Archons, come bearing an edict of Kyros. Our soldiers will complete their task or die. Or Lord 20. Can you hear that hum in the air? The glow around the rocks? The avalanche is Kyros' magic. The Overlord had sealed the valley. I gained 12 lore experience. But I'm already at 50 lore, does it matter? Your sense see more than mine, good Fatebinder. I do not pretend to know much about such things. But if that was Kyros' magic, and you're here on important business. Well, you don't have to be the Archon of Secrets to guess that you're here to proclaim an edict. What does Kyros have in store for the enemy? 10 years of festering plague? An edict to twisted bones? Come bring an edict. The edict is our soldiers will complete their tasks, or we all die. The edict is leveled against us! The little emoting she does in her portrait here. Since these models don't change at all, I'm frozen mid-walk. So it's all down to the portraits and how they're posed and emoting here. Her eyes widen with fear, her posture slackens. But the Scarred Chorus prevents us from taking action. Why would the Overlord punish both? She clears her throat with a sigh. Forgive me, it is not my place to question. We should have conquered the enemy within weeks of arriving in the valley. The delay reflects poorly on all of us. Subterfuge 20. Your first instinct is to blame the Scarlet Chorus. It's no wonder Kyros resorts to an edict to enforce order. 2 Archons of their armies cannot take a citadel before they taken before. Of course Kyros is displeased. If you all follow Kyros' will and stop the insurrection, no harm will come to any of us. Or, glare silently. But I see skill checks. I see skill check and I want to take skill check. 15 subterfuge experience. Skill increased. Welcome to Tirada's characters, lore and reactivity tooltip. One of my skills has gone up a rank. Ooh. As they use skills in game, they accumulate experience, where they get enough experience that'll increase their skill rank. As rank increases, your characters will get experience towards their next level. See to open character sheet. I can't open it right now. Yes, well, her eyes shifted aside. There has indeed been little goodwill between our armies, and you are right. When we act as we do, what choice do we give the Overlord? She takes a deep breath, nodding as she exhales. And you are right. I should not cast blame so freely, especially not when talking to a servant of justice. My apologies. We have traveled a long way. I won't keep you any further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you at... Her voice falls silent. Her attention snapping eastward. Did you hear that? More runners, 3rd time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers to the mountains to gather help from the outside valley. She points. But they're a bit too late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. They're only messengers, but I gotta fight messengers too. Okay, what have I got? Rust, Frozen Grasp, Touch of Atrophy. Okay, 2 and 3. Combat. Pausable real-time combat system. Often managed for one character at a time. Good idea to pause the game, issue orders, resume real time. Fair enough. Spacebar to pause and unpause the combat. Character can always perform the basic attacks using their equipable weapon or their fist if fighting unarmed. Special abilities. There's no mana, is there? Just all cooldowns, right? Special abilities and spells they can use in combat. Category icon at the bottom. What do you have here? Spells, talents. Abilities are grouped into talents, spells, combo abilities, artifacts abilities, reputation abilities, and stances. So much tutorializing. Left click on the ability, press a hotkey. Mouse over the target. Alright. What's that? Escape at any time to cancel targeting the ability. 5 perimeter defensive against attacks, parry, dodge, endurance, will, and magic. 4 possible results from any attack. Hit, crit, graze, and miss. Okay. Froze him. Now atrophy him. And then I guess... this cooldown takes a while. Just beat him up with my stick.
Will do.
6 categories of talents available: leadership, defense, power, agility, range, and magic. Each level you gain 1 point to purchase a talent from any of these categories. Okay, do I have talents? Within a talent tree, each tier of talents unlocks based on how many talent points have been spent on that tree. Each companion has their own talent trees with unique abilities. Cool. Oh, loot him. What has he got? A whetstone and a potion of protection, +2 armor to pierce, crush, and slash. Should be vigilant and deal with the remaining Oathbreakers in the pass. It's a suicide mission. What does a Rendering Guard hope to accomplish? Been traveling for days. How much longer to reach the Archons or carry on? What do they hope to accomplish with the suicide mission? From what we've learned from the other prisoners, the runners were instructed to escape the valley and drum up support for the Oathbreakers' cause elsewhere in the tiers. I don't know who they think will listen to their pleas. We smashed every army, fortress, and self-proclaimed ruler these low-born tiersmen have to offer. Perhaps they think the wild beasts will rally to their side. His favorite victory has soaked the tiers with fear. Doubt anyone would rally with their hopeless cause. Perhaps if you had more thoroughly destroyed these tiersmen, we wouldn't be having this current problem. I've been traveling for days. How much longer? No, the disfavored victory has soaked the tier with fears. No one's going to rally to their side. More favor with the disfavored? 85%! My thoughts exactly. They lost this war years ago. This is little more than the last gasp of a dying people. Okay. Now I gotta whine. Been traveling for days, how much longer? Almost to my destination. Once we clear the path of enemies, just head south down the foothills. Carry on. Squeeze through the gap. Oh, I don't have enough athletics to move the boulder. I can't Zophie it. Squeeze through then.
Trouble is afoot. Can't do that.
Oh, what? Or is that an ally? Oh, he's stabbing me. Attack him then.
Can't. Right.
Maybe I wasn't aimed perfectly on him. Ah, run away! Disengage!
I'm not dead yet.
Sorry, can't.
Oh no, I have taken some damage. Are we going to attack him or no?
Right.
And maybe now actually use my smoky thing. To lose all of my offensive ability in exchange for being difficult to hit. Not that it matters, they're totally ignoring me.
Will do.
Will do, not doing anything. Didn't hurt her. She's down. This is brilliant on Reddit. Someone is asking, you could do any of these 3 things. Which do you choose and why tonight? Sex, give oral, or get oral? I mean, they kind of bleed together, don't they?
On it. Take that. Right. Will do.
Huh. What's he have on him? Sun Soldier's Javelin. Melee attack 7 to 11, accuracy +2. Maybe. Oh, that's the only one with loot? Nobody else has loot on them? I got on my health pack though. Current level 1. Let me see. Weapon sets, quick items. Talent tree. Oh, that's it? That's all I got? Capping supplies, remove all wounds. Formations, party members. Stealth toggle. Left alt or right alt. But how do I open my That's my current talents, right? That's not the talent tree though. Where's the tree? Oh well. I'm sure pop-up is necessary. Spell creation. I completed neglected spell creation the first time I played. Reputation. Favored were appreciative of my honorable ways. Scouts praise my infiltrates the bastard city. Granted control to the Thines cross into disfavored. No wrath reputation though. Your reputation is not just how much they like you, but how much they like you and how much they, well, I guess for your allies, it's how much they respect you and how much they fear you. But how much favor you have and how much they hate you are two separate bars. You can totally do both. And receive different skills based on how much of either. Best answer 1010. Immediately start studying the magic enforcing this arbitrary restriction to learn to cast spells and become a sorceress queen. Like I said, of those three options, they do kind of blend together. So if something is going to strongly restrict what you can and cannot do. Oh no, I'm voting wrath points. I've killed 3 Vendrian Guard soldiers. Does fair reputation change? Fashion link to them. Quest. Journal in general. Quest. Biography. Encyclopedia of all relevant terms. They give us encyclopedia of all these terms, and they never make a second game to make use of it. Records and statistics. Tutorials. Okay, there's my tree of talents. Leadership, defense, power. And I got no points spent on anything yet. Okay. My handsome character fellow. I gained a point in subterfuge, didn't I? 29 now. Okay. Look at them go. Slowly building up. And my inventory. Lesser Staff of Boreal Frost. That's what I'm using, right? My Sanguine Scroll with the Edict? No, Blood of the Fallen. Oh. Plus 12 armor stolen. Corrosion. Party Stash. Kyros' Edict. Rot in Ruin. Quick items, weapon slots, Lesser Staff of Boreal Frost, and a Lesser Staff of Atrophy. I got 2 staffs as my weapons. So on top of my skills, I could just like poke people with these. 12 to 13 Frost, or 14 Corrode. Alright. And armor. Ceremonial Fate Binder of Tunon armor. But I got rogue leathers I can use. Let's see. It gives 0.5 recovery, but more deflection, armor, and slash crushed armor. But it looks so goofy. It's like switching over to the what are they, Gamuts or whatever? Gamblins? In Witcher 3? You got your cool Witcher armor, then the puffy vests. It is an excellent answer with her. Especially considering I've never been a fan of arbitrary restrictions. Gambesons? More DPS, more recovery, less range. Less range than my staff. Okay, keep with the staff then. Much less range. What's this? Got a thing here. Spell creation, right? Using 2 or more sigils. To begin creating a spell, select a core sigil for the type of magic, followed by the expression sigil to determine what form the spell takes. Fireball spell would select a sigil of flame as a core. Sigil a directed force to determine its shape. Certain amount of lore skills to learn and control. Must have a lore skill at least equal to the spell's total difficulty in order to cast a spell. Well, I got 50 lore. Then assign the spells to slots. Easy enough. Customize your spells by selecting different icons. I can name the spells. Some accent sigils allow you to modify the area of effect or range of spells. Cool. I got Core of Frost or Atrophy. Focused Intent. Isn't it the same focus grasp we already have? I have no accents. Yeah, Frozen Grasp. Already got that. But now that we're going more mage focus, we could make all the spells we want. Don't bother with me, go down to the pass. Trust us. He clutches his gut and winces. You can see a hint of entrails between his fingers. You're wounded. It's not trivial. He laughs through clenched teeth. This is but a scratch. I've seen twice as worse, 10 times over. He doubles over in pain, gagging and shivering. Keep hold of your guts and goodbye. If you let me help. I said I'm fine, he moans and shakes his head. Graven Ash protects. You go and help the others. Alright, if that's what he wants. Oh, you could scroll with the Wassid. Cool. Slow scroll though, can I change that? Where's my options? What would that be under? Scroll speed. How's times 3? Oh, that's much better. Let's see, got a solitary mushroom, waking death. Will revive undefeated for 120 seconds. Didn't work for him. Several skulls, bleached by the sun and pickling by carrion birds, spiked on a roughly hewn post. The only herald the Scarlet Chorus needs. Speaking of, I assume.
Try and catch me, worm.
Hey, it's Verse. A young Scotted Fury weaves around the Vendrian Guard attackers, upholding their weapons with fluid grace, nods to acknowledge me. Zero favor with the Scarlet Chorus? Whatever happened to the good options I gave you? Breathless enemy soldier passes a glance to her countryman. This one's crazy! Too much lead in her water. We should cut our losses and turn back.
Fate finder. Here at last. Care to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery?
Yeah, sure. Save some for me. We're a Kyros army, they're not Kyros army. For the Realm of Apex, charge.
Look at that, future corpse. Hope you fancy bread.
Oh no, she's injured, gotta give commands. What's she got, burning iron? 13 to 17 piercing damage and fire? Base 11 to 14. Affects foe to dodge. Blood-soaked stone. Once per encounter. Coordinate with Verse and knock your target prone. That sounds cool, do it. Oh, she's dead now. Never mind. And have her attack who? Burning Iron? Oh, that is a good range on it. Quest updated.
I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent.
Hated my good options because I'm a villain, and they don't negotiate with a villain. But we're all villains. The villains are the protagonists.
I'm versed, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian guard we killed didn't come alone.
Loyalty and fear. Join battle right if you are, not so fast. Explain what you're doing here. Why are Vendrian guard attacking now? You fight like a storm. What's your role in the army? You're dismissed. If I need you, I'll find you at the Scarlet Corps camp. What's your role?
A Scarlet Fury, one of the elite killers of our ignoble gang. You'll see more than a few of us around camp, but don't let that fool you. We're a rare breed. Most of the soldiers in the Scarlet Corps are little more than farmers and children armed with rusted forks. Makes them easier to control. The voices of Nerat called his best fighters to this siege. There must be something important about Vendrian's well, though don't ask me what. The Archon isn't in the habit of spilling secrets.
And what the heck is Vendrian Guard doing now attacking?
My guess? The Vendrian Guard are testing our strength in battle, learning
Excuse
how
me.
we perform before they organize a real offensive. That or they're really, really desperate to get beyond the mountains and couldn't wait until nightfall.
And waste more time, asking more questions. What are you doing here? Fighting, of course.
The voices of Nerat told me to intercept you at Edgering Ruins before you busied yourself solving all of the camp's problems.
They know me so
Guess I
well.
was too late. You're due for a meeting with the Archons, but we should handle the small matter of this ambush first.
Alright, let's do it. Ready if you are.
Eager. I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching.
On your fallen, not for the gem. See your point? Nice and
No
practical.
reason to pity the fallen.
Loyalty with
Before
verse.
long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes. For the voices of Nerat!
Right.
Oh, cool. I guess lose everyone in the area. What have they got? Ceremonial Fatebinder Hood? No, Scarlet Fury Helm. Lesser Healing Potion. Lesser Sigil of Reaching Grasp. An accent! Learn myself an accent! Okay, what's the Trojan spell scrolls? Discovered a scroll that contains the image of a sigil of magic. Can learn the sigil and use it to cast spells? But I got stuff, right? Where's my inventory? Where's that scroll? Is it automatically learned? Where's my accent? Where'd the scroll go for me to learn it? I don't see scroll. Oh, she's got no helmet yet in that case. Where is the helmet we just picked up? There's the quick items. We did pick up the stuff, didn't we? It said I picked it up. What am I missing? Why am I confused? We could speak with her. But where's the, legit, where's the stuff we picked up? Where's the helmet? Quest items? All equipment. Oh, there we go. It was defaulted to quest items. I don't know why. Give her a helmet. Check it out. It actually, it changes the paper doll. Oh, even in the world, see? Okay. Right click for the details. Lore 35 versus 20. Forget verse, I got 50. Contains a magical accent which slightly increases the range of the spell. I could use more range. For some reason, couldn't get my mouse to the corner. Okay, now. Expression. And now I have an accent. Increases the range of spell to 4 whole meters. Doubled the effective range of it. Oh wow. I could give it to Verse too. Everyone gets a spell. She's got 25 lore skill, so she could use it. Increase range to 4 whole meters. Alright, we're done here then. Oh no, both of us.
Will do.
Ah, that's cool. You could just select one to move. And I guess cover different spots, or everyone together. That's neat. I could zoom out too, alright. I was feeling a bit too close. Eyes forward, no looking back. Roars with his falx held high. A falx is an enduring symbol of the military life under the tiers, adopted from the agrarian sites of the Azure. This curved blade was, in ages past, the weapon of peasants forced into battle. In the last century, the nobles of Apex took a liking to the weapon, and it has since become the weapon of all serious Vendrian Guard warriors endeavor to master. Stand aside, or your funeral will be over the side of a bluff. They have 19 wrath on me because I keep killing their people. Applaud your bravery, but I implore you, end this foolishness and lay down your arms. Not a chance. If I surrender, I'm as good as dead. At least you could drag some of Kyros' chosen along our short journey to the void. Sinos is meant to charge. The sound of chanting rises from the south, drawing his attention. Scarlet Chorus reinforcements, hurry! Who this? Mocking Blaze. Has his own favor in wrath. Now that's Scarlet Chorus in general. Run down the Oathbreakers and not escape. A blood chanter emerges at the head of the rabble. Ornamental crest of her staff pulsing with crimson tones. Citing sigils of magic and wordlessly moving her mouth, the blood chanter scribes a series of spells into the air. A red glow surrounds the Vendrian Guard warriors, as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blinding them with rage. Hold position, all of you! You there, keep to the path! The warrior gestures along the canyon trail, but his soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus, roaring challenges. They've taken the bait. They've given the trolls the attention they want. His orders falling on deaf ears, the warriors reluctantly ready his weapon. Companion verses join your party. A bit late for that. While possible to adventure alone, you'll find the game more rewarding with a well-balanced party. There are now 2 characters in your party. Yeah, you're a bit late again. Could control them directly or enable their AI. Have them attack and use their abilities automatically. Right-click on the AI button, configure the settings. Verse has several stance abilities that provide with different benefits in combat. Modal abilities toggled on and off. Cool. So, what are her modal abilities? Battle stance. Seek Sheath, 10 accuracy. 3 Whispers for better dodge. Or Red Geyser for less dodge, but damage to your next attack equals 50% of the damage received from all attackers, less parry. I think she's fine. How about if we start off with Frozen Grasp? Her and I to each of our foes. Slow them down first. And with that done, Blood-Soaked Stone, Guinea Inverse. For the last remaining guy.
Let's do this.
Double the atrophy attack.
You got it.
Flawless.
Did it use atrophy on him? Apparently I didn't. It keeps not taking.
Oh, how did I miss that?
What else we got? Burning Iron. You do some Burning Iron to take him down. And I just poke him. Oh no, Verse is almost dead. Frozen Grass is back on the menu.
This is useless. Treasure ends.
Someone stitch me up.
Alright, I guess I'll use... what is this? Lesser Healing Potion on her. 25% health. Might as well, she's almost dead. Sap Vitalities. Sap even more Vitalities.
No dice.
What you mean, no dice? They good down here? Gotta take a bit for me to get used to the combat. Come quickly, have a situation on the cliffside. They have the commander. The commander? Well, they could run off. I got loot to pick up. What do we have? A bent bronze sword. Just gonna sell it. And Scardicorus leather armor. I could dress myself in the Scardicorus armor if I wanted. Nah. Two armor, more slash, more deflection, but less recovery time. He's already got bloody Scarred Fury armor. Which is actually lesser than this one. This gives him more armor, more slash and fire armor, more deflection. Yeah. How's it compared to me? Better in every way than mine. Any chests to loot? No chests to loot? Weapons and armor stacked with neat precision to transport cart. Every spear honed and oiled, ready for battle. Oh, there's more stuff to loot. Avenging Guard, heavy bronze greaves. 0.3 seconds added to recovery, even more armor. In decimals. Only in decimals? At an agate. There's a thing to interact with. A person to talk to. Ozma. Draw attention to you. Is he hiding, the coward?
You
What's
should
the
loot
dialogue?
some of these bodies before moving on. Where they're going, I don't think they'll miss their gear.
We're kind of already on that though. What if I bring Verse to talk to him? Attend to the battle at hand. Okay. So we can't call out his cowardice. Stow your weapons, or we find out how long a man screams before he hits the ravine down below. Quartered between a precipitous drop and a band of angry soldiers, the Oathbreaker warrior holds a disfavored officer at knife point. Currently, Avenging Guard's only 29% to Tier 1, they don't fully hate me yet. Skewer him. Worry not for me, Graven Ash will protect. the disfavored are all protected by Arch-Engraven Ash's mystical aegis, and many will attest that it allows disfavored to endure truly staggering punishment. However, there are no documented cases of a disfavored surviving decapitation, being sliced in half, or other wantonly fatal doses of trauma. It is highly unlikely that Ash's aegis will save justice from his neck. Shout down the cliff. Did you hurt yourself? I mean, he's got Graven Ash's aegis. There's a chance he might survive. The disfavored officer winces, blood seeping from seams of his bracers and cuirass. You heard the man. He plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp? This blade... Oh, we don't have enough athletic! With a jerk of the knife, he slices off a clump of Justice's matted hair. If you're so eager to see your ally dead, just step closer. Release a prisoner, and you might know the inside of a cell. And I'm sure that sort of daily visits to the Scarlet Chorus cats, thirsty for a bit of torture. He shakes his head, pulling the captive closer. I'd rather take my chances with death. Man, what if I lock myself out of being able to take peaceful negotiation options because I'm not athletic enough? Shouts return. I don't know, haven't landed yet. Now that's unfair, I assure you. It's more a hunger for torture than a thirst, but you are correct. We have no charity left for those who laughed at our mercy once before. The blood chanter slams her staff on the ground, cutting her fingers with a quivering hand. If you fools won't deal with him, maybe I will. Requirement not met. Whatever you're thinking, don't. Not until Commander Justice is safe. Help Justice or let him die. He's gonna die anyway, isn't he? If we attack, he's getting his throat sliced open. Help Justice. Wrath with the Scarlet Chorus, favor with the disfavored. Tyrell dashes the blade across Justice's throat. Blood gushes out of the commander's neck, drowning his final words. He points his knife towards you. Death to Kyros. Death to the Archons. For the moment, Justice's body falls to the ground. The disfavored soldiers pounce forward, quickly reducing the Oathbreaker to a bloody mess. See, that is why you gotta keep up with your physical fitness. If you want to be a good diplomat and negotiator, you need athleticism. Justice's death would be a setback. He was a fine steward of the steadfast. Aurora swallows, her lip pursed in anger. But the losses we sustained in this war. I'm the next in command. I'll aspire to be half the leader Justice was. One of the soldiers found some mage blather on the Oathbreakers. Mage blather? Aurora holds up a roll sheet of a parchment. I figured, you being trained in letters, you could perhaps... She looks out of the papers, her face blushing. Literacy is rare in the North. Very few disfavored soldiers know more than a few written words. Literacy is uncommon in the tiers, but the nobility of the younger realms have taught literacy to the firstborn noble for centuries. Now, many of these disenfranchised nobles have fallen in with the uprising, and they rely on the written messages, knowing most of Kyros' forces have been able to decipher the contents. I must commit Sudoku for my dishonor. I could reload the game and take another two hours, going through character creation. All that trading, nobody taught you to read. No time for this. Examine the parchment. Repeated the same message in different written scripts, the parchments explain the Vendrian Guard's desire to overthrow Kyros' Archons and rout their armies for the tiers. The pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly invites all who remain loyal to the younger realms to gather at Vendrian's Well. Recruitment material. They were trying to bring more traitors to the fight. There were likely other groups trying to flee the valley, but we can rest knowing we stopped this group. A shame at such a high cost. The Archons are expecting me at the disfavored camp. When I'm ready to leave, exit by the southeast gate. Keep going that way through the foothills. Alright. Now that I've lost a possible local intercolator. Sigil of Dissident Pact, more expressions. Quick-fingered bangles. Haste. +1 quickness. Honor guards, fronds, falks. Okay. I know words, I promise.
I got it.
What's this? What's this interaction? I can't climb the rope. I'm not athletic enough. I guess I should just go back to the first area then, before the boulder. My guy's an absolute wimp. Fatebinder, a pleasure to have you join us. You never really know what of Turnon's officers is battle ready until the fighting breaks out. Apparently I'm not. I just hold a stick in front of me, that's it. And thank Kyros for that. There's been too much talk of late, not enough action. The Archon of War is planning his next move. Would you have him hasten his plans for your impatience? Never, ma'am. Graven Ash protects us. Holds her salute in a tightly clenched fist. I'm just eager to see the Avenging Guard buried in their own patched defenses. Need something? Why hasn't the siege been resolved? Tell me about the disfavored. Graven Ash protects indeed. What have you survived? In my early days, I broke from my phalanx and ran an enemy, receiving a spear in my gut for my efforts. It took the better part of an afternoon for the Archon's protection to patch me up. Learned a valuable lesson, too. I was at Azure. I caught a hammer blow to the side of the head. All I remember was a ringing sound and feeling my skull shatter, from jawline to ear to top. I woke up hours later. The medic says there's a piece of helmet lodged in my brain. She draws herself up. My badge. My reminder. We owe it all to the great general. He gives us the strength to fight where others would flee, and stand when others would fall. What a pile of dung. They're right about one thing, that his favorite have taken too many blows to the head. You don't believe in Ash's protection? I want to keep talking to these soldiers. You don't believe? I believe in it all right, but I don't buy that he's doing anyone a favor. In war, death is a lesson. Survival is its own reward. If Ash protects his soldiers, the weakest of them occupy a space of the phalanx that could be put to better use. Give the soldiers a chance to improve? More than the voices of Nerad allow? Maybe right, Ash invites weakness into the ranks. No, he gives the soldiers a chance to improve. Favor with the disfavor? Off to an early start, adjudicating the problems between the camps, are we? The voices of Nerad doesn't give his soldiers anything but a purpose. He barely even feeds us. We take everything we want, including our advancements. Why hasn't the siege been resolved? It's because the Scarlet Chorus scoffs at the great general's plans, and they aren't carrying their weight. They should be using their great numbers to patrol and harass the enemy. True. If you ask me, I think they're intentionally going easy on the Oathbreakers. Even if they listen to us, are they even capable of following orders? The Scarlet Chorus doesn't even have a chain of command, just a rabble of gang bosses, cutting each other's throats for advancement. Pissing on the disfavored is like a badge of honor. If you don't mind me saying so. Tell us about disfavored. Proud elite of Kyros' military strength, selected for the finest northern stock and hammered against the anvil of war. If you want to put that in perspective, the disfavored are a sword, forged with care, then polished and sharpened to perfection. The Scarlet Chorus are more of a rusty pitchfork dredged out of a swamp, effective in large numbers, but easily outclassed. As you were then. 98% to Tier 1 favor! Wait, give me sneak mode.
I'll be your shadow.
The sneakier walk animation. Oh, they're kind of transparent too. Look at that. Are they semi-transparent? They are. They're semi-transparent in sneak mode. That's kind of cool. I can talk to these two. But not the guy in the middle, not the prisoner. The prisoners from the Tarkus clan? But he's not just any Oathbreaker. He's one of their leaders. No mercy for those who foment a rebellion. Find him post and string him up. If his wounds don't kill him first, starvation and infection will do the rest. All must he give it a chance to find absolution in service of the Scarlet Chorus. The mage points a finger to this favorite officer. And you know full well that this has always been our way. He has a chance to be slave or soldier. Only then do we feed him to our pigs. I tire of this nonsense. You keep recruiting these Oathbreakers, then you fail to inflict order and they defect, and then we have to fight them all over again. I will not let another one of these South knobs come back to haunt us. Favor with the Scarlet Chorus? Let's hear what the Fatebinder has to say. My mates of the Blood Chanter Guild tell me, you are the most supportive of our claims to the scrolls of the Vellum Citadel. Surely you understand that the Scarlet Chorus is wise enough not to squander any advantage you can take from the enemy. Only 19% favor, oh. But 98 with the disfavored? Chorus should be allowed a chance to recruit new members. Execute the Oathbreaker. One chance to surrender is enough, not give him a chance. Wrath with the disfavored and favor with the Scarlet Chorus. If that's how you wish it, the prisoner will go to the Scarlet Chorus. But mark my words, treating these cur with kindness has been and continues to be a mistake. If it will calm your nerves, I assure you this one won't be put on the battlefield. Make sure the prisoner is taken straight to the voices of Narat. A solemn nod. Until next time, Fatebinder. I know you have important business in the valley. No point in keeping you. For the glory of Kyros. Refresh the map to remove him from play. Cosmo's not hiding anymore. Fatebinder, would an honored habit of Tunon's court visit our humble holdfast? Need supplies? If so, you've come to the right place. How's the trade? This is a service posting, no profit up here to pass. Harchian Bronze's orders. But we march out of the valley, back on my own schedule. And here's to hope this year's a good one. Overlord forbids the extortion of the pathways. Good thing too, because in years past I'd lose most of my profits at tolls. Trust you've been granted proper stewardship of the goods you're peddling? Yeah, you see, Fatebinder. The merchant cranes her head to the side, scratching her neck. I think so. I've been handed these bits of scripts. But I'm not a woman of letters. Numbers are my strength, as you can well imagine. Let me see. Certainly, good Fatebinder. The cursory read indicates this merchant is granted unlimited right to trade in a logistical capacity. When not supporting active battle, she has a right to trade grain, copper, and olives anywhere in the tiers. Cool. Where'd you get these? Harchian Bronze acquired these on my behalf from Archon Tunon's agents, I believe. Any issue? There might be a slight problem. A problem? But how could that be? I paid a span's profit for the stewardship. Fatebinder humor, everything's fine. You have the right to trade as part of active war efforts. Currently, our armies are unable or unwilling to fight. See the problem. You have the right to trade green Warren olives, ridge wheat, and maggot meal for the beastmen. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be an honest lawyer. I know. Trade as part of war efforts, and currently our armies are unable or unwilling to fight. Oh, I see the problem. Her eyes narrow, and her hands slide towards a string of copper along her waist. Let's skip some steps of this dance, shall we? So I've chosen death. She holds up a hand with a string of copper rings dangling from her fingers. A donation to the court. Call it a proper fine. Call it a tribute to our protection. Just call off your game if you say yes. That'll do. Keep your coins, just give me the friend's rate. I'm pulling your chain. So that's a jerk option. But either way feels like a bribe. Maybe a donation to the court is less of a bribe than giving me the friend's rate, which does explicitly favor me more than anything. I mean, part of our role as Fate Binder is to interpret the law and execute Kyros' justice. We'll consider this a fine. We are executing a fine, and if some other Fate Binder finds that her scripts aren't being properly followed, we could prosecute later. Gain wrath with the Scarlet Chorus. The most honest extortion I've suffered all year. If you don't mind, we're through. Safe journey. Shove off. Take your trade elsewhere.
Need to talk? I suppose I can give you a moment of my time. What do you need?
Are you a spy for the voice in Narat? Regards with unreadable expression. Insufficient reputation. Does it even matter? You have to decide for yourself whether or not I'm worth trusting. It's keeping me along worth the risk that I'll spill the occasional word about what you ate for breakfast. We can always ask again. Tell me about yourself.
Yeah, if you insist. I'm a Scarlet Fury. That should raise some flags for you. It means that I'm good at killing, and more importantly, that I enjoy it. What I won't enjoy are the pleasures of funerary rites packed with weeping mourners. Someday I'll fall in battle, and then they'll roll me into a mass grave or heap me atop a shit-stained wagon. One more anonymous, knife-riddled piece of meat. Until then, I plan to take whatever I can from life and have a little fun along the way.
What is reputation? 40% to tier 1 loyalty, 0% to fear. What's the significance of your feathers? No reputation. Don't tell the story to just anyone, have to butter her up first. Before she gets to the really intimate details. How'd you get conscripted? It's not all gonna be voice act? How did I? Had the wrong idea. Chorus didn't take me as a sobbing maid. Showed her to their camp and enlisted. Someone tossed me a dented blade. I lived through the initiation, spent a few weeks butchering my neighbors, and moved on with my new kin. Didn't waste time with goodbyes. Mother had long since died, the rest of my family were louses. Girl I used to be? Even she knew she was worth more than all of them combined. If you could do it over, ended up somewhere other than the Kyros army, you ever wish that? A naive question as she'd heard. Kyros is everywhere. If you aren't in the Overlord's army, you're being trampled by it. Chorus could have labored on the family farm to my maturing years. Married some dolt, littered him a nursery of squealing piglets. Having my body torn to pieces by smaller versions of me sounds like fun. And then one day, when I decided that was enough, I'd slit my husband's throat over breakfast and run to enjoy the chorus anyway. My way saved a lot of time. You're a killer, better stick with the chorus? Could have given that life a chance? No, she has chosen death. Clearly, this is what she wants. The chorus gives her a place. Gain loyalty, how much? 81%! At least you understand. The chorus praises and rewards the things inside me I would suppress in a civilized company. Life is too short to repress every desire, right? Especially if I have to say about it. Life before the chorus? Life? What life? As far as I'm concerned, I didn't exist before the chorus. There was some girl on a farm wearing my face and talking with my voice, but she wasn't me. Sometimes she'll sneak out at night, take a scythe, and have some fun with the livestock. Our shared interest began and ended there. When the Scarlet Chorus swept through my village on this long trek from the bastard city. That was when I finally woke up. Buried my old life, took red vengeance on anyone who'd wronged me, and found freedom I can only dream of out there. And what of your parents? Mother ran a successful farm, so I worked on a number of years before I found the chorus. She was a hard-bitter woman. Acted like the world owed her something. She never talked about my father, but I figured out a thing or two about him later on. He was a merchant for the Northern Empire who took a liking to her, and she him. He stayed around only long enough to get what he wanted. But never mind him. My mother never had what you would call taste, so he couldn't have been terribly influential to me if he did stick around. Alright, enough about your past. Time with the Scarlet
The
Chorus.
Scarlet Chorus
Oh, now
is
she voice
mostly for
acts.
madmen and peasants with rusty daggers, but it's also a little niche of freedom that I never had. Once I survived training and met my Scarlet Fury sisters, I saw a different side of the Howling Mob.
Okay, so there's a whole buttload of lore of this game. Every single person you talk to risks having an entire encyclopedia about their life, so maybe I won't read everything. Tell me about your training.
For new recruits shoved to the front lines, training means surviving the first battle. Anything beyond that is for the fighters who show potential, whether as blade dancers or arcane madmen. There's nothing in the world like getting put through the paces as a Scarlet Fury. Every day is a test of your commitment and passion. Failure means death. The first few weeks were the hardest, but also the most rewarding. I earned my name, picked up some quality weapons, and met my sisters.
Earned your name verse? If you think a simple farm with the tears named your child verse, suggest you visit my old village. They mostly had names like Barrel or Fish, not the most creative bunch. Chorus takes your name away. However, before, you aren't that person anymore. Earn your name back through great deeds. Murderous ones usually. You see choirmen walking around with names like Stink Mouse or Face First. There's a good reason for it. Voices of Narat gave her the name. When the Scarlet Chorus runs howling into battle, he doesn't hear war, he hears a symphony. And when she fights with blade or bow, my music stands out louder than anyone else's, contains too many parts to be easily defined. Ergo verse. When least suspected, the Archons of Secret could be downright charming. Tell us about Scarlet
The
Furies.
elite fighters of the Scarlet Chorus. Your typical Horde recruit fights with a rusty spoon and a chip on his shoulder, but the Scarlet Furies are, well, different. We focus our madness. We coordinate, we kill, we dance. It's like art. Imagine a sculpture that twisted in weird, beautiful angles, and then gutted you too fast for you to realize what was happening.
That sounds incredible. I mean, I gotta give her credit, right? This is an army. They're warriors. They're effective. Cool.
It is.
More
As I
loyalty.
remind myself all the time.
Loyalty
The
level
most
1!
important day of my life was when the voices of Narat recognized my potential and sent me to Scarlet Fury training.
What's your real name? Come on, you don't ask someone their dead name. For the content, ask your dead name. Gain fear with verse. 62% to tier 1 fear. The question isn't worthy of either of us, but let's pretend out of pity. Already know me by my real name, it's verse. Are you looking for whatever arbitrary collection of letters and sounds my mother thought was appropriate? See, like I said, who cares about the dead name? That's old stuff. Buried that name long ago, long by my standards. Tell me about your weapon skill. Even as a kid, she was a natural. Pick up a rusty kitchen knife and skewer a rat from across the room. Scarlet Chorus gave her opportunity to further educate herself. Sister is always surprised by how quickly she took to different fighting styles. So, everything then. Back to the question about Scarlet
What do
Chorus.
you need to know?
Who are your sisters? Who they were would be more appropriate. Three Whispers, Red Geyser, Seeking Sheath. Was it a foe we couldn't take down? Fighting styles complemented perfectly? Was it about the killing work, like bards sharing a song? At least we used to, so what happened? First, tell us about them. Three Whispers. Calm as the surface of a pond, light on her feet. More than one foe tripped and fell on her blade due to her crafty footwork. Red Geyser. One woman siege breaker. Launched herself at foes like a battering ram. Not even her disfavored phalanx could have withstood that dumb, suicidal wrench. Kyros' eyes. She was something to behold. Seeking Sheath. Could pass a spear through 12 rings from the far side of the battlefield. Kyros helped any foes who approached her marching single file. Made a game of spitting as many soldiers as possible. So what happened? Scouting and venturing well during the siege, back when only suspected the guard or organized in secret. So much lore, my tongue's already slipping. Came upon a group of them, or Kyros knows, maybe they found us. Drew iron and bronze. When everything went wrong. She was supposed to take point, occupy guard with a dance of blade work. Something disorienting when my sisters picked off their marks. And Verse hesitated, lost her nerve. Instead of rushing the Oathbreakers, froze with my weapon drawn. They fall without it, but off balance. Like whatever I had was catching. Ooh. So what did happen? Something supernatural? They died. You lived. Sisters were relying on me to lead the dance, and I failed them. Understandable. Caution stayed your hand. I don't know. Actions are inexcusable for a fighter of your station. She doesn't want sympathy. That's not who she is. What exactly happened? That's inexcusable for a fighter of your station. You guys have fought worse. See? Loyalty with Verse. Doesn't want our pity. Absolutely right. If I had witnessed the same of one of my sisters, might have even killed her for endangering the rest of us. Good thing for me they didn't get the chance. Hesitation is a rot, unbecoming of a chorus member. Unheard of in a Scarlet Fury. Would cut it out and cauterize a wound if only she knew the source. So she doesn't know what happened exactly. Was it just hesitation? Any thoughts at the topic or to open old wounds? Any idea why you lost your nerve? Wish an explanation for the first time she lost a dance. The song of murder drew silent. Only rigid, organized control. It's the Northern blood. It's her long-lost father. They're too regimental up north, and it shows the worst time to manifest. Back to question about the
What do you need
chorus.
to know?
Who are the leaders? Voices of Narat is a spider at the center of the web. Army belongs to him. He only lends it to Kyros because it suits his purpose. Did she lose a nerve? Where did you have it last? I mean, maybe it's why she did. I don't know. Clearly, she picked it up again. If she's fine fighting. The rest are offshoot of the voices, like a fifth eye. Once you get down to the rank and file, the Scarlet Course organizes, or a motley bunch of gang bosses who call the shots. Tell us about the voices of Narat. A madman, but never stopped me from following his orders. Even in a legion as cutthroat as a chorus. You know better than to get on the voice's bad side. People who cross him, or people he just meets, don't tend to survive the experience. If he ever seems disorganized or lost because he's channeling one of his personalities is devoured over the years, his mannerisms shift over to someone else. Someone who's probably long since dead. Better to die than become part of the voices. The voices of Narat steals the minds and knowledge of his victims. You know this happened often during the campaign against the Tears. What he gains from his ability, beyond apparent madness, is anyone's guess. What makes the voices of Narat so powerful? He's Archon of Secrets, didn't earn the title lightly. People say he knows more than every sage of the Tears combined. He could think 1,000 steps ahead of the other Archons. Putting it lightly to say he's never alone under that disapproving helmet of his. If you make secrets your business, having people constantly whisper in your ear is a good thing. Tell us about Fifth Eye, a walking nightmare. Wouldn't begin to guess who lives under that armor and speaks with that reedy voice. When your world is built on secrets, Felix your eyes, has eyes in abundance. Whoever the Fifth Eye was before he came to the Archon service, now he's just a half-mad, jabbering speech hole. A bodily function, an eye. Narat's eyes are people. Yeah, it's a metaphor. We have lore of 50. Oh, we don't know figurative language. Maybe they used to be people. Whatever they were, their eyes now. Folks that whisper the voice of Narat. Folks like to whisper the voice of Narat, take his servants, and cut out all the extra parts they didn't need. Once I heard Fifth Eye and voices of the tent together, the voices kept screaming redundancies, redundancies. Every time. Another gout of blood would spray on the canvas walls. Can't even guess what he was cutting out. How many eyes does the Archive of Secrets have? Number keeps changing, either because it grows, or because rumors don't mean shit. 3, 7, 19. Some even say that all of us are eyes, and we don't even know it. Back to a question about the chorus. Gang bosses. Anyone who could rally enough support and kill the previous boss. Tit Cap leads the filthy lambs, Locks lead the rusty harps, Sharp used to lead the bone boys, but couldn't stay there after they broke his legs. Waterwheel, hairy hunters, hauls for shit leads the lazy Malkins, Scurvy Queen, Finger Food, Wild Gash, Ladies of Perpetual Strangulation, Lovely. Forgetting at least a dozen more. Even led a gang or two in her day. Never survived very long, no point getting attached. You? Led a gang? Don't act so surprised. Can crack a whip better than any of those days at his favorite labor camps. Was never that interested in power struggles or the grunts and scabs in the middle. Want to stand on top like an apex predator, and here she is. We have favor now 1. Favor now 1. Favor 1 now. Before he hesitated, when you brought up your fighting style, why? Insufficient reputation still! As if that's any of your business. If I want to say something, you would have heard of it. Don't assume I'm holding back. By my office's Fatebinder, you are beholden to deal with me honestly. Gain more loyalty, more lore experience. Loyalty level 2, 4% to TC. That's as starchy and little a point as ever heard, but you're not wrong. Also, I like how you had yourself there, throwing your authority around like it meant something. Mentioned before, I'm good at picking up different weapons and fighting techniques, but the truth is, I'm better than good. I could flay a man so cleanly I'd leave a single strip of skin behind. He wouldn't even need to be tied down. One of the first things I discovered about myself during the Scarlet Chorus. Voices of Narat recognized that in me as well. Which is why it singled me out for the Scarlet Fury training. Have you tried that flaying trick before? When we ran out of canvas for pitching tents, the fifth I had with me a knife, and pointed to the prison tents. Ugh. Ugh. Sisters were the masters of the fighting form, but since they died, my style has changed. Like I could kill as they did. Could pick up a bow, a lance, anything. Could tear someone to pieces with a weapon that I only watch my sisters use. Don't know what that could mean, but it's worrying me.
What do you need to know?
Okay. At loyalty 2, are you a spy? Insufficient reputation still. How is it that you picked up your fallen sister's weapon skills? There was so much dialogue in this, oh my goodness. It's been an hour of straight dialogue, I think. And this is only verse. It's only verse so far. Let me see something. Okay, that's big enough. You guys got eyes to read. On my mind for some time, that have explanation for it, few ideas. War major requirement on red. Soldier requirement on med. Scotty Fury share a link, how we coordinate our dance in the heat of battle, don't pass on messages or anything, but our emotions and intuitions, intentions, sync up without words. Go on. Without a connection more keenly than my sisters did, could pick up on nuances they missed. Sisters died, felt each of them getting yanked out of my brain, like someone pulling snails from a garden. But the slime residue was still there. Does it make any sense? Exploit the skill to the fullest potential. Take comfort, your sisters live on in you. Fear with verse. Fear level 1. Optimism's cute Fatebinder. If singularly useless, it won't bring my sisters back. Doesn't fix this thing in my head I don't understand. That's okay. Getting loyalty and fear is good. They both inspire dedication to you. But in general, you want more loyalty, although some of the fear skills are also pretty good. Exploit the skill to the fullest potential. Hey, you know what? We can go back. Just go back, take a different option, and gain both loyalty and fear out of it. Something parasitic about it. If there's an advantage to this thing she's experiencing, not above using it against her foes. Thoughts on the disfavored? Warren of self-entitled children, so wound up in delusions of honor, likely to hang themselves with their own weight's own high standard. What about Graven Ash? Seen enough of the high-minded braggart, he's all duty. Calls himself Archon of War, but stalls his forces, waiting for better strategy to present itself. He's afraid of battle. Someone more deserving take Ash's mantle from him, but the disfavored cult of personality around him, their great general. What about his connection to his troops? Graven Ash protects. It's only true because his soldiers place so much trust in him. Seen the power of suggestion to stranger things before. Could it be possible? A man who's centuries old wears glowy armor. Who would take his place? Would rather just farvers sort it out amongst themselves. He's an aging figurehead, which should be a constantly changing role. The right soldiers grow up here and kill the old man. Voice of Nerat changes, multifaceted gem, and so the Scarlet Chorus is a reflection of that beauty. You have a better idea how to handle his favorite forces? Of course. Stop baiting the troops. Pain is a lesson best learned early on. I mean, they learned the lesson. There was a one soldier got the spear in her gut. Lesson learned. The other guy still has a helmet piece in his brain. Lesson learned. They just have a chance to learn from it. Leave any misplaced ethics back in the Northern Empire, not helping Kyros' campaign. Verse. On the one hand, Geneva Conventions and Laws of War haven't been written yet. But that doesn't mean ethics have no place on the battlefield. Take away everything that makes them strong. Make them more like the Scarlet Chorus. I'm just gonna tell her what she wants to hear. Loyalty with verse. 85% to tier 3. Would that be so wrong? Chorus is accountable for itself in ways that disfavored aren't. Our weak die, the strong fight to keep their rank. Nah, that's not how it works. Humans are social animals. We survive by cooperation. Even all this talk right about, oh, the weak die, blah blah blah. The strong are depending on the weak dying to cut down most of the force before they get there. Disfavored promote their waning bloodline and discipline any soldier with the audacity to show their teeth. Never admit it, the disfavored need the course to show them the way. Do you think the disfavored have a chance to succeed in the tiers? Most of the tiersmen are pushovers. Stalwart is capable enough, though she has her doubts. Even if they succeed, it might be too late to redeem themselves. Chorus have already impacted the conquest more than disfavored have, or likely ever will. Really? Of course you'd say that. But we've been 1-1, halvesy, disfavored and Scarlet Chorus so far. Thoughts on battle strategies? They've got something with the Phalanx maneuver. Formation built on holding still, moving forward slowly, and hoping no one slips in the mud. See, but here's the thing though, that whole Phalanx thing, it only works as far as you're doing shields forward to shields forward. If you got any flank at all, anything asymmetric, it falls apart. That's why hoplites had to change so quickly and fell out of favor. But then again, this is like Bronze Age-esque, so it's still high tactics for now. Disfavored are tired of the same tactics over and over again. The enemy knows what to expect out of them. Scarlet Furies meanwhile are dancers with the music of battle, organize yourselves into works of killing art. There's still more to talk about. What about those who defy Kyros' authority? Tiersmen can either fight or submit to Kyros' peace. Only options that capture the interest. Need to understand whether unify the tiers at a shared banner, or the bottom of a masquerade makes little difference to you, me, or Kyros. Interesting view of conquest. Did you fight at any notable battles? We could ask them all. Pragmatic one. Scott, of course, caught onto the idea at the beginning of the campaign. If no one objects that we're here to carve a bloody path for gain and amusement, then that is our purpose. Besides, unification is such a vague concept that Kyros saws it as favored and the chorus interpret it as they will. The Overlord is concerned with the results. No shame in taking pleasure in your work. More loyalty and achievement already, build a reputation. Loyalty 3! Game's already started, and she's already going to be the most loyal servant of mine. Gonna make something of a great team, something great together. A line of bodies stretching as far as the old walls. Good and go pretend like it's possible to sleep. Good luck with her. Whether you can or cannot, get all the rest that you can. You've only got 24 hours, then the horrible device comes off. So best of luck to you. Any notable battles? Sometime in Azure towards the end of the war, Beastmen ripped apart her unit. Thought they might be working under Karn's orders. We never found out for sure. Karn, the Archon of Stone. Learned a thing or two about fighting the Scarlet Chorus. Care to duel? We can duel her. Combat
Do you
ability.
You already know that I memorize the moves of my Scarlet Fury sisters. If it seems like a total mystery to me, I don't know how you could have arrived at any conclusions, but I'm open to ideas.
You know what I'm thinking? See, I'm with the crowd, right? There's a crowd that believes, oh, it's 2022. Zelda game needs more voice acting. Pokemon games need more voice acting. Have they seen Breath of the Wild? The voice acting was the worst part of the game. I'll just say it up front. Oh my goodness, those voices. Have they played a Pokemon game? There's so much text. If they had the Pokemon games voiced, any single interaction would take 3 minutes longer. But a game like this, right, it's all about the lore. And there's so much lore. And they've already got voice acting. And the voice acting's pretty good, you know? They got skilled voice actors putting their talents to use, actual talent to use. So I'm thinking, right, it's 2016 or so. What if they had put more money? More of that big Paradox money because Europa Universalis is 2 years old. Big money. Crusader Kings 2, 4 years old. Big money. Paradox becoming more of a household name. If they had if it wasn't this half and half on voice and on voice, at least for the major characters, maybe more of an appeal because consumers love that stuff. Your talent reminds me of the voices of Narat.
I hope I didn't
Gain
hear you say
fear.
that, Fatebinder. Because the implication is more than either of us is prepared to handle.
She doesn't want to become another voices of Narat and consume the lives of her
The
sisters.
Voices of Narat is a monster. We both know that Taratus has never seen a creature more despicable than him. Never mind that he's kind of my boss.
And it's kind of arbitrary. How come this gets voiced, but so many other things don't? He absorbs the minds of his victims. Not comparing you to the voices, or to the talents you exhibit. Voices in Narat steals the minds and knowledge of his victims. No, she's really going to hate considering that she's eating her sister's lives. But consider the talent.
My little talent that latches onto my friends and bleeds them dry, you mean? Because I never asked for it.
I never asked for this.
I've traveled with the chorus for years. I've seen what the voices can do, and it scares me, all right? The idea that everything I am could be reduced to that.
All she
If I
does
had
is
that kind of
individualism.
power, if I could become like him, I don't know how I could live with myself. I'd rather drown myself in a camp latrine.
Give it a chance. Don't gotta be like him, just gotta be selective.
I'm sure he had the same idea when he got started.
Loyalty gained.
But you know what they say about power? It's usually wielded by assholes. My sisters died. Oh, you should have seen us. We were amazing together. I didn't mean to take away what made them special, but I did it all the same. And let me tell you, it felt terrible. If I lived a century, I might never figure out how to make that happen again. And more importantly, I don't want to.
Okay, so. We got Loyalty 3, Fear 1. Are you a spy for Narat? First, Loyalty 3. I was, and am perfectly fair, more or less transparent about it. Doesn't change anything about why I chose to travel with you. If I don't want to, I'd leave. Just doing your job, no harm, never trusted you. This only confirms my suspicions. What do the voices want to know? Never told me. Keep an eye on you. There's an implication. I'd have an opportunity to report it. As if I would have. Most likely would have sold my mind on everything I knew just to make sure I didn't leave anything out. You're just doing your job, no harm. 94% of tier 4. Okay, so... Is there anything
If you
else?
insist. What I won't enjoy are the pleasures of funerary rites packed with weeping mourners.
Starting with the chorus. Sister skills. I don't think we can get anything else, can we? Already got that loyalty check. Care to duel?
That would be an understatement, and I thought you'd never ask. Since you're obviously at a huge disadvantage, I'll let you pick our weapon of choice.
Knives, bows, play target practice. There's no option for using magics? Well, I got my magics, you can still do that, right? Play target
If you want to
practice.
risk becoming a pincushion, it's your funeral. But you're right about one thing. This will be fun.
Gain 5 bow skills. Rank 5. Take turns loosing blunted arrows. Using each other's moving targets. Versus accomplished runner. Swats a few projectiles to get close out of the air. When her turn arrives, takes all her energy, all my energy, to keep up with the relentless volley of projectiles. Observe her technique, and take a valuable lesson to heart.
You held your own. Call me impressed. Need
Alright,
anything else?
we're
or
finally
can I
free of
tell you?
conversation! Reputation ability unlocked? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it talents? Death from above? 1 per rest. Guinea and Verse launch Verse into the air, allowing her to unleash a series of well-aimed arrows into the target from above. Each of these arrows strikes true, and has armor penetration. Penetration? Cool. We also have Distant Impact. Let's see then. Companion Verse. We got Death from Above. Meanwhile, Fear 3 gets Fury's Rage. Project intense flames towards Verse, which she catches on her blade and spins into an area of breathing flames around her. Nearby foes take burn damage to the flames while they last. We're almost to level 2 though. Alright, so... Expression. Distant target impact. Single target near the caster. Rhyme spike. Area of effect. Radius. Okay. I don't think that changed anything. Radius only 1 meter. Attack skills control frost and lore. 13 to 20. This is 10 to 15, so it's better damage. Frozen affliction for 4 seconds. For 12 seconds though. Frozen grasp is better on that. And her lore is too low to use it. What if I use Atrophy as a core? I can only do focus intent. Alright. We got 1 use spell at least now. Move this around, cool. Get the twos of
Will
us,
do.
just the two of us. More folks to talk to. Oh, okay. They're just talking. Where's the gate? This the gate? That's not the gate. Weapons and
Sorry,
armor.
Cat.
Interact stuff. Kyros ordered the original icon of disfavored erased from memory. For 100 years, the disfavored. She knows about the disfavored sigil? I kept scratched out iconography, wearing it with pride. Couldn't help but notice your eyeball on this favorite symbol littered around the camp. Hardly a symbol, just a scroll. Used to be the pride of Gravian Ash's Legion before Kyros made it to face what happened. Word has it that Ash has been under more scrutiny than the other Archons, seeing as he took a stab against Kyros in the past. Before he bent the knee to Kyros, Graven Ash rallied his legion against the Overlord's authority. His prowess on the battlefield ingratiated him to the Archons, who welcomed him into their ranks in exchange for his obedience. Even though he bent the knee in the end, that doesn't place him above suspicion. Kyros and other Archons keep him on a tight leash. Ash's troops impressed with the glowing empire, but Kyros made them sacrifice everything that they were up to this point. They've been disfavored ever since, and fighting to earn back their honor. And that's why you don't cross the Overlord. Kyros holds a grudge with a mean, jealous streak. Other
What
questions?
do
We've
you
already
need?
asked everything else. We'll talk again later.
On it.
But where's my exit then? Ancient Weeping Mother statue pays homage to the Queen Lysarius, first of her name. Fresh water once flowed through the statue, but when Kyros' force attack engines went in 429, the statue began to weep blood, and has done so ever since. So, where's my exit?
Sorry, Cat.
I can go down here. How do I go down there? Where am I even going? Oh, through the gate. Okay, I see now. I see, I see. Do I have enough athletic to climb up this, though? We could totally walk through there. It just won't let us. 30 athletic to climb the wall. But no subterfuge
Sorry,
to unlock
Cat.
it. Is there a speedy uppy button? Oh, there's a path out. Reputation ability. Stealth. Cool. Siren song. We haven't met Siren yet, though. When combat starts, Siren begins singing one of her songs. Each of her songs is a series of stanzas that produce different effects. Maybe give us this tutorial when we get Siren? Consumables are consumables. Minimap is a minimap. Why am I getting all the tutorials? At least pop them up when they're necessary. Disfavored camp. 2 hours, 45 minutes to get there. And now it's a whopping 10 in the morning. Alright. Time to talk to all the people. Crescent Runner. Hail Fatebinder. Camp's up ahead. Don't mind us. Just clearing out the rabble. Sterling Hagnun? From Lathian's Crossing? I still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll. But she's going on about trading rights. What nonsense is that? I am not allowed to trade one thing for another? It's not like I'm selling weapons to angry peasants, or anything of the sort. On disfavored lands, these warriors have every right to kill you. Should be more thankful they've been listening to you speak. The Overlord regulates all trade. If you lack the proper permits, your goods are forfeit. A trade permit? Well, how was I mean, to whom would I speak for such a thing? Well, lucky for him, the lawyer's right here. Not us, and not our problem. Maybe march your butt to Bastard City and plead your case before Tudon. But we'll lighten your burden and relieve your wares first. That should make the long trek a bit more bearable. You're on disfavored land. Anything to be argued before Tudon, maybe argue before me. I've lost favor with the disfavored. We're so close to tier 1 though. What's there to discuss? We should kill this mongrel. If the Fatebinder wishes to weigh in on the matter, courtesy demands we listen. This is a disfavored matter, but I know the agents of the court do so love to throw their judgment around. I'm not a lawbreaker, so I can't gussy up. Not a hunter. Well, you could rob me now and have my supplies today. Or you could leave me alive and have fermented honey all year long. I even know a few family recipes for painkillers and healing draughts. Certainly any army would need those. Essential goods for the war effort. Leave the supplier intact. Subterfuge. Curious. I was just hearing about a supply caravan of reagents going missing. Or lore, what a coincidence. Your family recipe for wound paste smells just like the Scarlet Fury's own concoction. Where'd you steal this? Ooh, has he been stealing it? I don't know what you're getting at. Athletics. How stupid do you think I am? Think he needs roughing up. You were right. Kill the liar. No. Get some athletic skills in. Gain 113 athletic skill experience picking up a merchant. I'll tell you everything, just don't hurt me. I found most everything out of the forest, out of the valley. I keep my head low where I heard a sight of combat. Then I take a look, grab whatever wasn't claimed by the first victors. So then you stole from the disfavored dead. How else did you get your hands on that iron? You would come here and sell us our own armaments. If anything has an owner, I'll return it. But this iron would have turned to rust if led in the mud of the battlefield. The disfavored are few in numbers, is that not right? You need a man like me to gather supplies that would otherwise go to waste. Trade freely, but lie and I kill him. The disfavored will tolerate your presence, but you will pay them handsomely for such charity. Leave the cart as a gift for Graven Ash, then leave and never come back. Stole from the Archons and wish to sell it back, your life ends here. He is recovering gear from the battlefield, right? That's actually helping the supplies, because this is valuable iron. His presence will be tolerated, but he will pay directly to the disfavored. How's that? Everybody happy? We will. Clears her throat. We will. It sickens me to make an exception for this vulture. But if you'll supply this favor without profit, perhaps this indiscretion is for the best. It's not like our larder is overflowing. A work slave to Scroun's provisions would be an asset. It's the Bronze Age is okay. Gain favor with Alliance. Gain favor with Alliance Crossing. One whole favor. Thank you for interceding on my behalf. I know my life will not depend on sowing the disfavored. Due gratitude for suffering my presence. If I must grovel a bit to earn my daily grain, so be it. I suppose Nathan Crossing is just happy that one of their merchants didn't have to be killed for this. Slow down a moment. I know we're both eager to watch the Archons bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. What is it? The voices in Nerat told me you've come as a mediator. Consider this the source. Can't help but feel I'm only hearing half the stories. Let's have it out. What's so special about you? Tallying the expenses of the siege? No. Deliver an edict from Kyros. Nothing to say. Why so suspicious? What else has the Nerat told you? Only could find it in Ed Garing ruins. Truthfully, could depict you out of crowd. Only one hasn't spent the last few months bathing in the stinking Mittani River. Here to deliver an edict from Kyros. Makes a crazy kind of sense. Considering how long the siege has taxed the armies, can understand why Kyros would send you with an edict to speed things along. Have you read it? The Archons must claim Ascension Hall. Ascension Hall is the traditional throne room for the Queens of Apex. The throne stands directly beneath the mountain spire, and at the center of the citadel in the valley of Vendrian's Well. By Kyros' Day of Swords, all will perish. The 26th of every month, or span, is Kyros' day. It is a day of holiday and rest for all within the Overlord's empire. Each Kyros day is the last day of the span, and is referred to by the span's name. Kyros' Day of Swords, therefore, is the 26th day of the span of swords. One more thing for the Archons to fight over. Well, thanks for cluing me in. If Kyros sends any lightning our way, just tell me when to duck. Why so suspicious? Just a feeling I got. When the Archons are together, the air gets taut as a bowstring. Why do you think the Archons are at odds, besides petty power struggles? Been with the Scarlet Chorus since the early days of the Conquest, so I can say it's been building for a few years now. There's an energy about those two. A pair of storms moving to collide. I've heard tell that Graven Ash of the Voice in Arat shared some bad blood in the Northern Empire, but I don't know any particulars. That's absurd. If the Archons cannot put the past behind them, they're unfit to command. Well, then they're unfit to command, that's just reality. By my authority, the Archons will fall in line. That sounds exactly the right attitude to set this campaign in the right direction. I don't envy the task of getting to cooperate, which sounds about as easy as teaching a tornado to heal. Enough of this. I must meet with the Archons. Gain favor with verse. 94% to tier 4. Don't let me hold you back. I'm sure whatever you're here to do is important enough that you don't let me step in your path. The war tent is the center of the camp. One last thing, be careful with the disfavored types. They take their work seriously, and most have suffered too many blows to the head.
On it.
Thank you for talking down the disfavor from doing worse. Sad times we live in, when making a humble living is branded a crime. So saving your hide was worth? We can make a bribe of it? No. Lucky I ran across you. Farewell. In your debt. Swing by soon. Get my wares in order. Ready for business. Those are the exits to the south. I'm gonna explore everywhere. Fill out the map. There is nothing in the corner. Is there a run button? I don't think there's a run button. Step closer and present myself? Alright, give me a second. Nothing to the corner, okay. To the camp we go then. Go no farther. You approach this favored ground. State your business. Guinea, Fatebinder of Tunon. Bring word from Kyros. Word for your commander's ears. Tunon's Fatebinder. Step aside. I am expected. Wrath with the disfavored. What? Ah, so you're the fire starter. Sevius of the companies, returning for the burning library, telling some harrowing stories about Kyros' edict to fire. I think myself brave, but I'm happy to be even far away from it all. Must have been a terrifying honor to be messenger of such a righteous force. Go on in. The Archons are expecting you. You'll find them in the war tent, center of camp. I think they didn't like that I'm just throwing my authority around and not fully explaining my presence to them. As if they aren't worth it. Hey, Greaves. Stone shield boots. With no downside for deflection? 3 disengagement defense? Ooh. Should I not be running away from enemies then? Because when I was running around that other guy, I kept getting disengagement. Maybe they're getting attack of opportunity if I try to disengage. Pentabor, hail to you, guardian of the law. If you have a few excessive rings weighing you down, best unburden yourself before battle. I don't know diplomat, soldier, noble sign, lawbreaker, or soldier. I can't do any of these options. You know that if the disfavored suffer a merchant their cap, that must be a man starting with the finest provisions and armaments. Take a look. See if something interests you. How'd you come to work with the disfavored? Hard-working good suppliers. When Tunon's men came to the village, all the merchants were given different lists of what they were or weren't permitted to trade. In Kyros' wisdom, my records must have been a good one, because I was given the right to trade all manner of goods, most importantly arms. Not a lot of merchants can legally sell weapons. It was like that even before Kyros. Then let me see your wares. All quality level, bronze stuffs, Brotherhood Stout, cheese, fruit, grain. We got mead, sigil of frost core. I've already got that though. I've already got a frost core. Blood moss, camping supplies. Could I sell things though? Phalanx. I'll sell phalanx. Rotten ruin. Eradicating. Maybe I'll give it to verse. Rogue's leather. Opportunist. Armor. Deflection. 0.5 second recovery. How about stash? We got a potion protection. Whetstone, keep it. Sun Soldier's Javelin. Melee and ranged. Sell it. Bent Bronze Sword. Soldier Merchant of Spare Parts. Bloody Scarlet Fury Armor. What on versus stuff? Vendrine Guard, Heavy Bronze Greaves. Honor Guards, Bronze Falks. Compared to my lesser stuff of Boreal Frost, higher DPS, more accuracy, but such short range. Sell it. Stone Shield Boots, might as well wear myself. Make myself. Bronze and copper. $19 bronze, 56 coppers, I'm rich! While I'm here though, might as well put on those boots. Give me some nicer boots. And the bangles, the jingle jangle bangles. Jingle jangle bangles! And a BRB, because I am kind of dancing in place. So I'm gonna be right back after a bathroom break. Bathroom break. And sort. Some more tea for the day. So either way. Either way, I'll be right back. Alright, kettle's almost done. Kettle's almost done, then I'll come back. Oh, too much. Or that OST, turn the OST off. Game back up. Okay, what's this? Magic defenses. Okay. Armor is 0. I need better than tune-on ceremonial robes. Okay, let's go about, find more cool people to talk to. Who's this? Barrack! Can't make out the Ironclad soldier's expression of his twisted helmet. He merely stares at you. More loot. Imbued Rod of Strength. It's got the same range. Better DPS slightly, quicker recovery. Attack skills that control vigor and magical staff. Aww. It does damage. Mine does frost damage, 12 to 13. This is crush. I'll just take all. It's mine now. On the authority of Tunon and Kyros. Fresh straw in the core of this prison cell. It absorbs much of the stench. Isotanus. Curses the air. Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft, but our supplies are spent. Why not forge bronze? Bronze will do at a pinch, don't get me wrong. It can take a beat to get bent into shape, unlike the stubborn iron we have here. And we always have plenty of tin and copper lying around, so supplies aren't the problem. It's a rare smith that can churn out military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, it comes out soft. Look around the camp. We're garbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. Couldn't do that with bronze. They called the disfavor the Iron Legion for a reason. Strategy and skill may be our backbone, but our claws are made of iron. The good stuff that comes to the Smiths and Lithian's Crossing. You mentioned an iron shortage? I'm afraid so. The last shipment sent down the Matani went missing near Echo Call Crossing. I'm afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley is sealed. Forgebound is Tunon's responsibility. Why is this the first I'm hearing of it? Keep your voice down. Raven Ash doesn't want to cause a panic or pass any information to the Vendrian Guard. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting in a riverbed. Worst case, it ends up in enemy hands. If I find myself in Echo Call, suppose to keep an eye out. I appreciate that, as does a great general. More than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful to your help. It would be a boon to the war effort if our iron was recovered. Even if I'm here to help. I'm here to help, even if it means cleaning up the Archon's mess. No, trust me to handle it. Even with the favored, officially favor level 1. I knew that Tunon wouldn't have dispatched you without good reason. The court isn't exactly known for gambling when the stakes are high. You see that? This is how we tell our iron shipments from the rest. Small set of notches on the wood. Inconspicuous, so people don't go snooping around. You want to keep an eye out for these. Good hunting. Guild Apprentice, are you familiar with the forge-bound art? Gain more favor? 31% to tier 2. Not in the least. Forge-bound are artists who work with metal rather than paint. They conjure flames that burn hot enough to melt the metal from the rocks. Me, I swing a hammer, and hope to Ash's protection extends to my thumbs whenever I miss. He's got so many things. An Earthshaker staff. Crush. Magic staff and control stone. Ooh, control stone's a new one. I don't have anything for control stone. Crescent Runner. Word Shovels Fast Fate Binder.
Can't do.
So they all know my reputation already. How about the Gallows? Not Gallows? Not Gallows. Bitter Quip. Maybe it's the Flames, but that guy looks like Scarlet Chorus. He is. Stay vigilant, Fate Binder. So it's 18, day 18, Span of Swords. So we have 8 days then to solve this issue. Glory to the voices of Narat. Fatebinder Guinea, presume. I am Bitterquip, here as the emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. What's it like working with the disfavored? Reporting to Ironhag as an insult. She fought one duel for her title. One, her leadership must be continuously proven, earned, defended. Weakness should be bled out from the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here is also an insult, but one I will bear for the good of the chorus. If only to see with my own eyes a failure that is favored, that will be a fine day. What could you tell me about the chorus? The chorus is the future of the tiers. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. What in particular do you want to know? Tell us what the voice is, supreme commander, public servant, he who sets us free but directs all, the epitome of what each of us can be, magician without equal, leader of uncountable numbers. The voices in chorus are one, conquering, expanding, growing, and changing, always stronger. How'd you come to join the chorus? The doctrine of strength speaks to me, and I answered its call, as did some of my arcane peers. I took to the chorus almost immediately. Unlike most, I cried not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic invokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days of the chorus. If you're so curious about it all, perhaps you should come to our camp and see for yourself. What's your role of the chorus? Blood chanter, magic can turn the will of man in tide of battle. I've held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I envisioned for my service that I've serviced thus far. You really like the voices in Narat? He blinks several times, scowling and says nothing. Alright, that's it. Oh, is this a tent? Archons await inside Fate Binder. That's so cute, they saluted. They stood at attention. Lucia, and this is Marcus. And I must be the Fate Binder. We've been assigned to babies. Assigned to your hospitality, while you remain on disfavored ground. If you need a place to rest, we can make the necessary preparations. Cool, free resting. Soldier, pit fighter, and hunter have options I don't have. Marcus, tell me about yourself. Not too much to tell you. Traded Fort Resolution, my first campaign. Proud to be with the Legion. Wounded at the gates of judgment, but Graven Ash's protection meant me good. Owe my life to him. Are you bragging that you let your guard out and took a spear to the gut? You really shouldn't boast about the filthy tearsmen besting you in battle. You're just bitter that Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, I will take that spear again if it brought honor to the disfavored. Kyros knows we could use it. We are the elite fighters of the Northern Army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. Lucia, tell me about yourself. I do this. Lifts up her heavy shield. And I do this. Stabs the air with her spear. Playing host is not my strong suit. Ignore my sarcasm. I've seen the Legion through my share of the campaign. After so much bloodshed, our presence of honor can wear me down. Pretenses of honor. The North is my home, and I consider each and every one of the ironclad bastards of this camp to be family. You won't find another army where each member of the phalanx is as beloved and cherished as the next. You're handy with the weapon, Lucia. Just favorite one? Aye. And if you ever want some pointers how to use that weapon of yours, just let me know. She winks. Lucia, are you flirting with Tunon's Fatefinder? That went totally over my head. She said if I need some help with a weapon of my own. And I thought, immediately, that I could get some extra spear skill points in. I don't use spears, but, could always use more skill points for collecting, number go up. Relax, Marcus. There's plenty of camp slaves if I ever need to scratch an itch. Although, through the visors of her helm, you notice Lucia's eyes roving up and down your body. If you ever need someone to warm your bedroll, let me know. I sleep in my armor. I hope you don't mind. I could see we can do some training with Lucia and Marcus. But is that training or training? Marcus, how have your skills fared in battle against the Oathbreakers? Every battle's a reminder of our Legion's superiority. The Oathbreakers have plenty of heart, but nothing to beat our northern values and Graven Ash's love. If you ever want to enjoy that feeling, I can spare you the time of day to cross iron. What's it like serving disfavored? In spite of our name, the Legion commands more honor than any military on the face of Tyratus. Unlike the Chorus, there is a tradition, discipline, teamwork, and unity of purpose. There aren't many of us, but it's better that way. We're a tightly knit family bound together by trust and glory. More like rust and gory, am I right? Accurate enough. After seeing the disunity and bickering of the younger realm defenders, I feel lucky to be the most agreeable Legion to Kyros' host. Even if we're not always the most efficient. If the Legion has so much honor, why disfavored? Insufficient reputation. Isn't for me to say. We found out from Rus already. But that involves the Druid General, which is already feeling a clue idiot. Drat, the Iron Marshal on an earshot, is just right over here. Okay, Marcus, let's do some training. Oh, I gotta spend money to train? Aww. How about Lucia then? Dodge, one-handed, and athletics. Give me more athletics. They cost 14 copper each. I'll take it. It's such slow going though. Well, I get new levels at least. I could level up after a while. Rank. Well, this could take forever, just 1 point to 45. 0 of 90. Or maybe it's raising each level of athletics. And she could raise as high as 45 then, because it's experience 0. I thought this was experience I was doing.
You learn something every day.
Athletics +1, +1, +1. Level up bonus. Oh no, I've only got 30 seconds of it! Attribute points, level up. With each level, you can increase one of your character's attributes: might, finesse, quickness, wits, vitality, or resolve. Increase an attribute costs 1 point until attribute score reaches 19. To raise it from 19 to 20 requires 2 attribute points. Okay. So what could I raise? We got quickness, which is currently +1 due to my bangles. Might. So might is bows, two-handed, athletics, subterfuge even. No, not subterfuge, athletics. One-handed. So bows, two-handed, athletics, one-handed. Which apparently my Boreal Frost and my Endurance Defense both take use of. Quickness is for dual wield, unarmed, subterfuge, and dodge. Wits, dodge and subterfuge, magic staff, lore, parry, control apathy, control frost. So it seems like I do want more wits. Magic staff, yes. Dodge, yes. Lore, parry, and subterfuge. How many points do I have? 1 point available. Finesse. Bows, dual wield, unarmed combat, magic staff. One-handed weapons, parry, and athletics. Vitality. I guess that's health primarily. Health and will defense. Resolve is two-handed. Lore, control atrophy, control frost. So I guess the most I want for now is wits then. Subterfuge I want more of, dodge I want more of, magic staff, lore, parry, and both my magic skills. The more cooldown is also cool. Accuracy, armor deflection, bonus health, will defense, affliction duration, endurance, will and magic defense. Going wits. And I have a talent point to spend. Alright. So, let's see what we got. Start with magic. Boon to lore skill. Lore skill's already huge. 10 lore. I got so much lore. Add spell, breach, affliction to thrust attacks. Bonus to magic skills for a short time after using thrust. Charge strike. Release a powerful burst of energy that explodes at a small area around your target. 1 talent point in magic tree, code of magic. All enemies in front of me. Energy shield. Additional armor. Additional spell slots. When attacking from stealth, weaken your target for a short duration. Oh, there's stealth attacks too. Basic attack attacks multiple times. Stay in mastery. Channel strength. Seems pretty cool. Frost to weapon damage attacks. I'm already frost. Fire element, chaos blast, imbue shock. What's range do? Poison darts, escape. Rooting effect of the thrust ability. Do I have thrust though? Hobble. Hobbles your target's feet with a ranged attack. Bonus to accuracy if 5 meters away. Does it work with my ranged staff though? Arrows back at attacker, thrown mastery, pointless for me, penetrating shot. Faces heart shot. What weapons are valid? Bows and thrown weapons. Yeah, see, it's bows and thrown weapons. I don't have those. So range I don't think I need. Agility, faster in combat, feint to my thrust ability. Fury of blows, valid weapons. Dual wield, thrown, one-handed, two-handed, unarmed combat. Nothing I got. Slice, valid weapons. Nothing I got. Arrow shield, valid weapons all. Parry instead of dodge for range attacks. But isn't dodge gonna be my better though? A bonus accuracy and damage that attacks me from stealth. Power. Palm strike, that's unarmed. Focus strike. Armor penetration to the thrust ability. Increase its accuracy. I got thrust, right? Thrust is like this one, isn't it? Yeah, I got thrust. Cleave. Attack skills, magic staff 40. But magic staff isn't a valid weapon, what the heck? Wait, what does staff count as, anyway? Is staff staff, or is staff its own kind of thing? Two-handed, okay. So it is a two-headed weapon, so maybe I can use two-headed skills? What do I want to devote myself to? Two-headed mastery. Allows to strike multiple times. Defenses, shield slam. I haven't got a shield though. Requires shield. Causes thrust to interrupt the target, delaying their next attack. That I do like the sound of. Leadership, abundant arms, requires level 3. Party gains use of an additional weapon set, can switch weapons from combat with lower recovery penalty. Mark the enemy. Marking effect of the thrust ability. Gains bonus accuracy until enemy dies. Bandolier. Party gains 2 additional quick item slots, refuse pain. Removes harmful effects from you and each ally every few seconds. Kinda cool. Defensive bonus to nearby party members when the thrust ability is used. Will of Command to inspire nearby allies. Boost damage for a short time. Sees initiative. Maybe just magic for now. Anything really cool down the line of leadership. Attack target from stealth. Increase damage dealt by you and your party members for a short time. Whetted arms. 2 additional weapon sets. Boost morale. Party members that fight near you gain a bonus to each of their attributes. Arbiter knowledge. Additional cell slots for everybody. Second win. When you fall low on health, you let a battle cry and heals you and your party members for a portion of the maximum health. Switch position with target ally. Point to fallen ally. Come out and rejoin the fight. Killing rush. Everyone in party gains a portion of maximum health when any party member kills an enemy. Portion of max health when any enemy is killed. That's kind of cool. Exhorts a companion to improve on the battlefield, granting modus finesse, quickness, and resolve. Victory and defeat. Health becomes critical. Nearby allies have their damages and quickness increased. Inspire companion, granting bonus might, wits, vitality. Undying. Plant my banner on the battlefield. You and party members to the banner regenerate health or receive bonus of damage. Think I'll take. Charge up magic staff, release powerful burst of energy, explodes in a small area around the target. Could? That's AoE, right? 12 to 13 frost, 1 times primary weapon versus magic. Range 8 meters, 2.5 m radius. Arcane charge. Breach, affliction to thrust. 15 to all magic skills for 20 seconds. Breach, affliction for 20 seconds. What's breach, affliction? Afflictions. But what's breach, affliction? I don't know what that means. Or additional bonus to lore skill. Lore, I think, is fine. I'll take the charge. Okay, now let's go see these guys.
Have a look here.
Where's all? Let's go see hidden objects. What? Discover a hidden object. Oh, that's it? Yeah, I know. So I move everything around. Hold on, before I do. I already went inside. When I clicked, it was too late. Scouting mode is a bonus to detect hidden containers. Yesterday you chided me for wishing to wait, and I suggest even longer delay. Battle report from Echo Hall. Blames a failure of the assault on the village of the Scouted Chorus. The scouts failed to report critical intelligence about the what? Enemy composition. What else could I do? I can unlock this. Will they mind? I feel like I should start saving the game if I want to do dangerous stuff. There's already autosaves. Cool. Nobody mind this? Oh, we just go talk to them.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
Archon of War pounds his staff on the ground to punctuate his words. A large and imposing man to begin with, his profile is made larger by his hulking suit of armor that hums with mythical energy.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery. But I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
Archon of Secrets passes a scepter in his hands as he speaks, controlling the rod in hypnotic circles. Oh, that's cool. If you hover over it, you can hear the voices in your head. Well, hello there, Fatebinder. We'll be with you in just a moment. Emerald luminescence seeps to the seams of your Archon's ragged red robes. The glow is most noticeable where his neck ought to be. His mask seems to float and spin, never pivoting or bending naturally.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
Remain silent. Clear my throat. I am here to proclaim Kyros' edict. The valley was sealed in preparation for this moment. Favor and favor with both by just rocking my authority. Favor 1 with Graven Ash and almost halfway to 2. Favor 1 just favored. 83% to tier 2. Not a diplomat. Governor Guinea. Long have you been honored by your iron. Now we are honored by your presence. I must apologize for my lords. Tempers run high of late. Blair silently. Bow to the Archons. Apologies for the sudden entrance. I've traveled long to be here.
Ah, the fire
Favor,
starter
favor,
has
lost favor with
arrived.
voices, gained favor with Graven.
Welcome. Our agents tell us such lovely stories of what you did at the Vellum Citadel. Have you come bearing another fragment of Kyros' wrath in tow?
Only 78% to tier 1 for Voice in Arat. Graven Ash. 65% to tier 2.
We were worried you'd never make it. So glad that
Favor one.
Drostos' demise didn't cause further delay.
How did you know about Justice? I only just came from Edgering Ruin. Covering the Edict Kyros, done bickering. How did you know about Justice? He chuckles softly, saying
The
nothing.
voices of Narad has all manner of eyes and ears. It's safer than not to assume he's listening.
I come bearing an Edict of Kyros.
For the second time, Brother Tunon selects you for the glory of proclamation. You should be honored. Tell us, what has the Overlord decided to unleash upon the Oathbreakers?
Overlord's servants must hold Ascension Hall by Kyros' Day of Swords, or all in the valley will perish. It seems you need some encouragement to work together. Kyros' edict will end the lives of everyone in this valley, unless Ascension Hall is claimed by Kyros' Day of Swords. Or just full-on jerk mode. In honor of your incompetence and disarray, the edict will execute every living thing in this valley unless Ascension Hall is taken by Kyros' Day of Swords. Diplomatic answer. Bitter answer. Or really, really jerk answer. Now, since we are playing a combat lawyer, unless Ascension Hall is claimed by Kyros' Day of Swords, does that mean the Day of Swords itself must claim Ascension Hall, or can it? Can we devote Ascension Hall to the Kyros Day of Swords and call it even? The Overlord's loyal servants must hold Ascension Hall, or all of the valley will perish. The earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandment. Its every syllable drafted by the hand of Kyros. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens, and the muscles in your legs, worn from a long trip down the mountains, feel renewed, the tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum.
Yeah, I said as
We
such.
must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. we'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to backup Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
So you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? The baker's dozen lost in one sortie.
As if he's not
If you
involved in
waited
that.
for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
He definitely is given a classic The Joker performance. And I guess The Joker was popular in 2016. You hear the voice in your head. Watch him squirm. So many tears over replaceable, expendable, useless soldiers. I miss the old Archon of War. You never see blood echo in a blubbering mess over a few dead killers. He'd use the knuckle bones of his best disciples for jewelry, and even made a breastplate out of his dead brother's rib cage, because that's how a real man deals with grief. Bicker all you wish, is wasting valuable time. Are you too daft? It's your indecision and bickering that's necessitated this edict. Work together, we're all doomed. Subterfuge, they call you the Archon of Secrets, but you certainly don't seem to know anything remotely useful. If we have favor with them, we could lose it so easily. Learn to work together, or we are all doomed. Nah, I'm gonna rub this in the Archon's face. He's being nice to me, whisper in my ear. But we are not friends.
I second the fate by
Favor, gain fear with verse.
the memories of
Favor
one
with
of those
Raven, gain the wrath of the voice in
Oathbreakers
Iraq.
about that bronze gourd of yours. Would Kyros' mighty spy master please enlighten this gathering of allies with some scrap of strategic insight?
I think Verse is fearing me because she hasn't realized that the person she's paired with right now doesn't care at all if that's the Archon of Secrets, if that's the voices of Narat. How much does he hate me now? Still favor 1, we only lost like 4% favor. We gained some wrath. Archon of Secret turns his head to the side until the face of his mask is turned around. A new face of the mask presents itself as facing forward. When the next Archon speaks, the trembling voice of a younger man can be heard.
Our river was to be the bulwark, but with the tidecasters slain, what hope remains? It's so cold in here. Help me, please.
Our river suggests this voice is the voice of the late Mittani Genev, ranking member of the Verendrian Guard. The wealthy House Mittani owned much of the realm of Apex before the coming of Kyros, and the major of the valley bears Mittani name.
Our sources tell us the Oathbreakers had some sort of magical trick in store. But this knowledge is tinged with fear, trepidation. If we make a move for the Mittani, we suspect the Oathbreakers will mount a counterattack that is equal parts valiant and futile.
What was that voice?
That was Mittani Yanev.
Hey, just as we knew.
Former noble of Apex and one of the leaders of the Vendrian Guard. Back when they were half respectable enemies that knew how to lose with dignity. When the Guard first surrendered, Yanev presented himself to us. What he knew, we now know.
That's enough talking, there's work to be done. Our lives hang at the balance because you two bicker like children. Now go, solve this problem you started. No more sitting idle. I expected his favor to be on the march at once. Voice of Narad, I trust you are done acting the clown, and will have your horde ready to march with all haste. Then enough talking. There is work to be done. My lord, Barak and his band have been drilled into the Echo Hall assault plan. Drilled on the Echo Hall assault plan. Crescent Runner should be briefing him as we speak regarding the latest enemy movements along the river. Dispatch him at once. Fifth Eye. It's a Fifth Eye! And I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If the disfavor could take the river, the chorus has manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Verse, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunan's chosen as our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. He'll get through the campaign in one piece, as long as he doesn't do anything too stupid.
Archon twirls the scepter one last time. Suit yourself, Fatebinder, the more you ignore us. Aww.
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kyros' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narat is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us.
Even now, with an edict, if you got 8 days, 7 days to get this done or we all die?
You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time, to help us wrap up this last objective. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
Short a few scouts, short a few soldiers, short a few everything. Sure, my brother be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider. And what of the Scarlet Chorus? How will they be helping?
I ask myself that question often. While we take the river crossing, the Scarlet Chorus should be using their sizable presence to remove the Oathbreaker patrols lurking in the Outer Valley.
Honor to help or glare silently? Well, we have to help, right? Let's help out. Be at the training grounds, readying the soldiers. Fine when I'm ready. Though I'm loath to mention it, the Chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the Outer Valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere with the rat's nest they call a camp, due east. Seek him out if you must. Okay? I'll help everyone, because I doubt these guys are gonna get the job done alone. Edict of Execution, +1 resolve for everyone!
Poke me again, and you lose a limb.
How did I do that? Do what? Back at the Archon's war tent, I cast an edict as casuals reading some supply shipment. How'd you do it? I've done it before. It was nothing really. I've done it before. I cast an edict of fire on Venom Citadel. Heard about it. How Kyros' anger raised a volcano from under the sage's own fortress. Conquest? That was me, alright. Call me impressed. Considering that you've read the word of Kyros more than once, I'm surprised you're even alive to tell of it. Your vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. Just worth recognizing that what you've done. Not only are you Tunon's Fatebinder, you're the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives plenty of reason to stick around. You're going places. Want to see where they lead. If you say so, got
What
some
do you
more
need?
questions? Ask about
What
travels?
did you have in mind?
What'd you think of present circumstances? Just blah.
Go ahead, Fatebinder.
Okay, nothing else to talk about then.
You got it.
Nothing else new?
Yes. Sorry, can't.
Okay, let me see then. Let me see then. If Graven Ash is going to mind. If I steal from his chest. Turquoise and an Iron Walker helm. Less recovery, less deflection, but more armor. More pierce and frost armor. I can sell it probably. Oh, no more voice acting. First up, click an edict. Give the enemy a suspicious amount of time to ready themselves. Chalk it up to the excessive mercy for backwards people. When the edict is against your kin, that order you follow to the letter. Aww. Speak for a moment. Tired of all this endless prattle, Archon of War, and Overlord decreed battle. If I wish to speak, speak to the soldiers. Nothing like tea and coconut. What do we have? Whetstone and topaz. Meager portion of the game. Alright, anything else around? You got more things to say? Back again, nothing else. She's new? Earthshaker's who she is. Sevius, anything new? Like Kyros' iron anus. It's the fire starter. And those swine thinks at the chorus told me you're a pile of ash. Graven Ash protects. Sevius, good to see you, but now is not the time. I hope this ends in a hug. The massive soldier advances, arms spread to grapple you in an embrace. I hope this ends in a hug, then. Latching his arms around your body, Sevius lifts you into the air with his embrace. The North never forgets a friend in need. Aww. Our little camp is overrun with the southern lepers that the Voices adopts along the way. Probably half of them were the fuckers we didn't kill the first time through this valley. Troubling thoughts. Graven Ash doesn't tell me everything, but I know you're here on official court business. Iron Marshals were the logistics in this one. I'm just playing slave driver, and making sure the patrol stays on schedule. What does you need? Overheard you asking the Earthshaker where the reinforcements have gone. Is there a problem? Afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earthshakers, is supposed to arrive with a group of his most competent spell slingers to help break the stalemate. Don't know what's holding up their arrival, that worries me. If I'm inclined to lend a hand, could use some arcane support on our side. Have you checked the caches of confiscated lore? We got 2.5 favor now. If only our work was that easy. At the Archon of War's behest, we make a bonfire of any illicit tomes or scrolls you might confiscate. At least those that don't slip through our fingers from time to time. The likelihood of finding our missing mages nestled among stacks of parchment is slim. Alright, lend a hand. Northern Clearing now unlocked. Tunon's agent wouldn't fail us at a time of need. Mark the site of the last known site of the Earthshaker reinforcements on the map. Good hunting, okay. Why do you think the siege was delayed so long? We got favor, we can gossip. Should have been over real quick and simple. First cohort arrived in the valley, went right for the kill, but before we knew that the Vendrian Guard had sages and the Water Witch on their side, and the bigger problems of Scarlet Chorus, they eagerly conscript the Vendrian Guard. But has no proof. Seems they do very little to keep watchful eye on these drafted Tearsmen. They're often sent on patrol, and we suspect these an opportunity to escape back to the Vendrian Guard. Every chorus contribute's choice, life under Kyros, or death under the army's boots. By all means, feel free to cut down those who choose the latter. Know what I'm saying carries an implication of treachery. Not making a formal accusation before Tunon's agent. Voice of the gut opinion. Why aren't the two armies working together? Come on, Binder. He shortens fate Binder to Binder. Seems like asking why beasts stink. Disfavored or only too eager to deliver Kyros' piece of the tears. Will the Scarlet Chorus bring bloody mayhem in their wake? What if we find the same war? Seeing Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won? Tell us about yourself. Not much to tell. Grandfather was Sevius the Elder. His father was Sevius the First of his name, Legional Master of Ash's first Iron Guard. Back when they were the Bronze Guard. Born to the Legion with any hope, he'll die in the Legion. He was in the Bronze Guard, so your family must have been with Ash before he was with Kyros. Favored with disfavored. Aye, you know your history. The blood goes back far, not the memories. As I only ever knew my father, my grandfather was just a legend, one of Ash's best warriors, back before the disfavor was reforged in iron. Proud of his heritage, but I try not to brag. The folks who love the Legion same as him, but lack the pedigree. Proud of her pedigree. Favor with the disfavored. Try to think of it too fondly, if anything. Every time I screw something up, wish I would have dragged my family name through the mud. Other questions? No other questions? It seems I had other options I could have responded with. For the pedigree thing, Rana? But oh well. Pentabor. Nothing new. Nothing new with Pentabor. Barak, you were mentioned before. Iron Marshal, Irenaeus. Don't just coddle the impact. Push back with your shield. Take the momentum. Set eyes on the opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost. Pale Golden Surcoat. Iron Marshal Arianos. First among equals of the Iron Guard, Gravenash's inner circle of trusted followers. Mentioned you're short on warriors at the time of help. I need help. What's the situation? Have brigades amassing along the Placid, Echo Call, and Little Tooth crossings. The Vendrian Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but cannot hold against a concerted three-pronged attack. Have no right to give me orders, but will all die to Kyros' edict should we fail. The second major attack on the river, correct? What happened last time? Defeat in detail. We carved a bloody path up to the river, but at that point, everyone who charged forward ahead was lost, had no chorus backup. Just a few disfavored squads. So it really does seem that the starting chorus and all their numbers simply aren't backing up the disfavored. Are you sure our scouts didn't give you any sort of detail about the enemy and you just choose to regard our warning? Sure the disfavored would have heeded any such advice? Pass out blame after the war. Only the Oathbreakers matter now. Your lack of caution is to blame, not the Scarlet Chorus. I've already got plenty of disfavored favor. But verse is almost loyalty 4. Didn't get anything with the verse? Oh. Pointless. Legion's my family, don't play loosey with their lives. Only blame is the Oathbreakers. What's the value of taking the crossing? Can just march from here to the Citadel with a Vendrian Guard manning the riverbanks. If we could take the river, we have a clear march to the Citadel, and Ascension Hall be ours in no time. The disfavored need my help? Try to pour salt to my pride? Yes. Left fort resolute with 100 on 100. No reinforcements or reserves. If the disfavored to take every opportunity to consult the Scarlet Chorus. Find our help more forthcoming. Has a point. The disfavored constantly mock the Scarlet Chorus, but it's true. Gain wrath with the disfavored. You know what? I'm gonna reload for the first time. No time for this. There's so much going on here. Well, 225 hours. Oh my goodness. It's already 2:34. This is introductory stuff. We have played so little of the game in 4.5 hours because there's just so much lore to read through. I was hoping at least we could take Ascension Hall by the time I finish stream.
Yes.
Take the loot, just talk to people again. Get my bear hug. Could lend a hand. Why the siege delayed? 2 armies haven't worked together in years. Why is that? Tell me about yourself. Lore on the Bronze Guard. Bronze Guard. Oh, an identity outside the Legion. Wrath of the Disfavored. Okay, that was sarcasm. Apparently that was a sarcastic option. See, I thought that was praising him having a life, but he really was just talking about Legion this, Legion that. So that's more me being blind to it.
On it.
Vomit? 1 again. Up to 68. It's only small drops anyway, it doesn't even matter. There's no consequence to it. Go to North Cry Clearing. Assured that his favor be heeded, any such advice? Has to blame after the war. Only Oathbreakers matter now. Quite right. I'm glad to take the crossing. This favor need my help. Speak out of turn and offend our host. Apologize. Fear with verse, and favor with the disfavored. How's your fear now? Fear level 3! We got loyalty and fear on verse. It's good. You want me to what? You know, I should have kept my big mouth shut. What's my worth help? No. Not gonna take bribes. We'll assist. That our plan might work. We are loath to work with those who do not share our trading and our values. But we know that Tyranny the Adjudicator selects only the most capable minds for his court. And I trust you will honor us all on the battlefield. Antia will lead the charge at Echo Hall Crossing. Assisting you will be Barrack the Stone Shields. Before you ask, no, the Forgebound weren't sloshed on Dapple Sea when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms, and his armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it is quite brilliant, but otherwise it is something of a curse. Barrack not gonna join my team? The soldier steps up to you, better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused in a vaguely human shape. Reeks of sweat, feces, whatever oil treatments keep him flexible.
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
An honor?
Likewise, good binder.
Barrack, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well.
They have history.
Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
You two know each other?
No. Oh, that is to say, yes. I'm already as familiar with this ironclad halfwit as I care to be.
We don't have time to trade jabs today, Verse. After the siege, you can throw as many tantrums as you please. I suggest that we remain focused on the mission.
No offense to the mission, but seeing you looking like a garbage heap and reeking of a mass grave is more amusing by far. Did you forget how to don your armor, or did Graven Ash leave you out in the rain?
Sighs and frustration. I know him as well as anyone during the conquest. Or I don't believe in acquainted. We haven't been acquainted yet. He went down to the Edict of Storm's place, we went Edict of Fire. So never met.
It's challenging enough to experience battle from a courtroom, much less remember the faces of your cohorts. I wouldn't expect you to know me under these accursed blades of rust.
Why do I feel like if I said as well as I know anyone, it would have raised his favor with me, his loyalty? The Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help, and more importantly, if my worries come true and the chorus tries to help impede the mission, we'll have an observer for the court on our side.
Better to work with the honorable binder than some chorus children.
Ask that Barrack accompany you there to arbitrate the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. Echo Call Crossing now unlocked on the map. Barrack, you've been without a cohort since the last battle at Stalwart. This time he gave you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and any training drills. Ash has assigned you to the Fatebinder service. You're to assume this task is ongoing, until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean swiftly approaching end of this war, or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? That's an order, Barrack. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. Hope you don't mind the company. Honored to have a member of the Iron Legion at my side? Do mind, but I'll allow it anyway, so I can put a large dot between myself and the enemy. Honored to have him. Loyalty with Barrack gained. Alright, Barrack. I guess we can get so much lore out of you then.
Fatebinder.
Loyalty 3.
What do you need?
He's kind of glowy on him. I could raise his stats myself now. Should I though? I want to actually continue the game first. Level up Barrack. Punisher or Sentinel? He's already got Striking Iron. Could get him Fierce Demeanor. An intimidating force on the battlefield. Enemies nearby Barrack have their resolve reduced. A chance to attack enemies as they engage me. One hand and two-handed melee damage. Art of Blade 2, breaking the wall. Powerful multi-hit attack that dazes, stuns, and centers the enemy. Barrack and Party. All party members gain bonus experience for athletic when hand and two-handed. I want more athletic! Root in place, immune to push and prone effects. Large boost to endurance and cost ability to move. Over to the bold. Barrack gains a bonus to any damage he deals per enemy engaging him. Once per combat. When Barrack sells the critical. Bonus to might to resolve until combat ends. Engagement attack 2. Once per encounter, Barrack would be defeated, delays his unconsciousness for a short time. Hostile effect expires on Barrack, gains bonus to endurance when in magic for a short time. Blade's Embrace. Deal damage to all nearby enemies. Increase for each enemy engaging Barrack. Or Shamanic Invitation, challenging enemies to attack Barrack. So make him more of a tank. Or build up his offensive. To eventually get more athletic ability. Large boost to movement for a short time. Attack twice as normal strikes for a short time after Clash of Iron. Engage 2 additional enemy. Fight defensively, bonus to armor. Further increased number of enemies he could engage. So I guess we could just make him distract all the enemies onto himself. While everybody else flings spells. Flings spells, oh my goodness. Reduce damage. Moderately reduced damage. Critical level, heals instantly. I like this path. What else could I get though? Yeah, I like that. We'll make him a sentinel. Verse is so close to level 4 we can taste it. And we now have our Fear Attack 2, Fury's Rage. Alright, Barrack. What do you like? This is your resolve. +1 because of the edict. He's only got 18 lore though. So I guess he's really not gonna really do anything for spells. What weapon does he use? He is a man whose armor cannot be removed. A one-handed weapon. For now. Rot in Ruin or disfavored Iron Sword. So far, it seems like it doesn't really do any difference. 9 to 11. Same recovery, armor penetration. Only it adds eradicating. Charges low health enemies with energy, triggering violent explosions on death. Okay, Barrack, this is yours. I can't put it in the party stash? Did I just drop it? I just dropped it, I think. I just wasted his weapon.
On it.
Oh well. Hopefully he doesn't mind. Okay, alright. So, possibly want him. Dodge would be cool. Parry is cool. He's got 51 dodge. But parry, surely, right? Might is athletics, two-handed, one-handed. Quickness would be his dodge and his subterfuge. Wits, parry and dodge. And subterfuge is kind of garbage for him. Finesse does one-handed and parry. One-handed, parry, and athletics. Which I think is alright for him. Vitality is also probably definitely important. Put him on finesse then. Gets more parry in. Although wits does do dodge and parry. But not really anything else he uses. Quickness is dodge. Alright. One-handed weapons and parrying. Why is his too glowy? There's no other skills to get for him, is there? He's out of skills, right? Talents? Talents? Yeah, there's nothing else to spend. Can I give any spells to Barak? A simple spell. He could have Frozen Grasp. Any help he need? No. I guess I really just discard his weapon. Wait, there it is. Disfavored Iron Sword. Sell it. An Iron Rod of Strength, get rid of you. And make me some more money. Oh, they forgot to follow.
Will do.
Alright then. Let's take an hour to get all of Barak's lore.
Fatebinder, you look like you need to talk. What can I do for you?
Actually, let me save.
Fatebinder, you look like you need to talk.
He's only at 50% to tier 1.
What can I do for you?
Tell me about the disfavored. Iron Legion, Warrior Elite, fought in notable battles, served in Stalwart for the part of the year, faced the enemy everywhere from Coral Run to Sentinel Stand, lost count of the battles. Some of the victories took place there, fought an enemy worthy of our iron, not successful enough to please the Overlord. Had an unusual view of the Edict of Storms. Kyros' judgment left its mark on me. Considering how he fought at Stalwart with the skill and honor of legend, only the Edict is remembered. A shame. Graven Ash, General of the Disfavored, How'd he come to serve Kyros? General Ash was a warlord in the service of one of the local kings that defied Kyros' rule. Ash stood against Kyros! Armor dismantled by Kyros' overwhelming numbers, Ash's force performed admirably. He and his troops claimed 70 and 7 lives for each of their own. Kyros took an interest in the military genius of Blades' army. Graven Ash was summoned to a conclave of archons. Though he was sent in chains, he left as an archon, granted position of power in Kyros' great host of war, and thus did his favorite reborn. Cool? Though the general seldom speaks of it, I know that Ash humbled himself in order to spare the troops brunt Kyros' punishment. His loyalty to the old blood of the North is beyond question. He made the right choice. He saved his troops, as any good leader would. Loyalty won! What else we know of his past? Followed him in a battle, not his personal scribe. If I did know more of him, would not be my place to say. What magic does he wield as Archon? Works his magic through us, his soldiers. We do what in battle? Ash seems to know the events even before runners gave the word. And yet, he's lost how many people? Countless times Barak himself was struck by a spear, hit with an axe, run through with an arrow. The pain and injury ceased to be. How do you feel about Graven Ash? Dumb question, everyone loves him. Archon Ash is the bravest, warmest, most compassionate general who ever lived. A living icon of leadership and courage. Back to questions. Tell me about your time with the Legion. 3 years before the conquest of the Tears began. Few weapons. My side's been to the perfect phalanx. Stone shields ever since. So to the front row, right corner, in over a dozen battles. Cool. Bastard City, Gates of Judgment, Verdant Pass, Ocken's Rings, quick tour of Barris and Chains, and Stalwart. A long time in Stalwart. Lost a lot of friends in Stalwart. What are the disfavors of the lieutenants? Graven Nash's most trusted officers, wars from the Iron Guard. Tell me about Iron Marshal. Takes upon herself to train and hardware green recruits. Keen eye for talent and foster their leadership. Youngest member of the Iron Guard, family line sort of disfavored back before Ash bowed to Kyros. Say what you will, her lineage is impressive beyond measure. And Karen's disciple, Radix? Earthshaker, who swore service to Karen a few years before the conquest? Karen is gone. The cult now follows Radix. Radix seems to appreciate the honor fighting alongside its favor. Karen was always peeved to be invited in the glory. Mages seem a necessary complication. They're insubordinate, can't lug their own supplies, but would not want to go to spell without their spells of tremor, war without their spells of tremor and leaping stones. And Merrick? Devoted leader. Ash holds counsel in high regard. Both set their troops ahead of themselves, the weather still together. Varamus. Finest of us, second only to Ash. An evil Katus, soldier who lived to see the end of his term of service. Which apparently is a rarity. And now lends technical expertise to Graven Ash. Why didn't the disfavor prevent the uprising of Vendrian's Well? A question you ought to ask the Scarlet Chorus. They're too charged with ensuring the locals remain vanquished and unarmed. The disfavor to Kyros' elite. The duty was theirs to fail. If the Chorus had conscripted more aggressively, perhaps there would not be an uprising. The Vendrian Guard are really the only guilty party. Was their rebellion. I feel like blaming the disfavored is gonna win me no points with Barrack. Blaming the Chorus? He might like that. Blaming the Vendrian Guard? Maybe. But I definitely do feel like a big chunk of the blame is on the Scarlet Chorus just messing around. They got like 1 billion troops. Their intel, their everything, but the intel's not coming through. The 1 billion troops aren't doing their suppressive movements. Loyalty 2 already. Agreed. We have never relied upon the Scarlet Chorus to win victories, only to recruit in number and secure our holdings. They're an occupation force. They were asleep on the watch. The Vendrian Guard should have been slaves of the Chorus, not free men and women allowed to plot and conspire. More about the Legion. Disfavored except of the finest warriors. Volunteers and soldiers by trade, not farmers and fishmongers pressed into service. A century tradition, honor, and tactical mastery in our ranks. Don't let just anyone in. What about me? What if I wish to join? A charming sentiment. Good Fatebinder, but no. You are sworn to another Archon. Loyalty we suspect. What if a capable Tearsman wish to join? Do not recruit even a champion of the Tearsmen. Each soldier of the Legion is tied by blood and fealty to those that stood with Graven Nash during the coming of Kyros. That is part of who we are, and part that will never change. So why call the disfavored? Name born in shame, now word in honor. Graven Nash stood against Kyros, was forced to give up much, his allegiance, his pride, and the name of his vaunted army. What were they originally called? The name's been forgotten, save but Ash and Kyros. Considered bad form to bring up the topic. Since I don't know any better, I'll say this much. Disfavored is the only name by which one needs to know us. Alright. Previous questions, know more about you? There's just so much to ask. Every single character right. Minor and major characters. Okay, they got their own stuff to ask about. But your companions, Every single companion is so much on themselves, on their faction, on their rival faction, on the war going on Kyros, on the tiers. Scarlet Chorus. Do not share honor and discipline. They take anybody. Voice of Narat. Archive of Secrets, who only knows rumors. But that's all anyone knows. He's actually dead. The Overlord has trapped the minds of all his foes in the same body to torment them all. In truth, he knows little. What does he know of his powers? No scholar in sorcery, but understand it, Voice of Narat is a thief of minds. Don't know how it works. Do you think I'm disloyal? Really shouldn't comment. That's a yes. His tears could turn cheese into milk. That's very amusing, Fatebinder. Oh, we made a joke and he liked it. He's not too stiff. What do you know of the Archon Siren? Archon of Song. The youngest of her rank. One of the youngest. Can influence human emotion with her voice alone. The voice may be the conductor of the chorus, but I'd argue Siren is her best weapon. Back to the questions. Their troops and tactics. Tactics? These are the first I've heard of them. An irregular mob than a proper army, but they're a well-armed mob. They have few proper warriors, and magicians are the pitiful excuse of a rank. Most chorus rats are untrained pheasants, Not everyone's an infirm child of sickly old crone, some ex-soldiers and madmen join. And the fighting elite of the chorus is a form of clique known as the Scarlet Furies. Barrick is too dismissive by far, but he's right that the most recruits are novices pressed into service. Most will not survive the first few battles. Those who live will have experience to lead. Those who fall can be replaced. What magics does the chorus use? Blood chanters are mages who follow the voice in a rot. Orders not seated in traditional antiquity, rather built on knowledge sorted from their guilds. Fire magic earns them a place on the battlefield, but they have chants that stir the mind and heart. If the chorus is a mob, how is it unsupplied? Voice in Narat gives orders to his elite commanders, send instructions at the gang companions, captains, but that is chaos. Whole gangs break from the larger forces, disperse back to their homelands. Chorus is inefficient beyond words. Inefficient? Every weakling lost in the shuffle is one less burden for those of the choir still dancing the song of battle. Chorus is a lot of mouths to feed, so the conscripts that can't or won't fight are made to gather food or water, else are fed to the pigs, becoming food and water. Ugh. A fine contrast to the honor, efficiency, and decency of the disfavored. Alright. Do you think the Scarlet Chorus how do you think they convinced so many tiersmen to join? Began with Siren. We had seen Siren do her spells before to recruit. Criminals and drifters join too. Scum with the tears join up. It's not pretty and shouldn't be. The chorus is a forge. All the dirt of the tears go in. The finest bits turn to weapons. They wish to join the winning side. Scarlet Chorus is their best freedom to fealty from the younger realms. Freedom from the fealty to the younger realms. Alright. Better have the Tearsmen join Kyros in some capacity than ride a mass graves. The disfavor turn away all the people of the Tears. Selected to the point of foolishness, he's not gonna like that. Tearsmen would only be a weak link in the disfavored shield wall. He'll love that one. He'll love that answer. But I am not gonna take the Northern blood is the only good blood, everybody else is dirt option. Better the Tearsmen serve Kyros in some capacity. They'd best serve lugging grain for the disfavor, but you're correct. Even the lowest tierman deserves a chance to serve.
Good. Let's move on to another matter.
Now he wants to voice. Give me lore on the tiers. Uphill both ways, full of dumb sods. Assessment of the local forces. Time earned the war. Would have feared the younger realms working together, but they don't. Once saw the modest scope of the defenses, they'd be easily outclassed. Tell me about the Vendrian Guard. Used to be the Queen's Royal Army of Vendrian. Defeat inclined them to a shorter name, crushed him back in 429, and he took part in the decisive battle. Tell us about the Unbroken. The Unbroken Union is stalwart. May they rot in decrepitude of their fallen realm. In all the realms of the tiers, the Unbroken have become the only foe worthy to meet the disfavored in battle. They've had a tradition, just as we do. They never lost a war on on their own soil, a reputation they take quite seriously. Stalwart has poor relations with all its neighbors. The rest of the tiers will not come to their aid. So brave as they fight, their end is inevitable. And the Bronze Brotherhood. Mercenaries in the free cities. Chorus need extra muscle, can always mint new rings. Alright, Bronze Brotherhood worship the Scourges. The monsters of the old walls. Really, do they? The mercenaries are grown adults that wittingly admire a magical abomination. Should surprise no one that the Bronze Brotherhood eventually wanted more than just rings and turned on their contract. Kyros now considers them an enemy, which is for the best.
Go on, Fatebinder.
What do you know of the Younger Realms, the world around us? Before March of the Bastard Tier, I recall Graven Ash giving us a speech as we stood assembled at Fort Resolution. The Younger Realms lack the sense to make a stand against us. I need to point out that the average tiersman is just a plainly inferior to the sons and daughters of the North. For every one of theirs are killed, ours they kill. We must drag 1.5 scores bleeding to the soil with us. They're afraid of magic, and rely on their battlefield prowess to stage a defense. The Beastmen? They drilled us on Beastmen combat before the invasion, but they little to prepare us. The local savages are lacking in brains, hygiene, and the ability to arm themselves. Yet the prime hunters of the species are formidable. Beastmen make good haulers and laborers. Once you've killed half, that won't follow orders. So see, that's why I couldn't have the Beastmen do the hauling then. They kill half that won't follow orders, and then Force can strip the rest. That's bad relations. The Beastmen aren't gonna like me. You are a more than capable fighter. Trained with spear and shield in youth, but gave it up the day he learned his favorite iron. Can still throw some accuracy, but a challenge these days. Show me how a northerner would impale a wild boar. We had loyalty 2, would be my pleasure. Traditional hunting technique. 2-handed weapon skill increases. I'm never going to use well, I guess. The magic staff kinda counts, doesn't it? What do you think of circumstances? The edict left little room for confusion. Representative of the Overlord must breach Ascension Hall before Kyros' Day of Swords, and must assume death is a price of failure. We should assist with this favor in their stage of preparation, in their siege preparations, as only the Legion would make the should take the Wells fortified citadel. Wouldn't wager a wooden ring at the Scarlet Chorus, impressing anyone but the vultures. What about me and my deeds? Any reservations aside, your military record speaks for yourself. You are a Tunon's Fatebinder, and my opinion on the matter doesn't come one way or another. So he doesn't think much of me then. Travel companions? What do you think of Verse? I try not to. A force of chaos, an age of the voice of Narat. Taking her into our confidence can only lead to ruin. Immediate concerns? Nothing else. I'd like to know more about you. I kind of want to play some more risque games now, like Kara no Sojo, now that I put all that effort into this. But I don't really have any opportunity to make use of it now, because every other game I play hasn't been as risque as Kara no Sojo. Unless you want to count the sex scenes in Witcher 3, but everyone plays Witcher 3. The sex in Witcher 3 is like the gore in, what is it, Dead by Daylight. Technically falls against Twitch TOS, but they're popular games, so Twitch TOS doesn't care. Read the Twitch prohibited games list and the guidance on excessive gore, and you tell me that picking up a screaming, crying victim and plunging them back first into a meat hook so it sticks out from their lungs as they squirm and writhe and cry out. You tell me that doesn't count as excessive gore and violence, but it's popular, so it goes ignored. They're guidelines anyway. I am the line your enemies cannot cross. All of the details are meaningless. Did you seek trade of war? Or did it find you? Both. Fighting in his blood, this favorite offered a chance to use his skills to bring peace. Bring peace. Otherwise would have wound up some brigand or an enforcer to a crooked merchant. You think Ash and the Legion bring peace? That's cute. But doesn't hold water from where I'm standing, big guy. Could have been too busy sacking villages and stealing crops to decide how proper army conducts a war. We sow order, not discord. Verse has a point. That his favorite could reconsider their approach. Barak is right. Scarlet Chorus is too chaotic to recognize order. It's true, though. I'm gonna build some fear with her. Maybe drop some favor because it's true. They're an occupation force, but they are not one of bringing peace. They exist in constant conflict. Fear with Verse. Loyalty with Barak. Loyalty 3 now? Beginning to understand. The chorus is a useful tool to throw at one's enemies, but grows brittle with age and soon replaced. That his favorite need recruits in anticipation of the march south. They have for care for my mother and brother, as long as I stayed with the Legion. Was an elite fighter, as far as most are concerned. What about his name? Barak is a shortening of his northern surname. So, what's his proper surname then? Barakonen. Has no great titles or associations. No claim to great house or legacy. So what's the story with his armor?
It is a symbol of Kyros' will.
Now he chooses to
One that
talk.
I am not likely to forget. I found this armor. Perhaps it would be better to say that it found me during the Edict of Storms.
And then he stops. Why just then? Why is the only voice line? When we heard that Kyros had proclaimed the edict, we rushed to the field to battle the forces of Stalwart. I was shoulder to shoulder with some of the Legion's most decorated veterans, and my pride blinded me to the danger. Our march was a hasty one. A cohort of disfavored soldiers vanished in the second year of the war, among them the daughter of Graven Ash. After a long silence, we learned that she was held in the fortress of Sentinel Stand. As we surrounded the citadel, I heard the opening peals of thunder, as of the scout that was busy trying to kill, where the winds hit like an avalanche. Many of us begged Kyros for deliverance. What else were we to do? The wind's not the legs out of our offensive unit down from under us. All decorated soldiers I brought to the battle were swept up and dashed to pieces, their armors and bodies mixed with a bearded tornado that spun maddening revolutions. A piece of the citadel wall broke off and nearly crushed my skull. I only remember a few scattered moments of the storm, like the bits of fine bronze and iron cutting my flesh, the severed limbs of fallen soldiers tumbling through the air. Eventually I woke up, thinking myself trapped under rubble. When I rose and felt like I was buckling under my own weight, that's when I realized I was stuck, right and truly stuck inside this heap of scrap. What happened to Ash's daughter? Trapped behind the walls of Sentinel? Imprisoned by Kyros' storm as well as the fortress itself? How did you survive? That's a mystery to him as well. Did Kyros hear his plea for mercy? Did the heap of scrap metal protect him, imprison him, or punish him? Generally stuck in there as he tried taking it off. Made attempts in the past. Even had one of the beast haulers pull on the helmet while another pulled on the boots. The men of the Phalanx have taken great pleasure in trying to find ways to liberate me. You really struggle. Sometimes I fear removing the armor would be to question Kyros' judgment and risk a more odious curse. But it's solid protection, right? It's an understatement. If only it protects from foolish questions. You can tell he's rolling his eyes. A forlorn sigh escapes his helmet. Do you handle your own repairs? Try to keep the surface oiled, to slow the spreading of rust? Bend the plates from time to time, but repairs, maintenance, no. I assume you grew up in the Northern Empire. That's right, in Battle's Rest, then trained Fort Resolution, then second cohort. And that's it. That's all the questions. We got favor of 3. Would you like to discuss removing your armor?
Though we are encouraged to couple and mate within the Legion, I don't consider you one of my cohorts. I think I'll decline.
He interpreted my question as flirting. His answer would be different if Alice was favored?
I don't know how long you've harbored these thoughts, but I would strike them from your imagination. I won't be leaving this armor anytime soon, and you have no hopes of breaching it without capable tools and endless patience. Suffice it to say, my armor and I will not be separated for the time being. When the war is over, perhaps Tunon will lend me one of his forge-bound. Until then, here I remain. My armor saved me from the destruction of Stalwart, where thousands of others lost their lives. So you can see why I continue to wear it.
Because you literally can't take
For
it
the
off.
time being, we will not be separated.
Are you comfortable in there? Somehow developed enough calluses to sleep at night. Do you even want it removed? We'll not speak on this for now. As your commander, I am concerned about the state of your uniform. Gain loyalty. You are right to be concerned. Apologies, you need to pull rank. But pulling rank is what he loves. The suit of junk is literal pain in his ass, half broken, smelling of a midden, perpetually jabbing his side like some Kyros be damned caltrip. They served it as favorable enough on the battlefield, if only to intimidate the enemy. Wore this as I marched across the bones of Stalwart. A lesson, a reminder, and a prison. All those things make it something more. These plates have something in me in them. Wicked as a ramble patch, stubborn as a fortress, and hopelessly flawed. Aww, he's being poetic about himself. What does Graven Ash think? Suspect he doesn't. Not just mercenary general. Larger matters to consider. How long do you think it'll last? Armor hasn't shown any signs of weakening. Okay. The shell would harden to a degree that no Forge Master's ever seen. If he didn't oil it regularly. Could very well stand as long as the old walls, his skeleton peering out from the depths, and someday not even that. Something you can and can't do? To strike fear into the hearts of our enemies or protect a shield wall with his very body? How does he vacate his bowels? He manages, and manages poorly. Parts of this misbegotten thing it can reach are in better repair than the ones that it can. Oh. How do you take pleasure from life? Gain fear with Barrack for asking. Are we actually talking about this fate binder with a facepalm? Nothing better to do than wonder how I access my nether regions for a frenzied bout of self-interest. I don't want to hear this. How do I even run far enough to avoid it? Well, I can't, and not for lack of trying. My works are as inaccessible from the outside, and much as I've tried to warm my arm out of the sleeve of iron, I would only succeed in dislocating my shoulder. If you ever think me frustrated or disagreeable, just imagine what I had to deal with since the 3rd year of Conquest. What I haven't dealt with. How do you fare in water? How do I sink? Which is quickly. Is that everything? That's everything. We're done. But I've also got one other question I could ask somebody now that we're at favorite 3 now, right, with the Legion? What was it? Why disfavored? Story is common knowledge, don't discuss it out here. It's not considered polite. Graven Ash of the rivals Kyros' empire. Okay. Didn't learn anything new, but. We got them to admit it. Oh, look, we could open this if we had the subterfuge for it.
Won't happen.
Is he ready to give wares out? See your wares. Hero's Insignia. Gives courage. Getting potion, lesser. Sigil of guarded form. I don't have enough lore! I thought 50 was great, but it gets more than that. Okay, I'm gonna buy this. I need it. Hey, Mason. And let me see. What? I know, I locked it by accident. What do I want to access? Not this, not that. We have as much fear as loyalty with Verse. Something tells me I might want more actual loyalty with her. Swords and javelins emerged from Barrack's armor, fly to a cloud of iron above the Fatebinder. Rain down in a storm around the Fatebinder, damaging enemies nearby. Cool. He's got that. Okay, alright, let's go then. We got new places to explore now. There's a Scarlet Chorus camp, Echo Call Crossing, and the Northern Clearing. Which we have to go to all these places. 12 hours though, it takes time. It's day 18. We have 8 days to do this. We got time to do this then. But 12 whole hours. Maybe we take the crossing. I don't see any other bridge. Alright, Scarlet Chorus camp first. Path is blocked by a small group of Vendrian Guard. We can deal with them. Our first combat in what? 4 hours? Hey, new character.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
Ebb? A woman's voice booms from atop a nearby outcropping. Flashes aquamarine body paint. The blue body pigment, bladed staff, and complex bladed attire are the traditional trappings of the School of Tides. According to Fatebinder Rogalus, the majority of the school fled before coming to Kyros. The remainder were last seen during the first campaign in Vendrian's Well. The School of Tides traditionally studies the magic of water, the grave light, the art of directing the moon's arcane light into baleful searing energy. Outfit is festooned in braids and knots of satyr's line. Flanked at the side by warriors dressed in Vendrian Guard regalia, woman leans on an elaborate bladed staff, pulsating with energy. Swath of blue fabric drapes under her arm. The blue flag is a symbol of diplomacy and truce recognized across most of the known world, and it is a custom the Tearsmen hold dear. To harm another person under the auspices of a blue flag is a grave offense. In both the Tears and in Kyros' empire, the customary punishment is death.
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
She's even kneeling towards me. I received a missive. Short messages carried by birds between distant parts of Kyros' empire. Okay, when this is done. In accordance by the ancient custom of the north and south, I abide by this truth.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners.
Which can't be said for Kyros' army.
Way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
Is that the guy who held the knife to the one disfavored commander? And because I wasn't physically athletic enough, we had no choice but to attack him? Tarkus Deimos was subdued during... I gave him to the chorus, that's right. But his fate would have been cut on the spot or given to the chorus. Tarkus Deimos is with the chorus now.
Then if we see him again, it will have to be as enemies.
Fear with Ebb. I'm sorry, Ebb.
If I may make one more inquiry. What of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
Taken by the chorus. Know nothing of him. We really had the luxury of matching names to countless Tearsmen you've encountered. Reasonably certain. The Vendrian Guard warrior that took Dashless as hostage. Yep, he did not survive. I'm so sorry. Palox Tyrell is dead. Sorry, Ebb.
My apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in vain from the start.
But, we get some report build, right? We met under auspices of peace. Nothing could be done about the slain.
I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
I'm sorry I did not find what you were seeking.
Then all that remains is
Favor
for me to
Dungeon
thank you
Guard,
for
loyalty
your
with them.
aid. In accordance with our ancient customs north and south, let us part with peaceful accord.
There, see, we got some favor at least. We're not monsters. Hey, a sword.
On it.
That we can't use. There was nothing up here, but I'm going to go explore every single part. There is deer at a pond. Faintest outline of a soldier's arm at the bottom of this pond. Oh. There's no treasures for me? No goodies? Alright, missive. What's the missive? Tunon has sent the will of Kyros to me? Guinea, word has reached his court that you have issued the Overlord's edict to the Archons of War and Secrets. Know that we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you show in this declaration. Provided you survive the span, your service will be duly recognized. Provided I survive the span. Come on. Tunon, have some faith in me. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies and mutual antipathy of our Overlord's War Masters, remember that Kyros watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise to the Overlord's esteem. Even now, the Northern Courts whisper that more successful of the two Archons will be granted rule of the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decisions you make. Choose wisely. Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice. Thank for the advice, request clarification, express dissatisfaction. They're all babies here. Entire team is babies. No, thank you for the advice. 24-hour response time. I don't see reply though. Okay, that's fine. Oh, there it is, up here. Archon Tunon. Allow me to express a deep appreciation for this opportunity. Few in the Empire have the honor to treat with the Archons, of treating with the Archons, and fewer still of reading the empowered words of the Overlord. I endeavor always to emulate your exemplary foresight and judgment. I remain, in all things, your faithful servant, Fatebinder Guinea. Anything less sycophantic? Clarification. Am I to understand that the Edict of Execution applies equally to all within the Valley of Vendry as well, Tearsman and Servant of Kyros alike? Is the Overlord truly willing to sacrifice for the Archon of War and the Archon of Secrets, their armies, their farmers, and herdsmen of the region, and a Fatebinder of no small skill, for the sake of killing a handful of insurgents occupying a crumbling ruin? It is not said that the Overlord has no desire to rule over a wasteland. That is less clarification and more way seditious thinking. Dissatisfaction cannot be any worse. Allow me to express my deepest appreciation for being sent into this arid backwater for the sole purpose of applying the lash to a pair of bickering children. A lash that I am only too pleased to find turned upon myself. Your words of advice find a receptive reader, and your most modest most subverted servant. Gracious as always for your infinite insight and profound respect for your vassals. In the likely case of my demise, please know that I go into the void without a hint of bitterness at this treatment. Okay, I'm gonna go with the sycophantic nice answer. Achievement unlocked, correspondence course. Cool. See, like I said, this game is definitely carried by the writing itself. 45 minutes from the wilderness to the Scarlet Chorus camp? Alright. But it's so much writing, my jaw is gonna fall out of my face. Ah. Something for me here, knew it. War mace and some raw meat.
Sorry, can't.
Who's up here? Take another step, pin my foot to the dirt. Sure, we'll say hello then. Quiet Shiv. It proves everything. For instance, whether you're fit to lead that flock of children. Did you not hear the news of the edict? This is a foolish distraction. We ought to be saving our fight for the enemy. Say nothing, walk away. He is right. The edict will kill us all if the Ascension Hall is not taken soon. But until Fifth Eye starts mustering chat. We ain't got nowhere to be. So now's our chance to have it out. Before things get serious. Okay, what's the problem? And how's my favor here? No favor or route with the Scarlet Chorus? No problem here, Lord Binder. Captain Fuckwit here seems he's about to balk from this challenge. Thinks just because he's used to run a ship, he's qualified to run a gang. So I'm calling him out. Because the way I see it, his warriors ought to follow me, not this new blood. This appears to be an internal issue. And none of my business. This is simply how they run things. Captain Fuckwit was my father. Fuckwit will do just fine. If we have to prove our strength, we'll do so happily. But I'll have your hands and feet removed, and the rest of you kept for my own use. Ugh. Ugh. Foolish, stop it at once. I'll let you fight this out. Care to wager on this fight? I could use a few rings. Or allow me to join you. We could use a good bloodbath. I feel like fight this out and joining are both good for the Scarlet Chorus's favor. And heck, I could use the XP, couldn't I? So that's helping Silvershank out then, isn't it? Or Shivershank over Quiet Shiv. Then again, as much as I could use some combat experience, it would be biased on me as Fate Binder to lend my power to anyone's side. If their leadership is developed through constant fighting, then I shall allow them. Favor with the Scarlet Chorus. Up to 1 with 1% to tier 2. Who of you will first meet my blade? And they all just fall down like that. Ooh, loot for me. Scarlet Notebook. A red spiral carved upon the wooden cover of this papyrus notebook. Pattering haphazard. Inscrutable. The work of an unpracticed, poorly trained wordcaster. An iron to sear the counterclockwise twist on the flesh of Scarlet Chorus recruits. So even those who flee then, because they're allowed to keep the brand forever, those who cannot endure the Syrian mark are deemed unfit for even the most menial chore in the chorus, and such unfit recruits become teamsters or corpses, depending on their capacity for manual labor, can sell it to a merchant. Well, Quiet Shiv, congrats on your promotion. Congrats. Nothing out back here, but a box I could unlock. Garnet. Among 2 of the best crystal gems. Horde and Horde. Past this point is Chorus territory. And you don't look like someone's conscript. Are you sure in the right place? I'm always in the right place. I am Ginny, Fatebinder of Tunon. I am here to help vanquish the Oathbreakers. You know, I think I was told to expect somebody, but you seem too ugly to be him. Why exactly should I let you in? Fight, fight, fight! And more importantly, what's this hulking ton of iron doing here? An allied warrior, my guard. You don't want to make an issue of this. Athletics 32 is more experience and more athletics. Step in close. Push her down. Gain favor with the Scarlet Chorus. You advance. Place her foot behind hers. Give her a stiff shove on the shoulder. Tumbles backwards, triggering an outburst of laughter from the other guards. Can't believe you sassed a Fatebinder. You're such a stupid ponce. Didn't I tell you we had a special guest coming? Come on in, don't let the ninny shitters in camp give you any goof. I feel like, though, since everyone's going to die anyway, it probably should be better to get more favor with my own ally. No one's got anything to say, right? Death knell? You. So, you are Tunon's Fatebinder. I was expecting someone more impressive. Death knell, Scotted Fury. My time is yours for as long as it amuses me. Let's get one thing clear. Stick your words in law. Be the fighting to the grown adults. Your corpse would just be a tripping hazard to those of us having a proper bit of carnage sport. We've got enough useless twats dying for our name as it is. All our Horde recruits seem good for, of late, is pining at a shit-reeking mound on the battlefield. Keeps up. I'll have to toughen our recruit standards again. So, hordes are thinning? Swelling until it's thundering, then crashing and receding. It's been the way of the chorus for as long as I've been in it. We take our prisoners alive, give them a chance yet to live, to be reborn into something better. Putting any and every able body to the sword like the disfavored do is nothing but a waste. A conquered enemy is but a new ally. It merely requires a proper coercion. Of course, we do sometimes have problems of lingering loyalties. Deserters are really successful in their escape, but they do try. The Vendrian Guard, strengthened by their numerous blood ties, have been particularly stubborn, so I've had a better plan hatched. Brutal, efficient, I like it. It doesn't matter, it's just a chorus. We've already got one favor. What might that be? We redouble our efforts to recruit settlers, focusing on the unaligned and unsuspecting, instead of flushing ourselves with the guilds of Oathbreakers, claimed from the battlefield. And how do you plan to convince the unaligned? A knife point has sufficed well enough in the past, but you've inspired me to try a more diplomatic approach this day. What do you say, Binder? Hey, Mason. Are you ever compelled to speak to your own Binder? I've been called Binder and Lord Binder all day. We might be able to ease them into the idea, and save the lives of their friends and neighbors in the process. Well, that I can't argue against. Scarlet Chorus Ways is very, very violent. So if I could avoid a few war crimes in the process, expediting the end to this meandering conflict, so be it. Not do the Scarlet Chorus dirty work for them. Get your own horde pup to do it. Alright. Remote settlement now unlocked. My methods are surefire, you'll see. I'll mark the settlement on your map. I can't wait to see the outcome of your efforts. Okay, what are you expecting? Insult me again, I'll bury that blade in your belly before you can scream. I don't have a blade though, I got a stick, I got 2 sticks, I got 2 magic staffs on me. Gain favor with the chorus, knew it would. Something more to you Fatebinders after all. So what were you expecting? Let's see, from your deeds during the conquest, to how you've helped us since then, I expected a mountain, a warrior of colossal size who could shout a rampart wall in submission. So, she wants Cairn. But I think you do just fine. What can you tell me, Scottish Chorus? Oh, there's gonna be so much lore. Voices in Nerat's glory may manifest. Ways to terrify the cowardly and shock the naive. Tradition exists to offer promise and prestige to those who claim it. Blah 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 blah. Rule of the chorus. Scarlet Fury. Warrior spirit of the chorus. Scholars of sword and shiv. In peace, train those tough enough to endure the lessons. Blah 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 blah. Lead to slay our foes and inspire the horde of skill and bravery. Fearless vanguard and this confused but glorious rabble. How's military life so far? Wonder of wonders. Eat what I want. Shit where I want. Kill who I want. Sometimes even combine the pleasures. Enthusiasm for the work brought me here, decorated Scottish veteran. But looking for advancement, if it means killing one of the gang bosses. Not above taking a swing at someone bigger than me. They can be bigger than you. Just make sure they don't hit harder than you. Yeah, that's all her lore. Anything else to steal? Nothing else to steal? Battle plans, scribbled over a blood-stained map of the tears. Provisions withered with rot. Subterfuge +2, +1, +2, +1. For a topaz. So, hold on. What's my subterfuge now? Subterfuge. 41 subterfuge. 39 athletics. I'm becoming something better than a bookworm now? Salaveros. Hail, Fatebiter Tunon. Oh, they got a representative here of the disfigured. Disfigured? Disfavored. Given how Graven Ash's protected works, I'm sure most of them are disfigured anyway. Were I a betting or superstitious man, I'd say fortune must favor me today. I am not. But I'm pleased to meet you all the same. What brings you to a little slice of personal damnation, otherwise known as this here mud and shit stinking chorus camp? Anything you'd like to report, soldier? What about the chorus isn't unusual? The army itself is strange, malnourished beast. But no, the screamers seem mostly in order. And I haven't been spying, if that's what you're implying, sir. Of course, even if I was, I'd be damn near impossible to learn anything from this shit side. Fifth Eye and those damn Furies don't even loop me in enough for me to do my detail. At a stop for lack of trying on my part. Right, because I'm easy to work with. What do you mean? Lost favor of the chorus. Really? Just by asking what do you mean? But it's favor 3 now. I don't think it matters too much here. I'm not just here to keep a steady eye on the Oathbreakers, who they give far too much freedom after conscripting. I'm here to be a resource for the benefit of both armies. I can provide insight regarding proper stratagem, and request a stock of troops from the Iron Marshal Irenaeus for reinforcement if needed. But they won't listen to me, nor confide in me, nor fight beside the brethren I could request. You see? This whole stalemate is all the chorus. Why are you stationed with the chorus as a liaison? You would think I was here to row the Blood Chanters and Scarlet Furies. But my post is to represent the disfavored interest before the Fifth Eye and the Scarlet Choruses for Iron Marshal Irenaeus. Not that I've got to do either as much as a span, in so much as the last span. What do you think of the Scarlet Chorus? Rabid dogs, horde in a battle, like hounds chasing a winter hare. The screamer who ends up skinned and gutted. Leave the campaign to the chaos as a chorus, and we're doomed. Punishment to be assigned to this detail? Isn't it? He's fought to get here, you got 3 days in the hole, and a nice little promotion to go with his new post. Should be out there, fighting for Ash's glory. What exactly did he do? Made the grave mistake of suggesting the Iron Marshal wasn't fully utilizing the Scarlet Chorus. Well, here I am, a liaison officer to a camp of liars and cheats who'd sooner gut me than ask for my aid. Guess she showed me. Our lives are at risk, and even then you can't get along with the chorus. He's trying, it's not for want of trying. Begging your pardon, sir, but I never fought a battle my life wasn't on the line. Kind of the nature of war, isn't it? Well, that's it, we got the lore out of him. A reputation ability? Where is it? Disfavored? Stand together, stand tall. Allied AoE, +1 resolve for 3 seconds? That's it? I mean, I guess it's not too bad. Resolved is what? Where's resolve? That's wits. Resolve. If I need more lore, I guess? In the moment? Anything else to loot? What is this? An Imperial Iron Falcata. and the stench of piss and fecal matter. Okay. Verse, what do you use? Red Rivers, minor parrying, and Gut Seeker, minor accuracy? Does she want? No, it's worse than both. Got so many stuff to sell. Baz and Reg. And these woodlock. Well, look who we have here. The Fatebinder finally shows himself. I'm Reg, and this is Baz. We were wondering when we might pay the camp a visit. The Fifth Eye has been a little starved for attention. He's ordered us to watch you like a troublesome babe. Make sure you don't get out of line. Settle one favor. Something like that. If you have questions, ask us. Good luck finding anyone else in camp who'll give you answers or even a smile. All they want to give me is more lore, alright. Tell us about the Charlotte Chorus? Will I charge my laptop? Regnite conscripted against a judgment. Used to fight for Akka and me for Azure. How many fights survived so far? 11, 14. Count each day in Sunder separately. Chorus is not as bad as it smells. Strong like me and Rez. We're allowed to take what we want, what we deserve. Only live as long as our strength affords us, as it should be. What about Fifth Eye? Get the deed on Fifth Eye. He shares a direct link with the voices of Nerat. Guard your tongue around him. He's a little wild, bloodthirsty, mad. Gonna say eccentric. Chorus isn't picky about who joins the ranks. Some unusual types. What about Vendrian's well? Walls might seem imposing, but Vendrian Guard do a better job of hiding its weaknesses and fixing them. Took the Citadel once before, can take it again. So she says. When the Scarlet Chorus has been sandbagging this entire time. Kyros knows it won't want to stay any longer than necessary. Parading cowardice. Are you afraid of the Spire, Mr. Superstitious Reg? Fact of the matter. We're told to stay away from the spires and old walls ever since we were babes. Of all the dumb childhood lessons that fell by the wayside, that one stayed the same. Soldier of the Chorus pissing himself over architecture. More like what's underneath it. The bane like around those old sites. Alright, Baz, tell us about yourself. Was a sell sword at the beck and call of some fat merchant? Just another dented face in the crowd. She was only killing time, and Kyros showed a better way. Unity, purpose. Watching the Scarlet Furies, practicing blade work. Not good enough to join yet, but she's got goals, she's got ambitions. What could you teach me? Unarmed combat, dual wield, and bulls. Things I do not need. But we got other people now. Verse might need it. She's got dual wielding. Alright, Verse. No, that's my money. I don't know you guys well enough yet to invest into your training. Watcher spotted his favorite scalp at the grain stores. No. They're not weapons? Or poison? I mean, they're not poisoned. Reg, what's your story? Had a family, a farm, then Chorus came. Slaughter them all. And you've stayed with the slaughters of your family. Priorities change when you hear screams of the night, feel a blade pressed to your neck. Farms and families don't seem as important. Used to have nightmares thinking about the culling, felt awful remembering how I hacked my ma and dad to bits just to survive. With the Scarlet Chorus conscripts a village, they hold a ceremony known as the culling. Every able-bodied man, woman, and child is given a weapon and forced to fight their family and friends to the death. Those who survive are deemed strong enough, and free from the old ties, to join the army of the Voice of Nerat. Which is what we are sparing these unaligned villages when we're going out to recruit them ourselves. His eyes shadowed for a moment with sorrow. Fifth Eye heard me howling one night, pulled me out of the horde and took an interest in me. Now I'm studying magic, calling fire from nothing. If Ma and Dad could see me now, they'd be so proud. They'd be so proud you gutted them, and now you're being taught magic by madmen. Staff, subterfuge, and lore. My lore's already pretty high, but subterfuge could do some work. Ranks trainable this level, only 5? Okay. One for lore? Or more subterfuge, more subterfuge. Already trained, the maximum number of times for this level. Maybe I should teach others then? They don't need it so much, but there's the other one. Alright. Baz. Give some dual wield perverse. So close to leveling up? Threadbare tense, signs of hard use. Alright, steel. 47! What's it currently at? Currently at, not Vess. 46! One tiny point away! Fifth eye? What is this? A scroll? A scroll sits here. We have the lore for it. Sigil of Illusion? Those who master Sigil of Illusion are skilled in the arts of deceit and trickery, often derided by combat mages for its inability to kill outright. Those who specialize in illusion know its powers, can turn the tide of any battle. But it requires someone smart enough to know how to use it. What could I make? Distant impact, focus intent, a spectral blur, 30% graze deflection for 45 seconds, hit deflection. Makes a target in a blurred vision. Massive target in blurred vision, make them harder to hit. So I could help my friends out. Slap one of these onto them. Have Barrack tank, and then make him harder to hit as a tank. False Pit. Prone Affliction for 4.2 seconds. That's Affliction, what's prone? Parry and dodge reduced by 10. And knockdown, and knockdown. 47 raw damage versus Will. Foe AoE. Radius 1 meter, not too big. Conjure the illusion of an endless black pit below their target, convincing them they're falling to their death. Oh, that's cool. We made them fall down by making them believe they're falling. That's actually pretty cool. Still 1 meter, that does nothing. Oh, they're 10 meters. But radius only 1. Range of 2 to range of 4. Let's make folk fall down. Make folk fall down. Make folk fall down. And then I go for AP real quick. Last one for the day. It's already been 5 hours. It's been 6 hours almost. Because there's so much lore front-ended. I promise other streams are gonna be a lot quicker. Now that most of the lore and stuff is out of the way. But first IP. Okay, then back. Let's go see what Fifth Eye wants. Music go away. Game come back up. The binder of Tunon arrives, squitting with the teenager's timber. Makes your gums itch and your fingernails feel in need of a trim. And we just finished having a bit of sport with some captives, so worry not. We'll have more for just another batch momentarily. Dressed with the bronze regalia, crimson spears, Fifth Eye beckons you to stand close. Gain wrath with the Scarlet Chorus. Oh, they remember that, do they? When we had the endless horde of Scarlet Chorus hold the cover the escape of the disfavored. What's he upset about? I thought the whole point of the Scarlet Chorus is if you survive, then you deserve the right to survive and become stronger. If you die, you die. Have you come here to order the Scarlet Chorus to die, so that the disfavored might live? That was how you played it back in Vellum Citadel, after all. Typical reasoning of a Northman. Disfavored lives matter more than conscripts, no? Now that you have issued this edict and doomed us all to die, have you come to help us climb out of this hole? Getting your warriors ready for battle? Not here to follow your every order. We need all the help. We all need to work together to stop this edict. How has the camp responded to the edict? With mewling, bawling, the occasional orgy, frequent vomitus. The bloodlust is there, but so far so is the fear of failure. Should our glorious horde fail to overrun the citadel, we will all surely perish. I mean, I don't see the disfavored pulling their weight. Trust your getting warriors ready for battle. We know the Oathbreakers are focused at the citadel beneath the mountain spire. We have learned this is not their only nest. Given their pattern of attacks, they must have a second group maintaining camp here in this outer valley. And unless we deal with the second group, they'll attack from behind the moment we cross the river. You have how large a force, and for all these weeks, we've let the enemy move freely through the valley. I am hurt. Insult my manners or maturity, but don't insinuate that I sit idle when there's blood to be shed. We have dealt with countless Oathbreakers, but one group remains at large despite our best efforts. Captain Pellux's crew consistently evades or kills our own gangs. Need help taking out these Oathbreakers? Disfavored think you can't control your horde, and many are defecting back to the Vendrian Guard. Also true, but I'll spot that later. And while a good old-fashioned slaughter be an efficient solution, so much reading. So much reading. My throat is losing vacation. Did I lose just his voice? Hold on. Give me a second. It feels like I pulled something just right in here. Like something real sharp for a second. Suddenly. Suddenly, I understand all those teachers when I was growing up. It would take a few days to lost voice. And as a student, you don't speak as much as the teachers do, right? So I never understood it, but now I do. Now I fully get it. Not to kill them, but add their strength to ours. The last group of scouts returned with a new batch of prisoners. One of these prisoners claimed she can lead us to the Vendrian Guard's secondary camp, but there are shreds of deception in her voice. Oh, that was weird. Could use your help questioning this Varaya Kell. Get less screams and tears and more useful information out of her. If you knew where to ambush the Oathbreakers, we could try to take their captain and show him the wisdom of joining the chorus. Man, it's already 3:56. It's been 6 hours solid now. It's like today alone is going to be all the setup stuff. Today is the first part of the visual novel, the first chapter where we meet all the important players. And it's only afterwards you get to decide your school club, decide who to give Valentine's chocolates to, do the actual story. So I guess today we're picking up 6 whole hours of questing, of picking up the quest, and tomorrow we just do all the action. Take their captain, show him the wisdom during the chorus, speak to the prisoner. Why not ask the Archon of Secrets? I don't belong to Archon Nerit. What is my help worth? Okay, we'll speak to the prisoner. We'll meet you there. He's got even more lore. Oh no! Roll in the chorus. Remain loyal to the voice in Nerat. Okay, it's a Crimson Spear. The Archon's in a circle. Did you ask for the honor? Did not have to. Voice in Nerat saw the need inside me. Fifth Eye is not the only one who has suffered change in the service of the war. Oh, Barrack gets it. No, indeed, you ironclad behemoth. Good thing you mentioned loyalty twice. Now I'm really convinced. Are all the Crimson Spears as odd as you? When I'll ask you to speak of the other Fate Binders, when I'll speak of the other Crimson Spears, okay? He's an odd fuck because he's an eye, not because he's a Crimson Spear. Spears are a cold, determined bunch. Eyes are a breed apart. Mentioned loyalty twice, I'm really convinced. Stares at you, arms folded, staring nothing. What do you take the vows? Did not need a cudgel against the head. Left home in Bastard City, joined the incoming chorus. The rest is glory and history. So in a way, I made him. Follow the chorus or die. Ascension Hall, center of Vendrian's Well, base of this mountain spire, small fortification. Had a small garrison in 429, then what happened to it? Oathbreakers staged their own revolt. Garrison Ascension Hall was defeated. Your garrison, wasn't it? We left the garrisons? That's on you guys then. Run the rebellion, back to his point of origin. What do you think of his favorite commander? Is a doting warrior, like the Archon of War? What are the few soldiers favored cautious and cowardly enough to be trusted with the Archon's iron toddlers? Keep insulting my commander, and I'll slap that mask off your face. Stand down, Barrack. Fifth Eye, we're here to cooperate. Are we here to cooperate or snipe each other at every turn? More loyalty with Barrack. Wrath of the Scarlet Chorus. But I'm not even at 1 wrath yet. Depends on where you're standing. Illustrious Faithbinder and all the knowledge of the privilege of lawful objectivity. Faithbinder's here because these debates have stayed our hand for too long. Also very true. Who's the strongest in your camp? Verse, naturally. Well, the Archon is without question the mightiest of the camp. Death Note is a master trainer here. Almost as tough as blah 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 blah. Bitter, biter. When humanity is lacking, verse is correct. Running with the Furies even longer than Death Knell. Too bad that skill and puissance did nothing to save her sisters. Are you insulting my friend here? A hint of fighting words in your voice. That I must have spoken in error meant no offense, was only to convey that Verse is a true survivor. Sure, buddy. We can't go back to that option? Okay. Quartermaster or Peddler? Sniggle or Dagos? And farewell then, that's all his lore. Now come on, where's the prisoner? We gotta finish at least 1 quest today. Fury, Few Death Knell. Where's Dagos? That's not Dagos, is it? Horde. Could talk to a dog. More Horde. Ah, I'm blocking him. Oh, is that the prisoner? Oh, it is. Vending Guard prisoner. Wait, is this not what we're here for? That's the prisoner, right? Deal with Varia before I let the sage speak. We approach the prisoner. Is that not the prisoner? Varia Kel. Prisoner. Lantry. You got a name. Deal with Varia. Okay, Varia first. Please, someone, I wish to bow before the voices of Nerat. I thought all could find redemption in the chorus. You don't mean that, surely. Who are you with, the Vendrian Guard? who neither fear nor favor me yet. This one was hollering earlier that she knows the location of the Vendrian Guard encampment, but she isn't being entirely honest. I hold this thing, prisoner turns pale, that I wanted a guarantee I'd live and be welcome into the chorus as a captain. Then we'll talk. Otherwise, they'll just kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join with the Vendrian Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. You claim you disavow your people for the Scarlet Chorus. Why the change of heart? Because I want to live. And you don't need to be the Archon of Premonitions to know that the younger realms are gone for good. Kyros is the new strength of the Tears. I would rather stand with this Archon than be crushed by them. Tell me what you know, and I can see to release. I heard the chorus is looking for Captain Pelox Florian and his crew. I can lead you to them, but only if you release me. Athletics 20. Start talking now. Subterfuge 30, you're lying. Tell me what you actually know, and I'll see about saving you. Or we could see about having the voices of Narat extract the information from her mind. You're lying. Why don't you tell me what you actually know? Well, you see, I don't actually know where the rest of his crew is, my crew is, but I can tell you. You can tell me what? Search that one. The tall, dark one, missing most of his face. Check his left boot. He was a literate one in our crew. He had the orders. The choirman yanked a boot off the fallen guardsman. Rolled parchment slides out of the boot. It's nonsense, just a mash of words. She says she had information. She gives us garbage. Slay this wretch for wasting our time. Nobody here appreciates the written word. And I hear a little kitten meowing at the door. Hey, Onyx. Who's that? Whoop. Careful, Onyx. It is now officially a cat stream. Hey Onyx, how you doing? Listen to those purrs. You're purring so much, Onyx. Okay, so do I stay silent and allow them to execute her? Or give her the initiation rite just for a field eater voice in her rot? Let's give her a chance to live. The Wrath of the Scarlet Chorus. Seeing as you are the expert of the subject of fate, I will entertain your wisdom on the matter. What then would you propose we do with her? Test her loyalty? Variah kill those guardsmen with something blunt? Send her back as our agent. When the time comes, she will aid us, or we'll track down her kin. You're wasted a good slave. Work her until she's broken defeat to the pigs. These options all sound so terrible. See, already, he wants to bat at my pencil on the desk. Here, Onyx. You want to climb around and drink my water? Up you go. Up you go, baby. Hold on. My headphones are tangled in your butt. Straight from my pencil. Onyx, you so silly. Here. I know what you want, Onyx. You want to drink directly from my water. Isn't that right? Well, now that I give it to you, you don't want it? Mwah. Send her back as her agent. When the time comes, she'll aid us or we track down her kin. The least immediately terrible option. No, not my stylus. Pencil, fine, but stylus is expensive, Onyx. It's not just a pencil, there's like electronic bits in there. Wrath of the Vendrian. No! They're not fully wrathful yet. Think of a good explanation for my escape, but I'm certain I can return and avoid suspicion. Thank you. It's an act of mercy. I'm giving her mercy and I'm getting wrath in exchange. This will end amusingly, for the Avenging Guard would be smart to assume she only escaped by our whims. Release our newest recruit. She has orders to infiltrate the Oathbreakers. I'm making all the worst decisions. I'm not gonna make any friends this way. I'll return to Avenging Guard, act well on my part, and await further instructions for the chorus. She's not going to speak on how we showed mercy, so she doesn't have to beat guards to death? No, closer to fighting the Oathbreaker's position. I mean, I could read, I'm literate.
Sorry to interrupt, but I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
Lantry's got his own loyalty and fear. Another prisoner, tied up next to Varaya, older gentleman. Quills, ink vials, parchment scrolls. From the sage of the school of the ink and quill. Read the parchment for myself. A message of modest length, written with professional, albeit hasty penmanship. Tearsmen speak the canto, just like the Northerners, but they have half a dozen different ways to write it. This script's unknown to me. Who are you?
I'm Sage Lantry, one of the hired quills that was coordinating missives between the Vendrian Guard captains. They aren't paying me anymore and aren't coming to my rescue. So I'll decipher that parchment for you. That's what smart prisoners do, right? Make themselves useful.
You could read this.
Well, let me see. I can't. So, I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time.
Hours?
Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
A few hours. Either read it or you cannot. What use is a sage that doesn't know his letters? Have some fun with this one. Give him a few hours. Dispose of him. Nah, give him his hours. You read the edict. I don't need to tell you this sundial is working against us. This addled old bag is just trying to stall us. Tries to translate. The voice of Narot will be upset to know you've squandered a source of enemy intelligence. How true. That we shan't put him to waste. He will serve as the most riveting source of amusement as we put him on trial.
Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But
So you gotta
are
fight
a
for him?
servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
I'll be his champion. This one needs to live. Release the prisoner at once. I'm taking him into my custody. Need the prisoner alive. It's a terrible idea. He has useful information. Yet you're willing to let him die for sport? I'll be his champion then. We'll do it as per the traditions of the chorus. But I do need him alive.
Good. I like it when Tunon's puppies get their paws dirty.
You say that, but it's not going to raise your loyalty to level 4 yet. Come on, verse, 6% more.
I wouldn't mind taking a swing at some loudmouth chorus braggarts myself.
Favor with the chorus? I don't even need that. You hear that, brothers and sisters? Trial by combat is upon us. Is he going to join with us, though? Is he going to be on the team or just sitting on the sidelines? He's on the team! He's officially got the yellow moon on the field of blue. It looked more blue in character creation. Now it's more of a teal. In the actual game itself. It's why I can never make my Terraria characters look pretty nice, look any decent. Since for some reason, the coloration on character creation is always different from in-game. I don't know why. If they got this worked out to fight the enemy, the war will be over by now. Truth, there's no lie there. Begin the chant of gathering, let the warriors know that tonight's entertainment will soon commence. Brothers and sisters, who amongst you set the standard for strength? Who amongst you will help winnow the weak from the strong? Who's stepping up? Is this 4 or 5 of them? At least one Scarlet Fury? Claimants have been assembled. Trial of oath breaking begins. Oh, he is with us. So 4 and 4. Alright, first things first. Lantry's got skills to spend. Alright, what do? You got control life and control vigor. So I guess you're my bard, aren't you? That makes use of wits and might. Bows, 200 weapons. Control life takes vitality. Control life. Preservation, Sage, and Quill. How about this? What if I sit on his skills for the time being and check him out afterwards? Quicken, Guinea, and Lantry. Quickly heals the Fate Binder with a surge of restorative energy. So invigorating. The Fate Binder is also hastened for lasting duration. Oh, that's so nice. 24% health. Titan's Touch. Vitality and Might. Renewal. Okay, let's do Titan's Touch. On Barrack. And then have Barrack do what? Striking Iron. If engaged by target enemy. Iron Tolling. Barrack and the Fate Binder both bang on their shields and armor. I'm glad there's an and armor because they have no shield. Harassing an enemy. Compelled to attack Barrack for a short time, while the Fate Binder's mocking gestures leave the enemy confused and off guard. Lose all ability to parry and dodge until they recover their senses. Clash of Iron. Challenge enemies to attack Barrack, but he's too far away from them. Iron Storm. Later on. What about have him do the Iron Trolling? Iron Tolling. For this deadly looking person. And Verse is gonna focus. Set foes on fire. Sounds good to me.
Let's give them something to remember.
Alright, everyone's done their stuff already. Verse keeping Verse. Rhyme Spike is an area of effect too, isn't it? Oh, it's just a tiny one though. You call that area of effect? It's so small. What's it do again? Frozen Affliction for 4.2 seconds. 13 to 21 damage. Alright. 13, 21 damage. We'll take this one out first. Quill Strike? Okay.
I'll take care.
Who's where? I can't tell who's who. Circle, circle, circle. Keep focusing on her then.
I will break you!
Well, that's easy. Try to micromanage, they're already almost down. Okay, maybe micromanage a little bit. Heals? Oh, he's using his own stuff. Cool.
Await my signal. We should try that again.
Why can't I hit anything?
We're not doing anything? Fine then. Just spelled. By the righteous shedding of blood, we have found our answer. Regrettably, it appears a sage is worthy of leaving the camp alive. Lose health. Start to decrease. Health drops low enough. Gain a wound, and the health bar turns red. Maximum health reduced. Rest or level up, alright. chorus has a rather bloody definition of the word trial. That was fun. The warriors almost put up a good fight. Too old man, are you hurt? Will be nice. Gain loyalty with Lantry. 31% towards level 1. Not the lasting capacity. Jostle but fine. Have a parchment to translate. Much of the parchment weathered, but could make out important parts of the text. Note mentions of a meeting spot west of Trip Nettle. Trip Nettle Wilderness now unlocked. Old Sage knows his words after all. Travel ahead, see if you can't get Captain Florian to yield to the chorus. They will strike at the first sight of a chorus gang, but perhaps they will parlay viewers with the face they see. Good try. Know the area, go at once, show the way. Offer to come with me? Why? Something amiss. A lot of fight in you for an old scholar. Now offer to join this expedition. But sages is every bit as cutthroat as Harding gang bosses. They act the part of doddering scribes, but don't let that fool you. Smart for someone your age to be so mistrusting. But I'm not with the Oathbreakers, if that's what you're fishing at. Worked for them under duress, but no love for them. If not up at a pledge of the chorus, and that his favor wouldn't have me, still I consider myself a Kyros-fearing vassal of the Overlord's empire all the same. For long he's been a sage, trained to defend himself. Don't spend all our time binding books and sketching wildlife, just most of it. For centuries we've been in a quiet war with the School of Tides and the School of Wild Wrath. You can't travel alone, as much as I do, and not know the Bronze Dance. Won't be a parchment weight during a fight, good to know. Little quill dagger, just for decoration. Do you think I'm an idiot? Who sent you to kill me? No. Sages always have a cool handy. Blends into the ensemble of a casual glance. Customary term is bladed remix, but who's keeping track? Swear fealty to me, and I'll let you leave this place with me. You're offered to come with, why? Alternative is what? Living here with these illiterate brutes. Much rather chronicle the binder that twice proclaimed an edict of Kyros. Be a fool to let somebody else write my story. You want to chronicle me? Well, of course. Even if the burning library is never rebuilt. Our work to chronicle today's events needn't cease. You're a noteworthy player in this whole war. Can't think of another living fate binder that's been twice given the honor of proclamation. Then swear fealty to me. That's definitely gonna raise his fear, isn't it? Gain fear with Lantry. If that's your price, I pay it. I, Sage Lantry of the School of Ink and Quill, do pledge my service and skin to the Fate Binder, and by extension, the Court of Tunon. May seem old and frail, but I know how to step lightly and not how to get myself killed. Don't want to slow you down, lead the way. Are we done here? Not quite yet, it's 4:20, which means 40 more minutes to get so much more Lord of One More Companion. I can't loot these guys.
On it.
Shame. Alright, let me get a save in. Okay, Lantry, let's get all of your lore out. Need to know more about you. Born in Sunder, no kids, with few belongings. Taking care of the carrier birds, learning by sigils, spells 30 years back. He's old then. I'm tired of wandering, written all matter subjects, magic, bird, language, geometry. Main focus been chronicling. No fighter pursuit that recorded the events of our times. Practice centering stance, draw portraits, made my own inks, sharp a version of autobiography. As boring to watch as growing coral, but growing coral is fish all around it. How'd you wind up in Vendrian's Well? Citadel set aflame by Kyros' edict, sorry. But as fast as my knees would carry me, every direction bad idea. Vendrian's Well, the least suicidal option. Assuming Vendrian guards surrendered. Sent with the sparring, crossed the mountains, 2 days, 3 days after, Vendrian guard jettisoned their surrender, cleared the citadel in the valley, nabbed him, several of the sages. About your work with the Oathbreakers. Has several noble born in the ranks. They know their letters, but they come from noble houses scattered across the realm, each with their own private script. And so the sages, between us familiar enough with all the regional scripts and translate and coordinate. Translating is child's play though, might have felt that a bit more. So put his magic to work in the crumbling citadel? Learned of his plans there? Their strategy is largely non-existent. Cling to the hope that their example will inspire others in the tier to come to the valley to join their cause. Some even think the Archons fear the Vendrian Guard. What else could you tell me the Oathbreakers are their forces? Vendrian Guards rated 429. Most considered the Chorus, 3 of the leaders, Captain Ari, Matani, and Floria, never turned themselves in. Head of the valley. Gathered resources. The chat is a local garrison. Numbered over 400, ranks swollen by soldiers of Haven and Azure that have survived the war. A dying breed, though, those breakers. Finally come to realize Kyros has already won. Military aid to the Oathbreakers. Gain fear with Lantry. Sorry, Lantry, just asking questions. Would the servants of Archons of Justice ask me the question, can't help but assume it's an antecedent to some sort of punishment. Can't deny I assisted the Oathbreakers, but the alternative was to starve at a cell, lose my head. Intent mattered, doing what you to survive. Loyalty gained. A solid 1 loyalty. Future actions show I mean a lot of service, not a source of problems. Could I ask about fortifications? No, I can't. How'd you wind up a prisoner of the Chorus? Some missives and meant to be getting a clearing where the Terns and the Doves might find me. Patrol with me was ambushed called a Chorus. Some youngster tackled him onto the far, into another, something else to ask about. Magic? Not ask you to brag. What could you do? Major areas for preservation, concealment, and healing. Chronicler wanted magic that could help his see more, archive more, protect objects of historical value. Can he teach me anything? How to bend my own inks, train birds to think you're their mom, turn goat into parchment. If the school of ink and quill still mattered. Gotta travel together, should know how to mend wounds, especially if I'm killed. Not gonna get him killed though. No, the edict still looms, but if you have a few hours, could show you the basics of healing magic. Okay, I'd be honored to learn of what little you know. More loyalty. 56% to level 2. Start with the first principles. When mending wounds and easing pain, we invoke the magic of the orphan midwife, the Archon of Rebirth. By invoking her sigil, we channel her mastery, however briefly, through our hands. Now trace the sigil, follow the lines of the order I sketched them. What could you tell me about the Archon of Rebirth? Didn't really care about history. Orphan midwife was born in 160, about to Kyros 201. She's ancient then. That's the 400s now, isn't it? Where she walked, plants would sprout, the sick would grow vigorous. Send most folks into fits of rage and animals into heat. Alright, alright. Now we're magic by way of one of her first disciples. Migrated to tears in 222 to spread her wisdom. An act that happened to be legal under Kyros' law. The orphan midwife has been in prison for over a century, or so the story goes. Okay, follow his instructions. Oh, now it's nightfall. It really did take time. Control life skill, rank up. Tell more about the sages. Devoted to the collection and preservation of knowledge, scholars, bookmakers, archivists, and students of mystic and mundane alike. Wisest of our guild. Are versed in sigils and spellcraft. What do you know of the Venom Citadel? Apart from, I turned it to rust or to cinders. Scowls. Once I felt a rush of pride at that name. Now it's a blight on a reputation. A beautiful sanctuary parchment and ink. Amassed knowledge of the Northern Empire to the coast of the tears. Would take a score of lifetimes to learn all the Citadel could teach you. Sages often says above Kyros' rule. Overlord of the sages copying and spreading lies and forbidden knowledge. And so came the Edict of Fire. When we bind books, we bind them to last. The most important tomes are warded against fire and other maladies. Oh, cool! So many books remain intact on the shelf, and the floor melt away. As the shelf and floor melt away. Still there. I mean, the knowledge is still there then. It's not totally scorched. Who leads the school? I keep learning more of the names of those who died in the Edict of Fire. Information could be obsolete. Sage Krebnik incinerated. Sage Renata could be the current provost if she dies. Could be Elantri's next in line. You're one of the guild. Chief writers of the Chronicle attempt to record the truth of all the things in a proper sequence. Blah 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 blah. The sages would not buy the Kyros, yet you do. Such a hopeless wars, its stupidity rises to idiotic splendor. Sages believe themselves the mightiest magical guild of the tiers, and look at them now. Study Kyros at the Archons in great detail, no longer blinded by fear of their magic. Nonsense to bow to a mere king or queen when one could serve Kyros, the living embodiment of rulership itself. Okay, what day is it? Judge's Day, 18 Span of Swords. I got the Sigil of Life now! Okay, so where is their merchant type? Reg, isn't it? Quiet Shiv is here. Hey, Quiet Shiv, been a while. What are you looking at is all she has to say. After everything we've been through.
Can't do that.
Oh, subterfuge still too small. Well, we made some progress at least, met some major players. Got a full party of 4 now. Rusted Iron Sword, we could sell that.
Sorry, can't.
Let me see. We do have another level for what is your name? Burst, right? 5 more dual welts you could learn. I got the money, might as well. Landry, I don't think needs either of those. I don't. What about Reg? What do you teach again? Subterfuge, lore? I need more lore. Lantry, I'm sure, has so much lore already. Actually, not as much as me. Because mine costs 24 copper rings to improve. His only 15. Who's this? Sniggler Dagos! What an honor, the name Sniggler Dagos, for their relative tranquility of the Northern Empire, accepting nomadic life for the sake of keeping Kyros forces supplied with the finest local imports. Local and imported. What's he got? Blood Chanter Staff. Better DPS, but less recovery. Does fire, though. He's got sigils! He's got so many sigils, but they're so expensive. Lesser Sigil of Precise Action. Accent. Sigil of Vigor, a core. Channeled Strength. I can't afford that much, though. I gotta come back at some point and sell this junk. Imperial Arm Falcata. It's a single bronze. What's this, a water skin? Resolve. Garn is also one. Red Spiral Book. Staggering Burn. Plus 40 armor corrode stolen after 30 seconds. Elemental Barrier, Raw Meat. A Bronze War Mace, take it away. Bloody Scarlet Fury Armor. Oh, I got space here. It's multiple pages. There's many pages. Ironwalker Helm, get rid of. And that gives me 4 extra. Give me a new core. A new expression and a new accent. I can't afford all that. It's just 22 minutes too little. Who else's personal inventory to sell? You have a helmet. A light leather helmet. That's his helmet though, that's for his head. I'll let him keep it. Oh, is there anything else I don't need? Whetstone I might want? A copper and 20 bronze? Or is that vice versa? Maybe these are for sellings? Because I don't see anything that says anything of effects. So the turquoise then. What have I learned? Oh wait, these are mine. Just because your inventory is up. Stony Lore 60. Sigil of Precise Action Ascent. Scroll, Sigil of Channeled Strength. Cone in front of the caster. Sigil of Vigor, Core. Lore +1 after all that. Okay, alright. What spells could I create? I got the Sigil of Life. Distant Impact or Focus Intent. Restoring Touch heals health instantly. 26% of health. Greater accuracy, I don't think I need too much of. Range would be better. Take the accuracy off. That's all I could add? Alright, let's assign you then someplace. Maybe I'll keep the Rim Spike. It's a less Frozen Affliction. Less damage, but longer Frozen Affliction? Or a lot more damage? A lot more damage. "24 health. 26 health and 4 range. Cooldown 24 seconds. Cooldown 24 seconds. Upgrade it. And if I go for Sigil of Distant Impact, healing Wisps 5% health. 1.4 seconds. Release tiny bolts of life energy that restore a large amount of health to the target. 2% of health. Are you sure it's a large amount? Could increase the range. Or the accuracy. But the accuracy doesn't matter for healing spells. Vigor? Could add Channeled Strength. Plus 30% damage for 20 seconds to resolve. Or Vitality and Might for 45 seconds. What's this one? Sigil of Illusion. Graze Deflection. Hit Deflection, 45 seconds. Damage 8 to 3 raw versus Will. And Prone Affliction. Kinda cool, kinda funny. 10 to 16 raw. And Dazed Affliction for 12 seconds. And Stun for 2. Well, that's kinda cool. In a cone? In a cone. I think I like the sound of that. Rooted Affliction for 2 seconds. In a cone. Send forth snake-like coils of crippling energy to nearby enemies. Afflicted enemies rooted and have random beneficial effects removed. Also could be pretty cool. Touch of Atrophy. Spell creation. Rim Spike I have. Icicle Storm. 5 to 10 versus dodge. 7 projectiles. 7 projectiles of 5 to 10? In a cone? Unleash a spray of icy shards in a cone? Hits the target's armor and deals frost damage. Pierces armor. It pierces armor on top of everything else. Okay, alright. Definitely worth purchasing then. But here's the thing, right? Thing is, it's already 4:30. We got all these quests building up. So many quests to complete. We've done 2. We completed 2 things today and met a ton of people. And got so much lore that my throat actually tore on the inside. But at least the vast majority of lore to read has been done. Everything else is like incidental. So now we have all these places to go. Remote Settlement, Echo Call Crossing, the Trip Nettle Wilderness, the Northern Clearing. Everything we have to do over the next... It's the 18th? Over the next 7 days? Plenty of time then to clear out stuff here. Clear out stuff here. Maybe do this first and this. Then we'll go across the river and get those knocked out. And then take the Spire. We could take the Spire by tomorrow. There'll be so much less lore to do. So that then is going to be the plan for tomorrow. There'll be less repetitive lore, and it really is repetitive because everybody has an opinion on the Scarlet Chorus, on the Voices of Narat, on the Dishonored, on Graven Ash. It's all so much. So tomorrow should be more action focused, which is good because I do need to get accustomed to the combat again. For now, what we're gonna do, Corpse Eater is playing Tunic, Winged Moth playing Apex Legends, Legion XY, haven't hosted in ages, he's learning Unity today. Omega Valerian, did he just come on? Loot box hunting in Overwatch, oh that's Overwatch. Anybody playing Tyranny? There is actually somebody playing Tyranny today. But it's me, that doesn't count. Can't raid myself, can't host myself. So think maybe what I'll do. What do I do? What do I do? I think I toss you guys over Legion XY because it has been a hot minute since I hosted him. And him I kind of knew from way back in my confused, depressed early days of streaming, back when I was a Diaspora Prince. I think he had a different name way back then, but he's still cool people. If it wasn't cool people to be hosting. So see you folks tomorrow. We'll execute the will of the evil tyrant Kyros and bring the valley into subjugation. But that'll be then. For now it's deuces. And see you guys around. Take care of yourselves.